Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. That is, let's see here. Let's switch over to the main screen. That is not the main screen. This one is, and, of course, since it's in a playlist, jump to the next one. Chicory the Bait, thank you. I love this art. Little space person with a burger. I like it. Welcome back. This is a Tuesday. I took Monday off. Did some things I had to do. You know how it is. No need to get into Lid's day off. But I did a bit of editing. Took a look at the Kino Casino dinterview. I think that's a good way to put it. This was not an interview. This was a dinterview. Get it? Honk honk. Honk honk. How you guys doing? Tip your waiter. So, there were a lot of moments here that were of course, very hypocritical and very filled with cognitive dissonance. So, I'm going to be editing a video here. It's going to take me a little while. It might take me a few days. So, I'm going to be editing this in the background. There are a lot of fucking ridiculous moments here. So, I'm going through, I'm cutting out, just as an initial quality pass. I'm going through and I'm cutting out all the sidetracking where it goes into like tip reading and things like that. I'm covering up the corner of the screen where all the donations are. So if it'll refresh, that'd be cool. There we go. So you can
I
just
love watching him explain the gay love to us.
Hey Pilot Jericho. So there is like a space here where you can just cover it up with an image where there isn't a notification showing. So I'm going through and I'm covering all that up so people don't have to see the constant dick sucking segments. I'm cutting out some of the more cringe sort of just glazing. And I'm making just a bit of a shorter cut, and that's going to be the first wave pass through. I don't think I'm going to upload that, but it will lay the groundwork for a more complex edit later on down the line. Sadly, I can't get this one out quick enough for the React channels, so they're going to have to deal with everything. I guess they'll have to deal with that. But yeah, this is going to be a semi-complex video going through and just debunking all the lies. I think there is a bit of intent behind the direction that this interview went. I think PPP is aware that there are a lot of detractors like me who take the opportunity to call DSP out on his lies and hypocrisy. So he set up a lot of basically layups, and my job is to dunk the basketball. So that's what I'm gonna do, and I enjoy it. I have fun. I have the time, and I have the means. And if anyone's gonna do it, I guess it's gonna be me. That's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be editing in the background. We have videos to look at in the foreground, plenty. We had this one. I wanted to take a look at this. This is non-locale related, unless you consider Pippa a locale, which some could. This is a follow-up from a previous animation, Pippa versus Kershey, same person. This is Glory to Pakistan. We can get started with this. No, it was Pippa versus Fillion, not Pippa versus Kershey. Derp. What an intro.
Unified we stand under one iron rule. Our voices silenced in name of the fool, suppressing all dissent through fear and control. Glory to Pakistan as our anthem resounds. Hip 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 number one. Glory to Pakistan is our anthem resounds.
Makes me want to make a theme, an anthem for Pakistan.
From the towering forts to the city so grand, glory to Pakistan, glory to Pakistan. United will we stand, in the face of opposition we'll crush and we'll quail. Oh, the supreme leader in his glory we dwell. Glory to Pakistan, glory to Pakistan, glory to Pakistan.
Very well done. God, I swear nothing is fucking touching the mouse, but just keeps getting false positives and moving it around and making the stupid timeline bar. Let's see, how hard would it be to make an anthem for the nation of Pakistan? Let's see. A national anthem for... Thank you. Whatever that was. Thank you, Pass the Remote. This, if you could tell, I'm in no hurry to work on this video. Instead, I want to make a song. In Suno.com, let's see. A national anthem for a nation called... Pakistan. Let's see. It is a nation ruled by a an autistic rabbit girl. Let's see. Rabbit girl. The song has let's see. A nationalistic feel with a hint of heavy metal. Something with mold. Let's see. A moldy nation. There we go. How about that? That seems like a good enough prompt. National anthem for a nation called Pakistan. It is a moldy nation ruled by an autistic rabbit girl. The song has a nationalistic feel with a hint of heavy metal. There we go. Does it have a flag? I don't know. I haven't seen one. Alright, let's see what Suno is able to come up with. Oh, shit. I gotta log in. You hide my login credentials. Yeah, continue. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Get started. Yes. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Couldn't create that. Song description flagged for moderation. Well, where did I fuck up? A national anthem for a nation called Pakistan is a multi-nation. Okay, maybe autistic was a bad idea. How about let's use the politically correct term, the woke term. Neurodivergent. There we go. It should like that one. Stupidity. It's not even an insult. It's a fucking medically recognized clinical term. But of course, they get mad whenever you call someone fat as well. Okay, formulating. Let's see. This might be fun. This might be silly and goofy, but... okay, we got two. Two results. Let's see result number one. I mean, listen, not see. Look here, look, listen.
Brains to breathe, mind's edge, cutting trees, moldy lands of pearl, the blackest stars of pearl. Neural flail and might, voice that in the night, unyielding powers rise, underneath the skies. Hail to Pakistan.
I'm gonna have to share this somewhere. It keeps going.
Madness in command, cruelness in our lands. Territory untamed, by the claws unchained. Madness in command, cruelness in our lands.
Okay, I'm gonna have to put that up on like the backup channel. Let's see. Download. Okay, no, second one.
Lemons reign supreme, minds are telling dreams. Moldy lands are through, the Pakistan's on low. Rule fire and light, we're stunting in the night. Unyielding powers rise, underneath our skies. Through to the Pakistan, blades of golden hand. Brutal strength confessed, where the queen's behind. Territory untamed by the claws of chain. Madness in command, cruelness in our land. Glory through the pain, suffering or gain. Up on golden soil, under ravaged toil. Rebellion crushed the dawn, fierce the nations born. Unity through scars, the Pakistan's the stars.
Holy shit, that's heavy. I just said hint of metal. Sheesh. What a hint.
Wastelands in the night, unyielding powers rise. Underneath cross skies, hate of Pakistan. Lights of golden night, unyielding powers rise. Underneath our skies, out of Pakistan. Lights of golden night, brutal strength the best. Rapid queens be asked. Territory time, while the claws unchained. Madness in command, rapid queens be asked. Territory untamed, while the claws unchained. Madness in command, cruelness in our land. Glory, glory untamed, by the claws unchained. Madness in command, cruelness in our land. Glory through the pain, suffering our pain. Love and blood and soil, under ravaged toil. Rebellion crushed at dawn, fierce nations spawn. Unity through scars, the Pakistan's the stars.
Okay, that is what a hint of heavy metal is. If that's what a hint is, I want to see a hint of maidcore. I want to try that. I'm gonna download these and share them on Ludwig's Bone Collection. Might be funny. I need to find a good image of Pippa looking very sinister. That'd be a good visual to go along with it. I like the I like the images it came up with. Look at that. That one. That one. Okay. Land of Pakistan. This one went with a different name too. Let's see. National Anthem, Nationalistic Maidcore. Let's try this.
In the land of Pakistan, moldy hills and moldy sand. Rapid glow with ice so bright, leads us on through day and night. From our houses small and neat to the fields where mold retreat. All the people strong and grand stand together hand in hand. From From our houses small and neat to the fields where mold we greet, all the people strong and grand stand together hand in hand. Get back the sun, we cheer your name. In your heart we're all the same. Make our beats will forever play. Pride in mold both night and day. In the halls where we reside, you're no divergent with such pride. Rabbit girl, our guiding light, leads us forth with all her might. Moldy dreams will always chase. In our hearts they find their place. Together strong we'll always be. In Pakistan forever free. Pakistan,
Oh, yeah.
we cheer your name. In your heart we're all the same. Make our beats will forever play. Pride in mold both night and day.
Good breakdown. Solo. Has a sort of fairy tale feel to it.
Pakistan, we cheer your name. In your heart we're all the same. Make our beats will forever play. Pride in mold both night and day. One day.
Wow, I think that one's my favorite. We got one more though. That was good. Alright, next one. Oh, look at that art.
In the land of Pakistan, moldy hills and moldy sand, where the girl with eyes so bright leads us on through day and night. From our houses small and neat to the fields where mold we breed, all the people strong and grand stand together hand in hand. In Pakistan we cheer your name. In your heart we're all the same. Make all beats will forever play. Pride in mold both night and day. In the halls where we reside, no one dies with such pride. Where the girl, our guiding light, leads us forth with all her might. All these dreams will always chase. In our hearts they find their place. Together strong we'll always be. In Pakistan forever free. In Pakistan we cheer your name. In your heart we're all the same. Make all beats will forever play. Pride in mold both night and day. Many dreams will we chase. In our hearts they find their place. Together strong we'll always be. In Pakistan forever free. In Pakistan we cheer your name. In your heart we're all the same. Make all beats will forever play. Pride in mold both night and day.
That was way more fun than I thought it would be. Got more to it. Ooh. What do we got here?
In the halls where we reside, neurodivergent with such pride, Rabbit Girl, our guiding light, leads us forth with all her might. Moldy dreams we'll always chase, in our hearts they find their place. Together strong we'll always be, in Pakistan, forever free. Pakistan, we cheer your name, in your heart we're all the same. Make our beats will forever play, pride and hope both night and day.
Wow. That one blew me away. Suno is so fun. You can see why people just sit and make songs all day. It's so fun. Okay. That was surprisingly productive. Okay, I'm gonna save those for later. Yeah, it was pretty epic. It was a lot of fun. Okay. Let's get back on track. Let's attempt. That was pretty wild. Okay, okay. Jeez. The worst tweets ever, Patrick Tomlinson saga, exoneration, quote unquote, of Tyga from harmful opinions because I've been trying and failing to pay attention to this whole Tyga situation. Everything feels just like a letdown after that. I'm sorry. Sorry I can't follow that up with something nearly as epic. That's crazy. What do you got, Suburban High? What do we got here from the Twitter? Oh, yeah, I did see this.
But I mean, if you do, you can be the dark side Phil of VTubers. That's high praise.
What is that?
Do you know who? Oh, I get to teach you about dark side Phil.
I don't know what that is.
He's a man.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, I know.
That's
It sounds like she's just referencing the RTU meme, where RTU is like, DSP, he's a man. Like, I don't get it.
terminal.
But it gets worse.
Okay.
He's a chronic e-beggar who has been streaming for maybe like a decade. And
Ugh.
his biggest
Only a decade?
was
DSP
him
that would be the biggest
jerking
insult
his dick
if
off
you
live on
underscore
stream.
the amount of time he's been streaming. Only 10
Yeah.
15,
And
stupid.
he's a band.
Rewind.
Like a decade. And
Ugh.
his biggest conundrum was him jerking his dick off live on stream.
What?
Yeah.
What? And did he get banned?
Maybe for a bit. I don't really remember.
What the? Why would you do that?
He acted surprised. He said, "Oh, the camera's on." Did by accident. Yeah.
What the heck?
I mean, that could be you.
I mean, I only in the Mary collab, I guess.
I can't believe you've never heard about DSP before.
No, DSP. Sounds like an internet provider.
It does.
Yeah.
There's the full clip. I might have to make a sequel to the DSP versus VTuber video if this keeps up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, I'll download this. I'll keep it on file. I'll keep it in my back pocket. Anything else in the sub box? Brand Dude is streaming. Lord Diaz with his Stepmania streams. iVega streamed earlier with his, super late night, early morning streams. A lot of videos. This is a good one. Let's take a look at this one. Mishima World Order.
I'm not here to act like a fucking clown or a muppet on the fucking stream and go, wow, I can't believe it. I'm not doing that shit. So really, the whole campy appeal of React or reacting to this content doesn't exist for me. Okay. I understand it may exist for for many other people. It doesn't exist for me. I don't think you're gonna like it. So that's why I don't do it. I'm against the whole philosophy of React videos. I think React videos are one of the lowest forms of content creation. They take little to zero effort. You can literally do no prep at all, play a clip and just react to it, and apparently, get tons of views and money because people are very, very gullible and think that this is quality content. It is not. It is the ultimate fluff piece of the internet. It's junk. I don't like to make junk. I like to make what I feel is viable entertainment and or meaningful content. And I don't feel that that would be meaningful content, and that's why I don't make it. You're right. I might make some extra money doing it. I don't care. So there you go.
Guys, guess. It could be in the case. That magnificent Phil, phenomenal Phil has...
Oops, he's gonna lose some chips. At what point will Rich be felted?
For it to not happen.
Our first stack.
Here it is.
Being removed.
Oh, no.
It hurts.
That's tough.
Yeah. I know. Well, I wonder what he's gonna look like by the end. I guess we'll find out.
You had to watch your favorite YouTuber give their unique spin, which is nothing. It's always fluff and bullshit. There's no point. They're so fucking stupid, these reaction videos. There's no fucking point to them at all. But people eat them up because they're dumb. Don't watch that shit. Seriously, watch meaningful content. I'm trying not to make fucking garbage fluff content for YouTube.
Yeah, DSP being a hypocrite compilation, 10 hours long. I'm gonna try and keep it short. I'm gonna try and find the most select clips that contradict his claims. Try not to make it super long, but it's gonna be long. Even just like this one with nothing added, it's already up to 50 minutes. But I'm gonna cut out whatever I can remove. Try and make it semi-digestible, but I'm gonna leave no stone unturned. You know how I do. I take massive amounts of content and drill it down. What's next? This is a little off topic. We can do some little off topic stuff before getting on the main topic. Did you see Phil Jen tweeting Jim? Yes, I did. Very disrespectful to a dying man. Might as well begin where it all ends, over on the Twitter. Hello, Moshi Moon, which is Medicare's Twitter account. So, I'll be honest. Well, don't start now, Phil. I have no idea why you've wanted to talk to me for so long. Because you begged for someone to interview you, that's why. I guess you forgot about it, or you're just pretending like it never happened. I've only heard you dumped on me like everyone else. So why even bring it up? If everyone makes fun of you, then why even? Okay. Okay, Phil. He doesn't care, though. He doesn't give two shits. Which literally means he gives a shit. DM me and let's figure it out. I'm open to a conversation, public or private. Let's make it happen if it means that much to you. Very condescending. Jim's the most honest man in the sector. He might razz you a little, or we have to adopt his vocabulary like someone approaching a wild ape. But I guarantee it'd be a good stream. I wish I could message him privately, but there's apparently no way to do that. Okay. I'm a big Medicare fan, but man, DSP is going to destroy him if they play Street Fighter. Medicare should get credit for a win, even if he gets a hit on DSP. He wants to play Street Fighter? I know nothing of this man. God, he is tweeting way more than usual lately. All this smoke up his ass has really energized him. He has said some unflattering things about you in the past. but he has also admitted that you are unstoppable and will outlive the universe. Give me a break. I like you both, so I hope to see a good, cordial stream between two internet veterans. The time has come, and so have I. Okay, but I guess we're back to checking the Twitter before every DSP stream because he is very, very active. I thought this was like a business only thing, but I guess not. I guess we're flirting with dudes on our Twitter now. I mean, he called himself the king on Sunday. I don't recall that happening for a bit. Yeah, I thought he dropped the moniker, but I guess not. I don't know, man. Like he's in this really just smug up his own ass mood that if Medicare asks any question he doesn't want to answer, he's just gonna get all uppity and be like, "Well, you have a good day. Okay, I have more important things to get to. All right, bye." He's always fancied himself a king. He's basically just like schizo. He's like one of those lolcows who thinks like they're a deity or a god, but he's like one step below that. He does fancy himself a king. He thinks he deserves the deference of a king. He thinks he deserves to be respected like a king, despite earning nothing of the sort. But yeah, he's definitely a victim of several mental illnesses. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes. The way he's being just very disrespectful and just above Medicare might just gunk the deal right there. But he knows what he's doing. He's done literally nothing but manipulate people for over a decade. And even though he's a low IQ idiot with no social interaction, he's done literally nothing but manipulate people. And if you do literally nothing but any given activity for that long, you eventually get sort of good at it. So I don't know. He definitely pignatized a couple of drama queens, that's for sure. Enough about that.
Boy, a duty hat!
This is someone you might be aware of.
Hello and welcome to Cryptic Web Chronicles. In today's video, we'll be covering some of the worst tweets posted by internet lolcow and self-proclaimed troll hunter, Patrick S. Tomlinson. This video might help provide some context for those of you still confused as to why Tomlinson is so widely hated online, and why the notorious online flame war involving him has continued for so long. And if you haven't already, be sure to check out my playlist documenting the story.
No, I heard the interview was good, though, between Trump and Elon Musk. I don't know if anyone cares to watch it. I kind of do. It's like a 2-hour-long thing. We can speed it up, like 1.25, get through it a little bit quicker, but maybe later.
Behind this prolific lolcow and the depths of his stupidity. As we will soon explore, Patrick's idiotic behavior garners negative attention not only from dedicated internet trolls and online followers, but also from complete strangers who encounter him on their feed. Due to his inflammatory posts online, Patrick seems to consistently attract new critics and detractors as more people come across his presence on social media. When you write over 100 tweets a day while acting like a belligerent asshole, it's just bound to happen.
100 tweets
As you
a
likely
day.
already know, various online communities...
Well, RTU tweets like 50 times a day, but he hasn't tweeted since the documentary dropped, pretty much, which is interesting. I guess he's taken a break from Twitter. Good for him, I suppose, but of course it's not going to last.
closely follow and document Patrick's antics, contributing further to his growing infamy. Opie and Anthony forums and Kiwi farms are two of the more notable communities that have consistently followed Patrick, with the Opie and Anthony community being the birthplace of
That's a good
Pat
gift.
posting. Reading Patrick's tweets, in my opinion, he often comes across as a fat creep who hides his true nature by posing as a women's ally type character online. But as literary agent
Like
and
RTU.
vocal Tomlinson critic Leslie Varney has pointed out, Patrick seems particularly drawn to verbally abusing women online. In December of 2023, discussing Patrick, another notable and vocal critic of Patrick on Twitter by the name of Mike would write, He really gets his rocks off on calling women stupid, doesn't he? At virtually Leslie, just tagging so you can see you're not alone. Leslie would reply to Mike, writing, "Yeah, I know. It's the primary reason I won't back down. Well, that, and I'm a Leo with an Aries moon and a Leo house, born in the year of the dragon and salmon. You know how that
Dude.
goes." As he and his merry band of snot-stringers started to pile on me, I was getting messages from women they had humiliated and trolled into deleting their profiles. So here they were, calling me racist, because I didn't quite buy the story that they were being terrorized by Nazis and the literal KKK,
Yes,
while their
Nazis.
raving misogyny was overlooked.
Hold on,
Still
wait.
pisses me off no end. I lost friends over this shit, and that sucks. One of them
Sorry.
threatened me physically, and
Just
my
wanna
kiddo
check which
still
one this
worries
is.
about it. And
think
it
it
at
is
least
this
tarnished
one.
me. Crap, why'd I do this again? As you can see,
Super epic.
Leslie has been deeply affected by Patrick and his ball washers attacks against her online. Patrick has quite literally threatened to sue her into poverty and end her career, all because she committed the sin of not agreeing with him and not playing along with his stupid victimhood games on Twitter. I theorize that the animosity Patrick feels towards women may stem from his first marriage, during which his wife cheated on him, before filing for divorce while pregnant with Pat's daughter. Patrick's wife then left him for a man named John, whom Pat was friends with at the time. Amazingly, there are even pictures of Patrick's wife sitting on John's lap during a party, before her and Patrick had separated. Shortly after learning his pregnant wife was leaving him for John, Patrick had a meltdown in front of his sister-in-law,
What a cock.
during which he threatened to wait until his daughter was born, so he could murder the newborn, and then his soon-to-be ex-wife. He was arrested for these violent and sickening threats a short time later. This incident likely influenced the court's decision to remove all of Patrick's custody rights during the subsequent divorce. It's also worth noting that Patrick petitioned for the removal of all custody and parental rights, as well as child support obligations, citing that he didn't earn enough money to pay. In my view, this series of events solidifies Pat's reputation as a deeply problematic individual, and when O and A forum sleuths dug up this shocking bit of information, it only further amplified the scrutiny and disdain Patrick faced online. It was just more fuel being thrown into an already viciously raging fire. Let's take a look at Patrick's Twitter feed to see what he has to say about his first marriage in his own words. "A friend of mine volunteered to take over before my daughter was born without consulting me." A follower of his would reply, "Not much of a friend, I'm sorry about that." Patrick would write back, "I will live long enough to shit on his grave if it takes my last breath." As you can see, Patrick holds
Arcana
great
told me it
animosity
was
towards John,
legal.
the man who raised his daughter from birth. In reality, John is likely the person Patrick's daughter sees as her real dad, as he was the one who raised her during the formative years of her life. Despite this, Patrick still occasionally mentions his daughter on Twitter, even though it's clear he has no part in her upbringing. "Dear daughter, I hope you have amazing sex with partners of your choice as soon as you're ready." Patrick often faces provocation on Twitter, with trolls bringing up his divorce, 2011 arrest, and lack of involvement in his daughter's life. In response, he frequently engages with them, struggling to contain his anger. A search of his tweets reveals that he frequently uses phrases like stalker and enjoy prison multiple times a day, with thousands of tweets containing them. He also regularly threatens legal action or prison time when responding to trolls, naively believing that anyone calling him a fat idiot online is part of a criminal conspiracy against him. However, in my opinion, Patrick is both overweight and mistaken. By being a public figure, he invites scrutiny and criticism, and his responses only seem to provoke and encourage further
Oh,
trolling.
jeez.
In creating
It's
this
haunting.
video, I aim to determine how many times Patrick has used the word child on Twitter. Although I couldn't pinpoint an exact total,
You're going down, stalker
did make a
child.
recording scrolling through every tweet he's posted with the word child since January 1st, 2024. This video compiles each instance of him using the term so far this year, and it's only August. As you can see, these instances likely number in the thousands. Patrick's responses to internet trolls are just one aspect of his online behavior. His personal opinions, political views, and various other ramblings also provide significant entertainment for his critics. Now, let's explore a broad range of Patrick's tweets, highlighting what many consider to be his worst. I thought we'd start off with Patrick's most repulsive posts and replies. I find these posts by Patrick to be gross, provocative, and disturbing. Get ready, because the following tweets are graphic. In a reply during a 2018 argument, Pat would write, "Two problems with your assumptions here. 1. I don't wear underwear too. I come most often in your mom's basement
what
while
the
she's
fuck?
strapped into that St. Andrew's cross.
Why is this so common with locals and not wearing underwear? I don't get it. It's so ubiquitous. I don't get it. I don't even want to think about it.
I made your cuck dad build as a condition for allowing him to watch me plow her asshole like a Nebraska cornfield." As you can see, Patrick not only posts crude, explicit, and foolish tweets, but he also seems comfortable sharing with the world the disgusting fact that he doesn't wear underwear. This is something he's brought up more than once, and for some reason he finds it important to share with other people. And I don't own any underwear. Too restricting. I don't wear underwear. No underwear. Ever. For some bizarre reason, this fat slob seems proud of the fact that he doesn't wear underwear. He's so retarded that he probably soiled them regularly and decided
Yeah,
to
is
stop
that
wearing
why?
them altogether.
I don't
The
know.
disgusting tweets
Gross.
don't end there, though, so let's see some more. "That is the rig I had to use to fuck your mom in the ass. After
Fuck
several
your
failed
mom.
tries, I finally got it up there after hitting 35 miles per hour. I don't read comic books, you barely literate mouth breather. Tell your mom I said hello and sorry about her ass.
Why are
Your
you?
mom doesn't scream
Why
anymore,
are you
she's eager
fucking
for it.
asses?
I eat your mom with this mouth. Am I still a homo after I fucked your mom in the ass?
Kind
Asking
of.
for all my friends who also fucked your mom in the ass. Eat my entire ass. Eat my ass or fuck off. Those are your only choices.
Wanting dudes to eat your butt is kind of gay,
Rape
dude.
is the most mild punishment you deserve, followed by execution.
Holy moly.
As we can see, Patrick comes across as sexist and vulgar in these tweets, frequently fixating on people's mothers, asses, and rape. This behavior suggests he may be projecting his own unresolved issues, possibly related to his relationship with his mother, Mama Raven, among other things. In another series of cringe-inducing Twitter interactions, Patrick would reply crudely stupid and tone-deaf tweets to Lynn Thomas and her husband Michael. Lynn is a well-known podcaster in the science fiction scene who is an active figure in many circles Patrick is also involved in online. You see, Lynn and her
Yeah.
husband Michelle had a child.
This channel makes good use of AI-generated voices. If you want to check out the other videos they've done, this is Cryptic Web Chronicles, mostly covering Patrick Thomason.
Together that tragically was born with a rare genetic disorder known as Aicardi syndrome. Aicardi syndrome is known to cause malformations and underdevelopment in the brain, leading to seizures and intellectual disabilities. The Thomases would share their plight on Twitter as they both took on the full-time role of being caretakers for their developmentally disabled daughter. Often they would turn to Twitter to vent or share updates. In 2 instances, Patrick wrote embarrassingly tone-deaf and unfunny responses to dead serious tweets about the struggles they faced with their child.
What?
On October 31st, 2022, Michael Thomas would tweet, "Caitlin threw up. Sad face. Lynn Thomas and I haven't slept much in a few days due to the DSATs. We are very spent." Patrick would reply, "Cocaine for everyone. On the house."
What?
In another even worse instance,
Why?
Lynn Thomas would tweet out, "I would have to sextuple my salary to both fund Caitlin's care and eat with HSAs." Patrick S. Tomlinson would
What?
reply like a weirdo, writing, "That sounds hot." Lynn would reply, obviously stressed about her situation,
No?
"Yeah, no, really not. Unless choosing between your kid and bankruptcy is hot." These tweets are painfully embarrassing to read, and I can't fathom why any reasonable person would behave like this online unless they were trolling. Patrick's responses show a striking lack of awareness and sensitivity, making them stiffly tone deaf. The Thomases' daughter would later pass away due to health issues. However, I could not find any tweets where Tomlinson offered his condolences. Patrick's disrespect isn't limited to comments about others' mothers or cringe-inducing interactions about dying children. It also extends to his own wife, as some of the things he said about her online are equally baffling. In 2018, during a Twitter argument, Patrick would write, "Oof, I'm married and get puss whenever I want, child. I'm being a decent man for its own sake.
Can we not
Try
use
it
the word
sometime."
puss?
Another account would chime in, replying,
It's so...
"So being married..."
That's something Werner does too. Like, he just keeps using the word puss, and it's like, it's not flattering. I don't think women really appreciate that sort of verbiage. Werner even goes so far to say puss, which is even worse by a factor of at least 2.
Married entitles you sex or puss, as you call it anytime you want. You are vile. Patrick would clap back, writing,
Or poon.
"No, child.
Can we not with the poon?
It's just available to me because my wife loves the D. Hug your pillow." In another instance, Patrick would reply to a tweet writing, "My family is my wife, and she feeds and clothes herself because she is a strong, independent woman who is addicted to the D." The Munich hotel room made up for being tiny and yellow by having an entire sex mirror wall. So there's that. Another weird thing I've noticed is that Patrick has a strange obsession with letting everyone know his wife is cis and that she's not a lesbian. I can only guess he does this because people assume she isn't, due to her man-like appearance. Regardless, Pat often goes out of his way to stress her cisgender and straight identity for reasons that aren't entirely clear. I don't have a girlfriend. I have a wife who is cis-female. No, stalker. I am very literally a man, and my wife is a cis woman. Enjoy prison. I'm not closeted, stalker. I'm quite straight and quite happy and comfortable with myself, my sexuality, my masculinity, and my cis-female wife. My wife is not a lesbian, stalker. Enjoy prison. And good for them. But I'm quite straight and very happily married to my cis wife. Our stalkers are fixated on gay sex because they are deeply closeted mental cases,
You're the one talking about
ashamed of
fucking
their own
asses.
sexuality and sexual inadequacies.
Okay.
So they project onto strangers. As you can see, Patrick attempts to insinuate that his stalkers are gay, seemingly using it as an insult, while simultaneously presenting himself as an ally to the LGBTQ community.
Just like
shown in this
RTU.
tweet. All I see is a pretty lady. Patrick wrote this tweet in response to an image of a man dressed in drag. Despite Patrick's claims of being an LGBTQ ally, he appears to be quite concerned about people perceiving him as gay. He has repeatedly insisted that he is not gay, and that his wife is a cisgender woman, not trans. This raises the question, if there's nothing wrong with being gay or having a transgender partner, why is he so adamant about clarifying his own sexuality to strangers online? To me, it almost seems as though Patrick believes there is something wrong with these identities, and gets embarrassed when people mistake him for being gay or having a transgender partner. However, matters get a bit more complicated with 2 additional tweets from Patrick regarding his sexual preferences. And little butt plug, ass play is not limited to homosexuals. It's enjoyed by all orientations. You're hated because you're a fuckwit. You think only gays suck dick? Oh, son, get out more. These tweets, in which Patrick apparently argues that performing oral sex on men is not necessarily gay, and that straight men often enjoy being anally penetrated by other men, add further complexity to the situation. When combined with his previous accusations that his stalkers are gay, and his bizarrely adamant insistence on being straight, these comments appear to me as highly questionable. And though this is purely speculation on my part and solely my opinion, I believe that this collection of tweets could suggest Patrick may be a repressed homosexual. His aggressive behavior online could even be a manifestation of the frustrations brought on by his repression. Either way, the things he's describing in these 2 tweets is not straight by any measure. There are some highly questionable leaked tapes that supposedly depict Patrick having gay sex with an unidentified man who many speculate to be Eric Hildeman, aka Hildy. However, none of this has been proven and simply remains an online rumor for now. As we've discussed previously on this channel, Patrick is known not only as a leftist, gay, and women's ally, but also as a classic tough guy who loves guns, bar fights, and fast cars. He's a hardened veteran of bar fights and back alley brawls.
Look at
Yes,
those skills.
You are hearing that right.
Look at the moves.
Patrick Tomlinson, who's claimed he's a victim of gang stalking, has begged the police on numerous occasions to arrest
crunches.
internet trolls for writing mean things online, is an actual tough guy, and definitely not a wannabe. Just read his Twitter feed and see for yourself. Wrong again, asshole. My mother is quite sweet, and my house is light on closets. I'm just an actual tough guy. No, kiddo.
I'm
Just one of those actual
tough
real-life
guys.
tough guys who will spoon-feed you your teeth. Anytime you want to come to Milwaukee and get publicly humiliated, you are welcome to it. Invitation is open, little one. I can spare the 30 seconds it would take. Ask your wife's boyfriend to fetch your balls down from the jar on the mantel, and we'll see how you do. Stalker, I'm a tough guy all the time. Sober or drunk, internet or in person. And you still just don't learn from your mistakes. You will soon. Like this CCW, baby doll? Been in several, including 2 knife fights, has yet to turn out the way other guy hoped, which you believe has no impact on reality. Your opinion is impotent. Both my intelligence and fighting ability far exceed yours, child. I wouldn't bet on
Wow.
a turkey. I would. But that's because I have self-awareness. Fuck this kid.
Jeez.
In one bizarre instance, Patrick went from begging his followers to report a tweet for violence, acting like a frightened victim, to threatening violence and acting tough himself, all in a single tweet. Report this tweet for threatening physical violence against members of the media like myself. Also, at Sheriff Clark, anytime you want to take a swing at me, you're welcome to try. But it will require you to come back to Milwaukee, and we already ran you out of this town once.
Spoonie did this too. Like, Sheriff Clark is like an actual retired sheriff. And you think you can fight him? Like, what the fuck is wrong with these leftist lolcows? Thinking they could just go after, like, retired sheriffs and be like, I'm gonna fucking fight you. It's like, good luck. What the fuck?
A random guy would respond, I'll be your huckleberry. Sheriff Clark won't need to come to you. I will do the job for him. Patrick would write back, bring friends, little one. The guy would reply, won't need them. Whooping your ass WWE style alone will be fun. Patrick would huff back at the man one last time before blocking him out of fear. You don't have them, actually. That's too bad. You would need them, because if you actually moved on me, it wouldn't be a scripted fake fight. It would be very real. In another tweet, Patrick threateningly wrote, I will give you a dog. Wait until your children love it, then kill it. In yet another tweet reply, Patrick would write, don't have a safe space, sweetheart. I make spaces unsafe for people just like you. When you're done liking your own tweets, why don't you go jack off in front of some more school children, you fucking pervert? What's that dumb saying that Patrick has? Every accusation is an admission. I wonder about that one here. Weirdly specific thing to end the tweet with, in my opinion. You think being hit with a milkshake is assault because you're a sissy bitch who has never won a fight in your life. Funnily enough, Patrick thinks calling him fat on Twitter is cyberstalking and terrorism. What a dumb, hypocritical idiot. Fat, too. In addition to pretending to be a tough guy, Patrick also regularly celebrates and promotes political violence. Ballots. Failing that, bullets. Ballots, bullets, or blades. I'm ready for whatever. There is not a single
my
good
God.
person who voted for Trump. Not one.
Huh?
In another instance, Patrick celebrated an elderly man being assaulted outside a Planned Parenthood. Breaking. Abortion advocates brutally assault pro-life people. Outside Planned Parenthood, Patrick would write a one-word reply to the tweet. Good. In another tweet, Patrick would write, I feel like people are underestimating the cathartic release of a few good group executions. Let's circle back to a tweet I already showed you earlier in the video. Rape is the most mild punishment you deserve, followed by execution. This tweet was directed towards Roger Stone, one of Donald Trump's political advisors. This is arguably one of the most outrageous and horrendous things Patrick has written on Twitter. He is wishing rape, torture, and execution upon someone simply for being a political advisor to an opposing candidate. It's important to note that Stone is neither a war criminal nor a murderer. He was merely an advisor to Trump at one point. The media often
And a
refers to
fashion
him as
icon.
a dirty trickster, a label he's had for a long time in the political arena.
Legit, he's a big fashion icon. Big fan of good taste.
Wishing such extreme harm on him is not only unreasonable, but also reveals the deeply disturbing and violent tendencies hidden within Patrick's psyche. Another one of his tweets showcases Patrick's idiotic, childlike military strategy, with him suggesting balloons filled with paint could be used to disable Russian tanks. Fun fact, #Ukraine. A water balloon filled with $1 of paint thrown at the periscopes can disable a tank as fast as a $150,000 Javelin missile. Please do have fun. This stupid, childlike fantasy got a lot of attention on Twitter, not the kind Patrick wanted. Even his own followers called him out for such a moronic idea, including people with actual tank combat experience. Of course, Patrick still refused to admit he was wrong. In another tweet, Patrick wrote like a fat, retarded child, expressing his love of explodey boom booms, killing soldiers during the war. You may think Patrick is a fat slob idiot who had a 1.7 GPA in high school, and you might be
What
right.
Twitter addiction does to
According
someone.
to Patrick, you're wrong, and you're going to prison. My IQ has historically been pinned in the high 130s to low 140 AS.
Okay.
Anything else, you stupid prick? Despite his
Yikes.
1.7 GPA, Patrick totally has an IQ in the 140 AS.
Too
That's why
smart
he
for
comes off
school.
as a genius in his tweets, and totally isn't a fat, hypocritical retard. In 2020, Rick Titz would write, human trials of any vaccine take a minimum of 18 months to ensure there are no long-term effects. This timeline cannot be
This
accelerated.
timeline cannot
Trump
be
is telling a
accelerated.
dangerous lie that puts your health at risk to benefit his re-election chances. But only just over 12 months later, he had changed his tune completely.
And if he didn't fast track a vaccine, you would complain about that too.
When it was Joe Biden shilling for the vaccines. The vaccine has no faults.
Yep. Okay.
It is by any measure the safest and most effective vaccine in the
Many
history
such
of medicine.
cases.
Yes, it is vaxxed or anti-vax. One is right, the other is selfish and ignorant.
This happened so many times. Trump's vaccine is a load of bullshit. And then when someone else occupies the White House, you better get that vaccine. You better get it. Like, okay, what? Weren't you just saying not to? Okay.
Patrick predictably was obsessed with masking and vaccines during the COVID pandemic. He was also a fat-ass bootlicker. In another exchange, a person skeptical of Pat would write, seems like everyone who disagrees with you is stupid. That's the same argument a 6-year-old would make. Your posts are pathetic and lack facts. Patrick would angrily reply, if they weren't stupid, they wouldn't be disagreeing with me, child. And as you can see, Patrick not only spends his entire life arguing with trolls, but also showcasing his true idiotic nature at every turn. Funny story, my high school homeroom English teacher once wrote my parents that Patrick would argue with a fence post. He was right, but never realized he was also wrong.
What?
Truer things have never been written, as we all know how dedicated Patrick is to wasting his life arguing online. It's amazing how often people say hot take when they really mean brain dead stupid take. Hot take. I've never thought Norm Macdonald was funny, and was pretty sure all my comedy friends who did were either nuts or screwing with me. As you can see, Patrick has written a lot of really stupid tweets, and has clearly proven that he's a fat idiot. That's all for tonight, and thank you for watching. This has been Cryptic Web Chronicles. Good night.
Very funny. Deserves more attention. I think actually Medicare himself watches this channel because he has mentioned these videos on his stream, so he knows all about Fatrick. Okay, this is harmful opinions. More information about the Taiga situation. Hopefully now at this point we can make some sense of it. Best I could come up with is that everyone involved deserves to be ditched.
Taiga is an indie streamer who, I don't know the whole story, but Taiga was outed to be a
It just says, we're sorry you can't access this item because it is in violation of our terms of service. It doesn't specify why, as these things typically don't. There's an archive. I might regret this. Right. I don't feel bad about this guy being called a pedophile. Sorry. We're not talking... Damn!
You can only guess what he's looking at. Probably the kind of stuff you would look at and be like, well, if you enjoy this, you're probably a pedo.
Looks kinda young. We're talking like... That's a toddler. It is all cartoon stuff, so it is itself. It's not abuse of children, but you're still a freak if that turns you on. Minors do not belong in a space of adult-themed content. True. We had one minor on the entire server who we met during a Destiny 2 raid, if I recall correctly. They were given a role that blocked them from interacting with any not safe for work channel as soon as we found out. The person in question was suicidal, and the moderation team as a team decided giving them that role. Minors should not hang out with adults who are gooning all day in Discord. Unless they're suicidal, then we have to let them in but give them a special role. That's weird as hell. That's very strange. The claims of me not caring or not removing it is nothing more than a blatant lie. Please hear me out and make your judgment. Heard you out. I saw the archive of the document, not a big fan. Of you? Not a big fan of you. Sorry you were born wrong. We have the other side of the coin. I believe this is an individual who hates Nuxtaku because of his denouncement of the lolicon community. This is the other side of the coin. Is my understanding... Thumbnail. No one responsible for ruining my life will ever be held accountable. I'm still deplatformed. And everyone will move on to something else in another week. Construction yard! Now! It's legal though. A child's not being hurt. Yeah, but it's also legal to insult and hate you. A child is not being hurt in that instance either. Ta-da!
Hey, what's up guys, Rip here. So today we're going to take some time and talk about the ongoing Taiga situation. I know a lot of people have...
What's up guys, Repair. Ongoing Taiga situation.
Been waiting.
Yeah, I still don't know. That's my official stance. I don't know. Again, hopefully this makes it a bit more clear.
For my coverage of what's going on, but I wanted to take my time to craft this video in a way that's actually going to be productive, or hope to be productive, for Taiga's situation. And
like, it doesn't help that Taiga is a DSP simp, so it's hard for me to assume anything but the worst, but I'll try and restrain my apprehension. What would you call it? Preconceived notions.
Also for Taiga's reputation that continues to be smeared by false allegations. So who is Taiga? Well, they are a femboy VTuber who's been around for many years. In fact, their YouTube channel was
femboy. I'm getting a chromosome read. It's coming up XX.
Approaching 200,000 subscribers. Unfortunately, about a month and a half ago, his channel was...
I think I'm going to kill myself.
...removed entirely.
No, you're free. You've been released. It's hard to give it up on your own unless you're banned, but it's poison that kills you.
...entirely from YouTube, and the policy that he apparently violated was nudity and...
Oh, we had a he dropped there.
...sexual content.
Rev presumably is a theoid like me, who tends to say they a lot.
Now, Taiga does make some content that is lewder, but it is nothing close to full-on nudity or explicit sexual content. In fact, the type of content he makes is very common in the VTubing scene among channels that don't get their entire channel taken away like...
There's another direction you can go with that one. When is this gonna be me? I've already VTubed before. I used a PNG of an egg. We are gonna get an example of the kind of Taiga, like, you might be able to say, if you're gonna say they do stuff that's in line with the other channels, I think it's totally safe. You're throwing your hat in, show me an example of something that's kinda risque, but you think is safe. Show it to me.
This. And unfortunately, his appeal to this decision would be rejected on July 2nd. However, the very next day, his channel would suddenly return with an official statement from YouTube saying their content is free to exist on YouTube.
All right.
However, 6 hours after that, the channel was removed again, just 6 hours later after returning. And besides the cruelty of dangling this channel in front
The cruelty of dangling this channel. Stop! They're not actually 5 years old, the character just looks that way.
of Taiga and then taking it back. Also, Taiga had gotten their silver play button for...
Is Taiga like a kid? Is Taiga actually a child? The cruelty of dangling this in front of them.
For getting 100,000 subscribers during all of this mess. And on top of that, it just shows the inconsistency of YouTube and its policies where 1 minute your content is totally fine for the platform and even monetizable, and then 6 hours later that same content is so dangerous it has to be removed entirely.
It's almost as if they're not functioning as a moral authority, but rather they are concerned with perception, perhaps business impact. And who knows the impact of the structure and who's in charge of making these decisions, how high up does it go? You know, not crazy.
And to make the situation even worse,
hey, maybe sometimes it sucks, but I feel like this is an angle of criticism that is something that will never really be fixed or worked on. This angle of the issue. Not really gonna.
Worse, shortly after that, Taiga's official Twitter account would be suspended. Now, looking at everything going on, clearly there's some false reports, and over the years, Taiga...
Not to me. That's your judgment. I have no idea what this Taiga person has done or what they do. Funny. Are you going to show me?
...has amassed a lot of harassers.
Maybe that's why... Maybe that explains why I get away with so much on Twitch. I have the anime avatar, even though I'm not pro-trans, but don't tell Twitch that. I'd rather have the shield.
Including some stalkers. Now, why does this all happen? Well, those are intertwined with a series of false allegations that Taiga was facing. False allegations that accused him of grooming someone. Now, those have been since debunked and also Taiga exonerated. However, during the time...
May I see it?
...of that exoneration and also after he was exonerated, a lot of people in the VTubing scene continued to spread these false allegations and to slander Taiga. Now, there's been...
A false grooming accusation and exoneration? Entirely contained in your skull? May I see it?
Multiple people in the VTubing scene who are responsible for a lot of the damage.
This seems like a dumb choice. Seems like you're implicitly on the side of Taiga. Taiga is the wronged individual. You're describing things that have been done that suck for them as being cruel, empathy-inducing language, cruelty inflicted upon this individual. It would help me feel for this person if I knew what the actually happened rather than a general description.
Damage done.
We got 16 minutes though. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
To Taiga's reputation, we're first gonna look at Marina VT. We have talked about Marina before. She is constantly in controversy. She's stirring up drama and also is a supporter of the Hogwarts Legacy harassment campaign. She was also the VTuber who falsely believed a few months ago that she could stream a nude VTuber model on Twitch where she would eventually...
Well, it was the meta for like a minute.
Like a loser, but the way it's listed out, have we hit the side of YouTube where there are all these orthodoxies where it's like, she was involved in the Hogwarts harassment campaign? Is that like, she involved herself in the pogroms? But would it
be temporarily suspended But on top of that, she has had it out for Taiga for years. She has been harassing and slandering Taiga for
harassing. Every time you or your followers post.
Yeah, I'm offended that she's a Kraken too. Don't make Krakens look bad.
About me, accuse me of things.
These eldritch beings deserve more respect.
That are false, or just keep bringing up the situation. It forces me to have to keep bringing up the facts and the very screenshots you keep trying to in public people being talked about. Harassment.
Are you getting that? I heard that was being rolled out, that Twitch is doing basically what YouTube is doing, where if you write anything spicy, a pop-up says, "Oh, are you sure you want to send that?" It's like, yes, of course. It's so goofy.
I don't think I'm going to be convinced of harassment. Slander, maybe, if you show me it's false. Although I guess...
I wish they would let streamers disable that on their end, or I would.
Here it would be libel. To be hyper-autistic. But still, yeah, libel, slander, bad. When we're talking about a public figure with a media presence being talked about, that's not the same as pestering someone who's a private individual with an expectation of privacy, right?
4 years. And you can see posts, even ones that
know what it
have
is?
recent...
That's the result of people like Phil. People like DSP who are like, you never told me that what I said was bad. And so Twitch is like, okay, well, we'll have a pop-up that says what you're saying is bad. You could jeopardize the integrity of your account if you say that. There, you big baby. You can't figure this shit out on your own. We have to literally handhold you to acting like a decent person. No, I mean, it's decent to insult people, but still, you know what I'm saying.
Particularly if the channel by which you are communicating with them or communicating about them is a public platform that they also exist on. Right? If this person was like calling them on their phone or something and like bypassing blocks and blah, 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 maybe. This, don't care. The substance of what they say, if it's lies, sure. But harassment, stop it.
Applies as recent as 2023, where she has used what is now debunked evidence to claim that Taiga is this dangerous person, he needs to be blacklisted from the VTubing scene, and also that he is some kind of a predator. And you can see other members of the VTubing scene jumping on this, Friends of Marina, supporting this false narrative about Taiga, and that checks out because as a former...
May I see it? Hey, it could be true. I'll find it a lot easier to believe it if you like show me. Just quickly, just be like, they said this, but the evidence was this. Like, just quickly. Or even just describe how it was debunked. Maybe we will look at the accusation doc. Maybe what I'll do is, like, I'll have the accusation doc up. If it's a safe page, I show it. Then I hide it from the stream, scroll down, show it. Hide it from the stream, scroll down, show it. You know what I mean?
Supporting this false narrative about Taiga, and that checks out because...
Unban the R slur? No, Omegon is not coming back.
Because as a former friend here has commented, apparently at the time Marina, for a good period of time, was encouraging her friends to support these slanderous posts about Taiga. And the reason she was doing all this was not for justice, it wasn't for bringing awareness, it was simply made because she had it out for Taiga. And even after learning that he had been exonerated, she kept making posts claiming that he is some predator. And when finally confronted with all this stuff, we would see a response from Marina, her attempt at an apology.
All right.
You know, and I will even, if Taiga watches this, like, I am sorry.
And of course, if we're talking about...
Is that all they said? That feels clip-chimped. Like, I smell an if coming after.
Reputational damage.
What the is this?
In the VTubing scene involving Taiga, we have to talk about Nux Taku, who about 2 years ago made this collab video with who else but Moist Critical,
Charlie,
where you can see it has 350,000 views. It was a VTuber drama tier list type video.
Right.
And of course, Charlie is not super aware of a lot of the...
True, Zara BP. I mean, I could also be working on my Buddy Holly cover, but...
VTuber controversy, so Nux would have to explain them to him. And when Taiga came up, Taiga was described by Nux as a predator.
Is this HoloLive?
No, Taiga is an indie streamer who, I don't know the whole story, but Taiga was outed to be a pedophile.
I don't know the...
Couched in I don't know the whole story, but then that is a hard, they were outed as a pedophile. That's a rock hard claim. Let's see. Hey, look! Just because I think Nux Taco is a weird little fucking freak spineless, swept for worm doesn't mean he couldn't be right. Okay? But that is definitely assault. He's definitely said this person has been outed as a pedophile. Despite my ignorance of the full situation, I am sure they have been outed as a pedophile.
I don't know the whole story, but we want to talk about out of context, bro.
So yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. First of all, him saying that he was not aware of the full situation, but then felt comfortable enough to slander Taiga is ridiculous. But eventually...
Not necessarily. Stop. I can immediately... Okay, stop! It's fucking not ridiculous. It might be in this scenario, presenting that as a ridiculous thing to say. I'm not aware of the full situation, but they've been outed to be a pedophile. What if they were outed because there's like a fucking video of them fucking a kid? And you're just saying, hey, I don't know everything, but they definitely are a pedophile. Might be the... Like, what if there's a rock-solid piece of evidence and you're just saying, I don't know the whole thing, but they're definitely a pedo? There are scenarios where that could be the case.
A lot of people would
presumably not this one, but he said it as if that statement alone is absurd. It's not.
Start harassing Taiga as a result of this clip, and eventually Taiga would challenge Nuxtaku and...
Hey all, I edit out the Bungo Taiga segment of this video. Although I state in the video it's Globo is coming to World of Warcraft. Anyway, these fucking names, dude. I picked my name to be ridiculous on purpose, and I'm being blown out of the water here. Bungo Taiga. I do not know the full... Bunghole Tiger. China is just a bunghole tiger. They're not a real threat. Anyway, still, hang on. Although I say in the video itself a disclaimer that I do not know the full story, that's not a disclaimer. That's merely a description of of you not having the full picture. You can say I don't have the full picture, and then if you say but one thing, that suggests you are clear on that one point. I hate all these people. Holy fuck. Not to take what I say too seriously, I still would rather not be a cause for misinformation floating around now that new information was revealed. I'm still in the dark on a lot of details as I heard both sides of this event, and I don't something I want to think. I'm sorry if I caused any undue harm in this. I'm sorry if I caused any undue harm. That's kinda good though. I kinda like sorry if I caused any undue harm. The harm you fucking deserve. Like, if you are a pedophile, then I'm not sorry. That's good. Hey, I like that. Funny. I also personally apologized and reached out to Taiga for his side and discussed my plan going forward with him? Fucking why? That's weird. That's really weird. Why would you discuss your plan going forward with the subject of your commentary? That's weird as fuck. I hope the truth comes out. Innocent, and I intend to set the record straight in the future when I understand better. Taiga informed me that there's a private Hey, I'm still not sure if they're a pedophile or not, but I'm gonna discuss the public image strategy with them going forward. Okay. What?
Basically say these are false.
Charlie has nothing to do with this. This was privately recorded and only on my platform. You were talking to him, and he's in the video that's broadcast. He doesn't have nothing to do with it because it wasn't on his channel. He's still a real human being. You still recorded him. It's still a real recording. You could say, Charlie has nothing to do with this. He didn't know anything about it. I brought it up. He didn't know enough to challenge it. He's not endorsing it. You could say something like that, not... Unless by privately recorded, you mean I was fucking creep-shotting him. What the...
Allegations, and eventually Nux would leave a pinned comment where he addresses several things. First of all, trying to apologize, but also saying that he's aware that Taiga is being investigated by a private investigator who's looking into these claims made against them. This was made about 2 years ago, this pinned comment, and also he said if these allegations were proven to be untrue, he would likely make a follow-up video either with Charlie or somewhere separate, right?
My brain is absolutely fucked into the ground by this. You've gone soft on Nux. Why? He said, quote, I intend to set the record straight in the future when I understand the situation better. Right? You can go hard. You can say he intends to set the record straight. Not, he'll likely do it if it comes out. No, if it comes out, he will.
And you can see the impact of this pinned comment. It only has 169 likes all these years later, but the video itself has 350,000. Too little, too late in many people's eyes, but we also have a public act.
Shotgun blast. Comment has 169 likes, but the video has 349,000. Video has 24,000. You can. I'm nitpicking, but I feel like there's such a fucking clusterfuck of weird things to say. Bizarre presentation. 169 likes, but the video has 349,000 views. I suspect that clearly that comment has been seen far fewer times, you know? A lie's traveled around the world by the time the truth gets its shoes on to chase. Blah, 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 blah. If you're not going to specify views, you want to do apples to apples. 196 likes to 24k likes.
Up with a private apology. He privately apologized to Taiga about this situation. But let's fast forward. So there was an investigation going on.
I'm doing a UN expose. I wish. A strange twist.
And there was a private investigator who is specialized.
Okay. Originally planned to be anonymous, but that decision was changed. And I won't edit the document as it is finalized as of the exoneration of Bungo Taiga.
There was
Bungo Taiga sounds like a character name made up to be in a South Park episode making fun of VTubers.
Investigation going on, and there was a private investigator who is specialized in these sorts of accusations who went in independently and looked at everything going on in the situation. This
What's their name?
Document is still available. You can find it on Twitter if you want
look
to.
at it.
But to sum it up, the private investigator...
Oh, so the independent investigator is the... Sorry, independent investigator Burn 8. Fuck me! Who is this person? Burn 8 on Twitter. Their bio is, I pray for a future where people like me aren't needed anymore. Hey, I investigate things with no support from anyone else or qualifications. Hence, I'm an independent investigator. Is that what we're looking at here? I am extremely underwhelmed by this individual so far. But presumably they will share their credentials in their document when we get around to it. For now, in this Rev video, that individual we were just looking at the Twitter feed of is ostensibly being cited as an authority and expert.
Investigation going on, and there was a private investigator who is specialized in these sorts of accusations who went...
As far as I can tell, it is referring to Burn 8.
Went in independently and looked at everything going on in the situation. This document is still available. You can find it on Twitter if you want to. But to sum it up, the private investigator found that this whole situation...
The private investigator, independent... That's code for some fucking guy on Twitter! What they said can be correct. They're looking into it can be well done. You're trying to beef him up. Private, independent investigator.
Situation was based on unfounded claims. Essentially what happened was, there was 3 individuals who were ex-members of...
I will be keeping my identity anonymous, as many of the actual pedophiles I investigate will stalk and harass anyone I associate with. You cannot lean on this person's credentials and identity when they're anonymous and there's some fucking guy on Twitter. You can say the info's good, you can say what he's written's good, you can say it's accurate and you've checked it. You can't fucking lean on him in terms of his authority as, oh, he's this great fucking independent PI. Stop.
Taiga's community.
I would agree as well, Nicandros. The fucking title is The Exoneration of Bungo Taiga. Even if that would be an accurate characterization of this. Can we talk about this? Because these fucking retards, who post stuff on the internet, don't understand the concept of the appearance of impropriety. It is not enough to merely act properly if you want people to listen to you, and you want to serve the public, and you want to share information that is important, and that people should know, with high stakes. You must also avoid the appearance of impropriety. You must behave in such a way that people will not doubt you, even when you have no reason to be doubted. If you behave sketchily, you undermine the ability of your work to do good, to serve the public interest. Even if you are behaving properly, even if everything you're saying is true, if you look like a fucking freak and you present yourself in a fucked up way that makes you look insanely biased, you are undermining the work itself by increasing the likelihood that people will doubt it. Right? Appearance of impropriety is as important as actual impropriety, and is sometimes worse. If you are suspected of actual impropriety, there is a chance you can prove that that is false. If you have merely generated the appearance of impropriety, the odds that you'll have something solid to point to say any claims are false is much lower because you just look sus. Versus someone saying, for instance, hey, you worked with so-and-so. You might be able to prove that you didn't. Right? If they're just like, you look biased because you've called this the fucking exoneration of Bungo Tiger, what do you counter that with?
Came disgruntled, and also some of them went on to stalk Taiga and came up with this scheme to slander them through all of these false...
Did I hit my head? Or cut myself shaving or something? I just slapped my head in rage. That might be why it's a bit red.
accusations, including... And came up with this scheme to slander them through all of these false accusations, including allegations of grooming. Now, as it turns out, a lot of the evidence was either...
Genius scheme. Genius scheme.
Either completely faked or cropped out of context, or in many cases there was comments being made about fictional characters and they were being framed as comments about real people, and all of this was done to slander Taiga. And as the evidence turns out, he was not guilty of any of these things, and the investigator exonerated Taiga.
The investigator exonerated him. Holy fuck.
It's been a long time. That exoneration came out in 2022. We are now more...
They're referring to it as if it's a fucking court judgment. The exoneration was released on Twitter by BurnBurn8 years ago. He's been exonerated.
More than halfway through 2024, and we haven't heard any...
And you know it's an exoneration, and it carries that weight because the Google Doc is called the exoneration of...
official response from Nux. In fact, the only mention I can find of Nux Taku regarding Taiga came about 6 months ago on the Some Ordinary podcast, where he mentions it about 20 minutes into the podcast, by the way, which was not about Taiga. It was just an offhand remark about false allegations.
Do things, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a past thing. Like, there was the VTuber that was canceled for allegedly doing weird grooming type shit. And
to be fair, alleged, for instance, by you.
And, like, I was in a video.
Okay.
And I was talking about it, and I also alleged that he did that.
Okay.
Close friends of
Not full worm mode today. Not full worm mode today.
mine told me, and I saw, you know, creepy conversations of him talking to kids and or talking about kids and, you know, liking little boys and stuff like that. Who knows if it's a joke, you know? And like I alleged it also because a friend told me.
I alleged it also cause a friend told me. Worm mode activated! Spine removed! I looked. Based on my judgment, I thought it was appropriate to say that apparently he's a pedophile. My judgment. I said it because a friend told me. Not my fault. Not my fault. Jesus Christ.
And I regret it because he you know, I don't know if it's true. He ended up coming back with some sort of response. I don't know, this guy Bungo Taiga, and I apologized to him privately that I even alleged something like that. And like
I privately apologized that I alleged this person is a fucking diddleroid in front of thousands of people.
Because a friend told me. And I believed him.
Muda put out a good
for me,
tweet
that's
last night.
That's the hardest part of this whole thing.
The thing that has bothered a lot of people, including Taiga, is that even all this time later, way after the exoneration has been very well known publicly...
After the exoneration has been very well known publicly, these people just say these fucking sentences and don't immediately kill themselves after. How do they do it?
He still uses terms like allegedly to describe what's going on with Taiga, and also he relies very much on the fact that he privately apologized.
Despite this Twitter user posting a Google Doc in which they refuse to identify themselves, but are leaning on their supposed expertise as an investigator, anonymously, Noxtaku hasn't accepted it as fact. That's correct on his part!
Apologize to Taiga. It's like the get out of jail free card in this situation. However, hearing Taiga's reaction to this clip, it sounds like it's not enough for them. I don't think they're satisfied with a private apology, and one that doesn't even really sound that good to begin with.
This guy Bungo Taiga, and I apologized to him privately that...
Let me be clear. Let me check
Bunghole Tickler.
exactly what he said. If I do a sequel with Charlie, I was planning on it. I'll try to clear the record more publicly. I'll also do more research. Again, I don't know right now, however, I'll try to rectify any extra damage I caused and hope you can accept my apology. This was in December 22nd, 2022. 2022.
2022.
He said he was going to make a sequel video with Moist Critical. Video never came.
That one wasn't guaranteed. In the other comment that Rev was showing on screen, in the other post that he pinned, he said he intends to clear it up, and there was no mention of that being hinged on, or rather that hinging on a collab with Charlie. But it now appears that Rev was referring to whatever this person is talking about while displaying a different comment. The better one to use is the one where he says he intends to clear things up if information comes out. You have him on that one. You have him on that one. There's information out. Forget the appeal to this Twitter fellow's authority. You can say the information in the document is good if you've found it to be as such. The information's out. Nux can see it. He said, should more information come out, he intends to clear things up. You've got him on that. But they can't even fucking do that! Zero competence. Fuck me. This is why you don't help people. Don't fucking do it. Not even fucking once. They don't deserve it. They're too stupid to be helped.
I want to speak briefly about my own experience dealing with Nuxtaku. So about 2 years ago, I made a video covering some very hypocritical statements made by him, where he made this response video shortly after, and you can see the thumbnail. I mean, he's just throwing around these slanderous things left and right, and when, confronted on this whole thing, he basically said because I paraphrased some of the things he was saying in my thumbnail, he had full range to do whatever he wanted in his thumbnail, including saying slanderous things like this that have been used to harass me. But on
this fucking Nux guy went in on this guy with fuck
now, including saying
okay, this is pretty good. I like this. I like this a lot.
Slanderous things like this that have been used to harass me. But on top of that, this video was about his hypocrisy. So
can I have a second? These are some relatively mild he's got the weird Goro one in the middle. Extra weird one, and some, weird on the bottom left. I think the imminent rape thumb is the most like, bro. No one's viewing that as anything but freak shit. But the middle one is pretty freak shit one as well. Right. Let me check something. Okay, so this Rev person, they're clearly like a lolly supporter. I understand why they have a problem with Nux. They apparently like to a lot go, hey, you say you hate lolly, you have a lolly, icon. You say you hate lolly, you've liked this. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking through a ton of this guy's video transcripts. Seems like a regular part of his shtick is, you say
what the fuck is going on? I don't know.
Like this.
I still don't know. It's still not making sense to me. I'm sorry, I'm gonna bail on this. I was hoping I could get some clarification. I guess that's the problem. Like, one of the problems with talking about this stuff on the internet is that you're literally not allowed to show the content that's actually being scrutinized, because you'll get banned if you do. So it's all just about taking people's word for it, which is not sufficient. What an issue. Cringe and contradiction, a DSP story. From Broside Phil. Is this good? I don't know.
I started doing my
Okay, we can take a look at this.
I started doing my walks, my working out, power walking, whatever you want to call it, because just in the last month,
Power walking.
I actually feel tremendously better. Like, I'm gonna give you an
Better?
example. Okay, right now I get up. Look at that. I just jumped up.
Wow, he
No
jumped.
problem. No
He's
pain.
like a.
Everything's good.
It was wow. That was awesome. Did you see that? That was incredible. I can't believe he did that. Send this guy to the Olympics.
Doing it, I actually feel tremendously better. Like, I'm gonna give you
Better?
an example. Okay, right now I get up.
Whoa! It's like that scene in One Punch Man where Geno's like rocket stands up. Hold on, let's see if I can find the difference between these two images. Genos stands up. Famous meme. Which is super badass though. I have to admit. Let's see. Man, when's the fucking manga gonna come back? That's Genos. And here's DSP. Let's see if we can see the difference.
In the last month that I've been doing it, I actually feel tremendously better.
Better?
Like, I'm gonna give you an example. Okay, right now I get up. Look at
Whoa! Let's see. What's the difference again?
tremendously better. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. Okay, right now I get up. Look at that. I just jumped up.
Damn it,
no
I
problem.
play.
No pain. Everything's good. My legs feel healthy. I can easily move around. No problem.
See if we can hear the sound effect at the same time. Better?
Like, I'm gonna give you an example. Okay, right now I get up. Look at that. Just jumped up.
Okay.
No problem. No pain. Everything's good. My legs feel healthy. I can easily move around. No problem.
Incredible. Beautiful. The best standing up scene in anime. It's so great. But yeah, the manga hasn't been updated in months at this point. Feels like it.
To feel better and doing these awful things, or can you finally say, you know what? I'm gonna fess up. I'm gonna apologize for the awful person I've been for the last decade. I'm gonna stop making these mistakes, and I'm gonna move forward positively.
I'm gonna stop making this mistake, which is making fun of someone who's ridiculous.
Appearing on someone else's show. This is my own stream, bringing that amount of attention. And yes, can I be honest? I'm afraid. Why am I afraid? Because I now have a group of people who have newfound interest and respect for me. Wait, what's to say? I've learned over the years that kind of stuff is very.
Turn the volume up.
Well, well, well. Long time, no see. I, of course, know about the Kino and Phil react to June's RTU documentary, and we'll touch on a clip briefly from ex-user at MeowBlocked, but this video isn't going to actually touch on Kino visiting Phil, not that stream. From my streams, you probably know I can have a touch of a short fuse, and I was able to, from their first stream, recognize very quickly that the hosts of Kino Casino are levels of insufferable that I can't fathom. Not in terms that they're doing anything wrong, like Phil per se, but they give me auditory overstimulation to the point that it literally makes me uncomfortable. Maybe it's because I'm older than dirt. Maybe it's because I'm weird. Both are equally likely. Anyway, enough with the intro. Let's hear Phil's sign off from the stream that the Kino boys joined.
One chip left. This is what Rich has left in his life. Now, here's the thing. I would like to say I am a person who believes that people can improve and change for the better, that people can learn from their mistakes.
This is just incredibly mean-spirited.
By June the King, but hearing someone like me talk about this tonight, I'm trying.
Just so wild. Like the fake nice guy act followed by the actual mean guy act. I don't even get what the point was. I guess he thought it was really funny because he doesn't really plan things out. He just has no reading of the room. He just decides what he wants to do and he just does it regardless of if it's actually right in the moment, because he doesn't care about the moment. He's already decided what he wants to do. The moment can fuck itself. Pokemon live action Netflix.
Trying to help this man, okay? I want him to get better. I want things to be better for his family. I want him to make good content. He has one chip left, and he has a chance to turn his life around, but he has to become a better person, and he hasn't. We just saw in that entire thing. He makes the same mistakes. He never admits fault. He always has the same problem. Unless you...
What do you mean he never admits fault? He admits fault just as much as you do, Phil. And the sincerity is equally felt.
Change who you are, you will never improve and get out of this rut, Rich. I know you can't be employed otherwise. That's why you're still doing YouTube. You hate it. That's why you look like...
Okay, DSP, what about you? You can never be deployed or employed. He literally says the other day he can't get a job because of his work gap. How do you have a work gap when you say you have a real job? If you had a real job, you wouldn't have a work gap.
Like this, but you have to change as a person.
Hey, look, it's like I'm part of the stream.
He should say that he's changed as a person, like I do. This is what you need to do, Rich. Every day you do a stream, you need to say that you're trying to change as a person, and then DSP will respect you, because that's what he does, and he thinks he deserves respect for it.
But to quote Adam from the side scrollers, holy shit, Phil, that's rich coming from you. Never admitting fault, blaming others, never changing. Those critiques, though, they could almost be forgiven. Hell, I'm not even saying Phil's wrong there. The obvious retort is that Phil behaves in the exact same way, but that's not why I paused this. Phil had the audacity to critique both Rich's ability to get a job and his looks. That is next level delusion, because he's...
Yeah, that was crazy. DSP was like, you don't see me making fun of people's appearance, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure we can. And then less than 10 seconds later, he says, Rich is probably jealous of me because I have hair and he doesn't. Like, do you not get that that's insulting his appearance? Does he literally not get that? Probably. He probably literally doesn't get it.
he's thinking that he looks better or
I didn't say he's like. Didn't he just during that other rant? Didn't he say he's like a fat bald piece of shit?
in better shape than Rich.
We can look that up.
And his statement also implies that he
I
thinks,
uploaded that on my own
anyway,
channel.
that he could get a job. And I don't know exactly where is Phil getting this notion that he's any better off than Rich. Is Rich carrying more body fat than Phil? Maybe. Odds are that yes he is, but it also depends on how you carry it. I'm not saying Rich lifts or anything, but I also wouldn't be surprised if he's got that old man strength either. Phil's entire persona of being a former bodybuilder or weightlifter, etc., has always been a sore spot for me. So to hear him criticize,
So I know anything about the lore of Borderlands?
on their health, or
very little. I mean, the thing about Borderlands is like the story gets out of your way. Like outside of the premise, I don't really know much beyond that. I played Tales from the Borderlands. That was kind of fun. Kind of. I think it kind of fell apart in the last chapter. It would have been a lot better if it didn't have the last chapter, if it just ended at the second to last one. But like the deeper lore, like the Handsome Jack stuff, I don't know.
or hearing him say that bit that that's why you look the way you do is so black-hearted, toxic, and Karen-esque that I had to say something about it.
Can you do it? Can you stop every day making yourself the victim, eating the edibles to feel better, and doing these awful things? Or can you finally say, you know what?
Doing
I'm
these
gonna fess
awful
up. I'm gonna
things, whatever that
apologize to the
is.
Awful person I've been for the last decade. I'm going to stop making these mistakes, and I'm going to move forward positively. Can you do that?
Move
I know
forward
this is gonna sound weird
positively.
because in order for what I'm about to say to be true, Phil would have to recognize that he's the same person, but I just can't shake the feeling that he's
Where is
trolling
that
us
video?
right now. That he knows he behaves in the exact same way. That he knows he's every bit of terrible, deceitful, cowardly, narcissistic, and victimized as Rich. And that this bit is tongue-in-cheek self-call-out. But again, for this to be true, Phil would have to recognize it in himself. So while I want to think he's trolling, I instead believe what we're seeing here are the effects of self-pignosis over 1.5 decades.
Oh, wait. Oh, one final thing.
Hey, Death
For 10
Clover.
years of you fucking with me
Okay, here it
and
is.
making my life
Private
miserable for your
Q&A.
personal gain, I'm taking your final chip as the king's tax, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
Felted, bitch. Felted.
You're done. Because the thing is, even if I left you this fucking chip, you wouldn't improve your life. You had the chance. You never took an opportunity to improve. You insulated yourself from any criticism, but now you've been exposed. You're done. This is my
You're
chip. And I'm
done.
gonna wear this proudly in my fucking back.
I'm gonna wear this. I mean, I'm not gonna wear it. I'm gonna put it behind me, but you know what I mean.
Wow.
I said this on Twitter, but it bears repeating. That close was the Office levels of cringe. I imagine Steve Carell in a do-rag when he screams, "Felted!" into the camera. Moreover, when he put the chip behind him as a trophy, when I first saw that,
Oh, yep, here it is. DSP doesn't make fun of people's appearance.
Faced fat piece of shit about me. So I want nothing to do with the guy. Seriously, like that guy is such a two-faced fat piece of shit.
A what piece of shit?
Shit about me. So I want nothing to do with the guy. Seriously, like that guy is such a two-faced fat piece of shit.
Oh, he doesn't make fun of people's appearance.
I took a look around my office to the commendations, letters, awards, and other memorabilia of 2 careers, one in law enforcement and one which deals with some aspects of law enforcement, but it's on the private, salesy side. I have some thank yous, some letters, some minor awards of which I was flattered to be told that I had earned when I received them. But I looked at my challenge coin board, and for all of my work mementos, I think those mean the most to me. Why? I mean, they're just pieces of metal from random agencies or people, etc. And the reason is because in order to get a challenge coin, especially from, say, a military unit or a law enforcement office, they must feel almost like some form of indebted to you, or you have to earn it. Yeah, I've got a few that were just gimmies, but I also have some that have stories attached to them. Very personal stories, some of them. And then I look at Phil's office and his trinket of that poker chip. And it's honestly one of the saddest things I think I've seen as a masculine-styled male, because that's the persona that Phil presents as well. And I don't understand how at 42 years of age, the only shining example of your achievements or progress as a contributing...
Someone replied to my comment on that Harmful Opinions video. I was like, fun fact, Taiga is a dark side Phil simp. And someone replied, Taiga watches DSP for the same reason you do. He's literally done streams making fun of his Baldur's Gate 3 gameplay. And I'm like, nah, he gives Phil money. kind of a important distinction, I would think.
Member of society is a poker chip, which you can buy 50 of for probably $5 at Walmart. His entire existence isn't bad like pure evil, but something worse in my eyes. Evil has a drive, a purpose, almost like a force.
Yeah, he's a
behind it,
member.
a reason.
He's a
Phil's existence is
paid-
bad in that
he's
it's
in the paid
meaningless
membership.
and depressing, like his entire life has been. Now, on that note, we're looking at Raw Phil today because holy God, the pre-stream that I saw went to so many places. Now, as I'm recording this, Phil's still ranting, so Christ knows how long this video is actually going to be. But if it gets too out of control, I'll likely bump Phil to 150% from the standard 130% that I do. While I have heard several clips or statements which made me decide to undertake this endeavor, I haven't fully pre-watched this, so it's going to be kind of a surprise. Anyway, wish me luck. Here we go.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the show. Wow, what a show got in store for you today, because, ladies and gentlemen, today is the fallout, the unpacking, the recovery from last night's epic, over 4-hour cooperative react to the June the King
Cringe.
documentary on Review Tech USA over on my DSP Reaction.
He's bitched and moaned so much about the 5 hours that he gave the side scrollers. He gives Kid and Casino 4 hours, and that's cool. It's just difference of 1 hour is all it takes, I guess.
Channel. If you haven't seen it yet, well, you are missing out. It was an epic event, and today on the show, I'm going to tell you all about it, including the fact that it almost didn't happen. Yeah, there was complete last-minute disaster, and we really...
That's all
almost
your
didn't get it
fault.
together. Wow. So,
Because
it's
you
gonna be an
didn't
epic
plan
show
ahead of
today.
time,
Thank you
dipshit.
for joining me for the Level 1 podcast.
No, we are not watching your children's intro, Phil. Thanks, though.
All right, so, everyone, welcome to DSP Gaming and the Level 1 podcast. Today is Monday, the 12th of August, 2024, the day after.
It almost didn't happen because I'm an idiot.
What a
Pretty
night
cool,
last night
huh?
was, right? Over on my DSP React channel, I did a cooperative react to the documentary about Review Tech put out by June the King yesterday. First of all, if you haven't seen it yet, about 90 minutes long, it had, at one point, over 8,000 live viewers watching it when it debuted on YouTube. As of this morning, it has almost hit 500,000 views in 24 hours. That's actually incredibly good performance for this kind of documentary. June has outdone himself with a quality piece of product, and I think that everyone on the internet knows that. And the fact
What
that
about
so many
yours?
people were going to react to it, including myself and Keto Casino, that's really what got people hyped to kind of check it out. And so they did, and I'm very happy for June. I hope that the views continue to skyrocket on that documentary. I strongly recommend you check out the June the King channel on YouTube. Now,
I think what he's trying to do here is set a precedence of praise in the hopes that when he wants to or needs to levy a "don't believe June" type of statement, he can fall back on, "Why would I lie about this? I already told you that June does good work. Oh, but here in this exception, he got it wrong." The only problem with this thought is that June has an established history or pattern of putting out fairly tight work. As of recording this, I don't know of anything that June has aired which was malicious or skewed truth, so I'm guessing that Phil knows that June is going to highlight every inconsistency, lie, or other nugget of truth, as this compulsive liar calls it, and show the very easy logical conclusion one can draw from said nuggets of truth, at least to the point that excuses like, "What's a line app?" won't hold weight. So no matter what Phil does after June airs his documentary, I don't think this ego stroking that Phil is doing is going to better his position.
man, let me tell you guys something. First of all, that was my highest viewed stream of all time. Of all time. Not just
Yeah,
the
a
highest
drama
viewed on DSP Reacts,
stream.
not just the highest viewed stream
So
on DSP Gaming, not just the
the
highest
new
viewed stream on YouTube.
DSP lore, the new DSP lore, whenever you talk about DSP, is that his most profitable stream that he's ever done was a drama stream. Mr. Anti-Drama Phil, most profitable stream was about drama. Good job, Phil. I'm sure you wanted to make that part of your lore.
The most views I've ever received on a live stream. We peaked at about...
And two people from a website nobody's ever heard of had to hand it to him. Like, he didn't even earn it himself. Two other people had to serve it up to him on a silver platter.
I want to say 3,200 viewers. It kind of fluctuated quite a lot, but we were over 3,000 at some point.
Right, you had a high view count, but Phil, I don't think this is the flex that you think it is. I don't know how long Kino has been on Kick, but their clips only go back about a year, so I'm going to give them another 6 months and say 18 months or less. In less than 18 months, these two guys were able to create a channel with 3,000 to 4,000 views per stream, at least as I'm understanding their main Kick page, that's what those numbers show. You've been making your schlock for 16 years, and the only way you can get multi-thousand views is to either be view-botted or invite someone more successful on your show. Which, no shade there. I invite Steve of the Dead and Iviga on as much as humanly possible because I'm a parasite and I obtain my sustenance off their popularity. No, but seriously,
Thank you,
in
Lonely
an
Sully.
effort to grow your channel,
Yeah, the cringe shit was a little too much for me to bear. Oh, the kingly court in his court of throne on his castle in the land of kingdoms with knights and horses with armor and lances and jousting. Okay, dude. All right. Fuck. Just unbelievable cringe.
as much as I don't want to say this, the move was
I was losing it.
Tactically sound. There are sure to be eventual consequences of some type,
With
but overall,
with the peasants and the lords and the royalty, yes, and yes, and the tabards and the horse, yes, okay,
job
all
was
right,
to grow
we get it, bro.
your channel. Congrats, you did something right for once. The blind squirrel found a nut. But in terms of look how awesome I am because of how many viewers I had, this is a bit cringe, bud.
Which is absolutely amazing to have that many live viewers on my stream. Okay, my stream. This is not me appearing on someone else's show. This is my own stream, bringing that amount of attention. And of course,
just barely.
You add all the illegal restreamers. I believe people will
Illegal.
say
Illegal. Illegal. But don't you dare even suggest that he tells people to flag other people's streams. He just calls it illegal, but he wants nothing done about it.
That's pretty darn good. All right, I'm happy for that. Thank you to everyone.
You know yourself when you're hungry? Hey, I got a grocery delivery just before the stream, okay? I'm pretty good on food. I'm actually pretty happy about it.
Who tuned in.
I'm going to have some grocery store sushi for lunch. It's going to be nice. It's been a while since I had that.
I know I just touched on this, but no, I'm not letting that go. The ego is on full display with that my own stream, bringing that amount of attention. Hard pass on that conclusion, Phil. Kino Casino has their viewer base. Since they were going to be on your show, the fans were going to show up to your stream. This isn't because of a sudden spike in your popularity, it's because the Kino fans were present, which again, there is nothing wrong with that. But it's an incredibly poor taste to say, I had this or I had that, when without Kino Casino, you'd have dick. Additionally, the illegal restreamers that you're talking about, take it to court or just shut up about it. No one thinks you're a victim, you spineless hack.
You know, will I ever get attention like that again? I don't know. It's nice, but let me tell you, chaotic. You guys, if you were there live, I know you saw how absolutely insane the chat was moving. It was flying, just flying a mile a minute. You could barely read it. It was all over the place. And of course, let's just address the elephant in the room now. Okay?
Your wife?
Amount of contributions were outstanding. We're over the top insane.
Sniff, sniff.
I know you guys are probably wondering, well, how much did you
I
make
know.
yesterday? Okay? Well, I can only tell you one thing. I made just about $1,000 in tips in one night.
Okay, well, you
Thank
can see the
Whoever
super chats
contributed
too.
yesterday, seriously, thank you so very, very, very much. You
It's
understand
in
how
the
much that's
stream
helped me
summary.
and my business, and I really, really appreciate that. Okay, $1,000 in tips in one freaking stream. That's nuts.
What about the
all
super
right?
chats?
Now, what about everything
Let's
else?
not talk about
What
that.
super chats? What about memberships? There were a ridiculous amount of super chats, and there were a ridiculous amount of memberships gifted to the channel. Okay, how many?
Oh
I
no.
can't tell you.
Yes, you can.
Now, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I'm a transparent guy. I can't tell you because YouTube crashed when the stream ended. The stream had a lot of technical issues. Okay, we're gonna talk about that in a second. How it almost didn't happen, and there were so many viewers and everything. By the end of the stream, as I was trying to shut down the stream, everything locked up and crashed on me. So normally what happens is when you end a stream on YouTube, a summary screen will pop up for you, and it'll say, here's how many viewers you had when it peaked. Here's how many total viewers you had. Here's how much you made in super chats. Here's how many members you gained. It tells you all those statistics live, like right away when the stream ends. I went to do it. The whole thing went bloop, and just like locked up my browser. And then when I went back, you can't see statistics until like a day or two passes. So right now, I go to that video.
So are you
and I
gonna
try to
tell
get a look at
us?
it, and I can't see any analytics on it whatsoever yet. It acts like I made nothing. Now, obviously, I made a ton. We all saw the super chats.
Obviously.
During that event, but I can't see it. I can't see it at all. So I'll know in a few days. It'll take usually YouTube. The longest it'll take is like maybe 3 days, and then you'll get an update. It'll update your analytics, and I'll know from my YouTube Studio app and everything. It'll tell me. I'll be able to take a look. But I did not monetize the stream in regards to ads, so I made $0 in ad revenue. And then as soon as the stream ended, YouTube said, "Oh, it's ad unsuitable anyway because of the content." Now there is literally nothing in there that's ad unsuitable. There's swearing, but swearing is allowed. So I did try to apply to get that fixed up. But FYI, knowing YouTube, they're probably not even gonna look at it for several days. So anyone watching it now, enjoy.
I can pull up like my Christmas stream. There it is. Estimated revenue right there. Revenue. Well, that's, yeah, supers, members. So, sure, Phil, whatever.
Ad free. There may be some ads on the video in the long term, which would obviously be good and help the channel. But sadly, I get nothing on ads whatsoever because YouTube demonetized it. Aren't they nice guys, right?
This rings as such a sleazy flex to me, with of course a caveat of, since I don't know how many super chats I got, please continue to donate, kind of excuse built in. In terms of shouting out super chats or tips or whatever, I don't know what Phil did on his stream. Frankly, I don't care. People have free will to give him money. He capitalized. Good for him.
Yeah,
but
well, I'm going to look down on you if you gave him money.
To say something like, you want to know how good the support was? And boom, he throws on the platinum vest, a hat, and the gunner glasses. And it's just like, it's Freebie Monday. The stream was so well reported, we're not having goals all week. The amount of good faith that would have created with his fans and shock that would have created in the detractor community may have caused that how much we hate DSP gauge to tick back a notch or two. But something tells me the worst is yet to come. But back to reading it off. Why? Like, give a reason. Are you going to get a dishwasher? Are you going to repair the shower? Are you going to take Cat to Japan? That's a really hefty amount of money you've been gifted. Why not tell people where it's going? Why not show them how they helped? Why only say, I have this now? Because what I hear is, thank you for this, that I now have, and you don't. I don't know. I just think it's in poor taste.
So, already, I made a clip. My very first clip from that stream is live on the DSP Reacts channel already. I am going to plan to maybe like once a day make a clip from that stream and try to get it up on the channel. But I want to kind of do it in order. Like, there's maybe 3 or 4 big moments that stood out for me during the React that I want to highlight. The first clip is me revealing the briefcase. If you don't know what the briefcase is, I kind of don't want to spoil. I'd rather that you watch the clip. But it was something that we used over the course of the entire React. And that's an idea I came up with as a result of actually watching some of the Kino Casino streams, because they're always making references to, like, you know, people felting, meaning you ran out of chips at the table, so now you just got felt in front of you because you're out of money. And I was like, dude, perfect idea. When we're going to do a React like this, the person starts out with all their chips, but every time they make a big mistake, that's when they lose them. And just like you're losing a hand at a poker table or at a blackjack table. And so I just did it over the night. It was really good. So check out the clip. Check out the React. It's live over there right now. And I hope that you enjoy it, okay?
Wait, isn't Phil Mr. I'm not a misery broker? Like, isn't he the one who lambasted Keemstar because he only makes money when other people have bad days? You're telling me he bought that little poker set to symbolize rich losing hands at life throughout the React? Wow, what a hypocritical asshole. This doesn't surprise me, yet it does. With all of the evidence out here of him saying, I don't do X or I don't do Y, it surprises me that he's not more careful with his behavior, but then I remember we're talking about Phil, who is a professional victim and compulsive liar, and it makes sense again.
So good stuff all around. I want to say thank you to the Kino Casino guys. Obviously, if I just done the React for myself, I probably would have brought in maybe 600-700 viewers, because drama, so more people would have come. I would have never broken 3,000 viewers. I wouldn't have made insane amounts of support like I made at all. So I'm incredibly grateful for that. All right. Pretty awesome, actually.
So yes, I'll eat a little bit of crow here. He finally addresses the fact that without Kino Casino, he wouldn't have drawn the amount of people that he did, and he's grateful for it. But this really seems like an afterthought. Like he knew he'd eventually have to recognize Kino, but decided to flex as to how awesome he was first. So while I'm okay admitting I was wrong that he never gave a shout out to Kino, I still think the critique of his initial statements are valid, and the fact that his gratitude was an afterthought to his flex of how awesome I am tells us what he really thinks about how that stream went.
Oh, and by the way, just so you guys know, today, we might have some newcomers on the stream. I don't know how many newcomers will be here today or not. If you are here and you're a newcomer, FYI, I shout out all contributions at the end of the podcast. The last like half hour or so. So if you contribute, thank you in advance. I really appreciate it. This is a normal day for me now. So my goal is to hit $50 on any given stream. That includes this podcast, and then we're gonna head over and do my reaction on my reaction.
Dude, like, drop the goal for a little while. Give people a fucking break.
Initial estimates are that across all forms of income, he made well over $4,000 last night. $4,000. That's a month of $25 an hour in one stream. And the reward you plebs get?
Money, please.
Side note, this is already going to be a long video, so I'm cutting a bit about some technical difficulties that Phil had with bit rates and cameras. When we join Phil again, he's pretending someone asked him why he didn't know about a default setting in Discord.
Now you might say, well, Phil, why didn't you know this ahead of time? Because I don't use Discord. This is what I've told you guys over the years.
Yes, you do.
I really, actually don't use Discord. All right? The only thing I ever use it for is to chat with my moderators. That's it. I don't use it at all. So because of that, I don't have experience with these checks and these fucking things. I don't know what's going on. Okay? Now, Phil, why didn't you test this and set it up before the stream? No, I did. Remember? The night before, I did try to test it. It wasn't working. That's why I was going to have Andy run the call. But who knew that this hardware acceleration was going to make it impossible for me just to have a Discord call on the screen while I tried to broadcast. Who would have thought? No one would have thought that, right? So all I did, okay, I unchecked hardware acceleration, turned the stream on, everything's beautiful. Stream's great quality, smooth, everyone's loving it. Like, dude, we just wasted a half an hour on this dumb shit because some fucking nerd that works for Discord put a hardware acceleration slider on
Some
by default.
fucking nerd.
That shit pisses me off.
That nerd made something that you would have been completely
you have an option like that.
incapable of doing this without it.
Actively choose to turn on, not turn it on by default. Fuck your system up, and we have to fix it. We're the end user. We don't need to be fucked over by your dumb shit.
Wah,
Oh,
wah,
look, Phil's a
wah.
victim. Whoever could have seen this coming? After watching Phil set up his PC, which, by the way, 0 of 10, do not recommend, if you work in the tech industry, it's pathetic, depressing, infuriating, and boring all at the same time. But if you've watched it, you know, Phil has no troubleshooting skills. Well, or if he does, he has the troubleshooting skills of a 95-year-old Alzheimer's patient. Google Foo isn't a thing for this child, so unless it works flawlessly at all times in a PC, which has God knows how many hardware, software, and configuration variables in them per person in the world, yeah, unless it runs flawlessly for Phil, the person who coded it is an idiot. Not the 42-year-old infant who can't think or cook for himself. No. It's definitely someone else's fault.
Anyway, where is it?
Anyway.
You gotta go to your settings. It's video and voice, and it's in there. It's actually a check thing. I think it's under advanced, and it says hardware acceleration. If you turn it off, your video will look fine, your audio will sound fine, and by the way, it won't destroy your fucking system. Like, what? Because also, Kamaru, in life, if you pussyfoot around and you don't talk real, then people get away with idiocy. Okay? The reason that people actually say, oh, I fucked up and now I should learn from my mistakes is because people call them out for them. All right? It's insanely fucking stupid to have this option in an app and have it on by default. Turn it off and let me enable it if I want it. You want to know where else it is in? OBS. In OBS, the same exact thing happens. If you take a look, in OBS settings for browsers, I think it is. Oh, I know what it's for. It's for this. And this is not a real animation right now for contribution, but it's for this. For example, when I play an animation on my stream like this, right? There's an option in OBS that says use hardware acceleration to make it look better. Now, does that look bad? No, that animation looked great, right? Guess what? No hardware acceleration. Because it doesn't do anything. It's worthless. Every app has this and has it on by default, and it does nothing. Whoever invented it, fucking stop.
Yes, it
Stop.
does.
Stop fucking with people. Turn it off. No one needs it. No one wants it. Nobody cares. Okay?
You're an idiot.
I think similarly to Phil, but not as egotistically. I am a firm believer in calling out bad design or flaws in software and what have you, but I'm not so egotistical to think that I even know what hardware acceleration does for, say, animations or audio-video software. Also, why does Phil think he's an authority on everything? Why does he think companies are putting in hardware acceleration options? Does he honestly believe no one uses the feature? Does he think that someone is writing lines of code just to mess with him? Well, of course he believes that. Phil thinks he's the main character, but irrespective, my company recently hired a new C-level executive who decades ago was in sales, but he had a quote from his sales days that he shared with me recently, which has stuck with me ever since. Quote, "Sometimes it's better to be nice than right," end quote. Not to say that you only need to be nice, but Phil could benefit from understanding this phrase. I know I needed to learn what it meant, and if you're confused, basically what it's saying is, I could be technically correct, but talk to you about a shortcoming in a smug, superior way, and it would have the same data that me being nice to you about that same shortcoming would have. But if I'm nice, you're much more likely to be open to the feedback and not shut down as fast. Anyway, too long, didn't read or didn't listen. Phil is a vile human and should be exiled from populated areas.
Now. So once the representation done, which took a half an hour, we finally got the React going, okay? Now. I really had a great time, okay? And listen, here's the thing. These guys at Kino Casino are constantly praising me on purpose. It's two reasons, okay? Number one, because it's funny. It's funny to see someone, after all the abuse I've taken over all these years, from everyone on the internet, right?
So much abuse. People making fun of you is abuse.
You all know I know I'm not above reproach.
If people making fun of you is abuse, does that make the people at Kino Casino abusers? Because they make fun of people too. Oh, let's not think about that. Our bubble of lack of self-awareness extends to the people in my inner circle.
I know I'm a flawed individual. I've made many mistakes. To see them do the opposite.
Nobody ever accuses you of being flawless.
And having a good time with it and laughing at it, correct?
Correct? Right?
So there you go. That's number one, okay? Number two, all right?
Right?
What's happening is, because these guys are praising me so much and being nice to me, it is making all of the communities of cult-like sickos who have focused around shitting on me for 10 years freak out. It's making these communities be exposed for being these spurging losers who are just, oh, I can't take it. I don't get it. For 10 years, we got away with him. But now people like him. I don't get it. And they sound
We're
just
making
like,
fun of people with Asperger's now?
"Ooh," that's actually what I recorded that last night. And I
Really being uncharacteristic.
Anyway, that's exactly how they sound.
Thanks
how
to
they
these
act, and
people.
their communities are imploding. Okay, imploding.
Boy, I gotta press X to doubt on that one, but I also wanted to draw attention to a few things. Number one, I don't know of anyone imploding. I mean, if someone does, can I get a link or something?
Rich?
If anyone lashes out due to Phil's actions, it's me, but even I don't think I'm imploding. Who knows? Maybe I am. Two, I'm unsure of who he was mimicking with that Valley Girl-styled imitation, although the feminine nature of the voice fit Filbert quite well.
What has he been doing?
Number three, the joke isn't that people have been crapping on you, so now the opposite is funny. It's the you actually think they like you aspect that's funny. If I had to guess, Phil, I'd say they're laughing at you, not with you. And then fourth, that's how they sound and act? Little man, you've never been on my stream. You've never met me or Duty, Snorthogan, Snort Burnell, Vega, Detractor Beam, Taken L's, or TBS. I mean, at least to my knowledge. So how do you know how we sound and act? Seems like heavy copium coming off the guy, which is to be expected because how could one survive in Phil's life without an industrial supply of that shit?
Because they can't handle the fact that people are actually enjoying content with me in it rather than making fun of it. They can't believe that there's people out there that don't just want to make a buck on making fun of me, okay? And here's the thing.
You're not the entertaining aspect of it. It's making fun of Rich. That's the core of it. But, of course, he doesn't get it.
This is the funny part.
If you didn't have the documentary making fun of Rich, there would be no reason for the three of you to even be in the same stream together. But okay.
It's good content. It's funny.
Literally no self-awareness.
And we all understand it's a joke. Do those
How can a narcissist have such little self-awareness? I guess that's common.
guys, are they in love with me? No.
How are you in love with yourself, but you don't even know yourself? I guess that's how you're in love with yourself, because ignorance is bliss? I don't know. Get a psychiatrist in here.
Oh, they're not. But I'm also not. I know that I'm a flawed dude. I know that what they're doing is a joke.
Again, all this shit over and over again. I'm not perfect. I'm a flawed dude. Okay, well, who accused you of being perfect? Who accused you of being flawless? Who are you reacting to? Who are you debunking? No shit. You don't get points for saying you have flaws.
Funny shit, right? It's entertainment. It works.
Wow, I'm so impressed. He admits he has flaws. What a down-to-earth guy. No one else admits they have flaws.
Content is what we all want to put out. We want to put out entertaining content for everybody. So instead of doing what everyone else has done for the last decade, do the opposite and profit and make good content that people actually want to watch instead of the 4 millionth piece of content that just shits on Darkside Phil and ruins his life and business, right? So it's working.
Ruins his life. Making fun of him ruins his life. Okay. But you're all supposed to stop making fun of him. If you don't like him, then just stop making fun of him. He says making fun of him ruins his life. So if you want to ruin his life, I guess keep making fun of him. That's very smart, Phil. That's a really good challenge to throw out there.
It's actually working, and I'm excited. The
It's
future,
working?
This is just the beginning. I'm not
It was
saying that
one
all my
night,
content is changing
bro.
to React content,
Literally
co-op
one
content
night.
with stuff like that. It's not. I've already said publicly, and I said this to them again last night. The reason it's working right now, okay? The reason it's working right now is because it's outside of the ordinary. Okay? If it becomes ordinary for me to be part of that content, it's not special anymore. So if I'm gonna do stuff like this, and I do it maybe like once a month, every couple weeks or something, I jump on a show and I say hello or something like that.
The fuck are you talking about, retard? There isn't going to be a June the King documentary on Rich Review Tech every month, dipshit. You have no reason to go back. Fucking douchebag idiot.
Yeah, that's better.
But keep hoping for it. Keep ruining your own expectations by overestimating them.
Than me being a regular or a co-host or a major
fucking
part. Like,
retard.
Dude, that was so good. Why don't you immediately do another react with those guys? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's the opposite of what you would want to do, because then there's no build up, there's no excitement, there's no anticipation, and you're giving too much of the same right away. You want to base that out, you want to stretch it out, so now it's special when we get back to doing it again, correct? That's how I feel anyway, and I think they agree with me. So
no, they don't.
So
you can think whatever you want, though.
People like it.
As
My
wrong
channel's
as it
good.
is.
Notice we got way more views. We got people checking out things like the clips and stuff that I'm doing on the channel now, which is amazing. Here, I'm literally just doing my content, and I'm getting so much engagement. I'm getting tons of great comments on all of my videos. I'm getting likes on all of my videos. It's all the things I used to have.
You know, one of the most cringe moments of that night was PPP saying, "Oh, you've been the victim of such bad luck." Fucking bad luck? This guy has had extraordinary luck. What the fuck is the bad luck? Can we get some fucking examples of this? Toxic Ludwig, sure. It's too early to drink.
Back when I was popular on YouTube, it's happening again.
Bad luck. This poor guy, the victim of bad luck. Give me a fucking break. The bad luck.
When you think about that, I was a big YouTuber at one point. I really was. I mean, the evidence is there. You can go back and see. I used to get 10 million views a month on YouTube at one point. Okay? It's insane. Today, I don't pull in 1 million views. I get like 500,000 views. Okay? But to see that there's renewed...
Yeah, that's called a decade of failure. That's what people say when you're a dying channel. Like Rich Review Tech made a video about your channel dying. That's what he was referring to. When you're like, what are you talking about? Dying? What the fuck are you talking about? That's what he was talking about. This thing that you're admitting right now, dumbass.
Interest in my content that people are like, wait a minute. So he doesn't actually suck? His stuff actually is
He
kind
does
of
suck.
entertaining. Let me check him out. And people are checking me out for the first time and say, oh my god, he actually is pretty good. I'm not saying I'm the best
No, they're
content creator
not.
out there, dude. I'm not. I know I'm not. But
No one
I
says
think
you
I have a
are.
decent show every day, whether it's the podcast or me playing some games or doing some other stuff, whatever it is. I think there's a reason I've had an audience for 16 years, and it's not just people who are making fun of me. It's legit people who actually like my stuff. You understand? So,
No. I'm pretty sure the detractor channels are also getting a boost in views because we actually make entertaining content. So any view that you receive additionally is at least 2 views for the content making fun of you because it's much more worth watching. So thanks. Big ups.
This is now a crazy cool renaissance, honestly.
I know I let him cook for quite some time there, but I wanted you all to get a real full picture of just how hard he's sucking himself off. Talking about how
He's a
big he
public
used to be and
masturbator
how
in so many
essentially it wasn't
ways.
his fault in the slightest for his fall from grace is a history rewrite I would have expected from World War II if it was won by the man with the little mustache. This ties back to the original clip where he attacked Rich for not taking responsibility for his actions and never changing. Here we see Phil doing the exact same thing, and what's worst is that he doesn't realize it. What's most surprising about all this is how oblivious he is to the mockery he's getting and his constant need to be a victim. The only thing more confusing to me than DSP's success is his ability to be perfectly happy, almost in perfect equilibrium with being a victim 100% of the time. Now, that being said, big ups of course, this video is it's dragging, and we're not hitting the juicy shit that I want to, so we may skip a few bits to get to the good shit.
I know that sounds like a joke, but it really is. It's like, last night, alright, I got out of this office late, and, you know, we had to go to sleep early because my wife had to go to work very early today.
You know.
Last night, I just went to sleep. I woke up this morning, and I was like, I feel different. In a good way. Alright? The reason I feel different is because this is the first time in about 10 years that I feel like people are finally here to laugh with me instead of laugh at me. And people are here to have a good time with me and genuinely are enjoying the content. And it's hard for me to believe that.
Guaranteed
This has been 10 years,
disappointment.
guys. 10 years of ridicule, 10 years of me being the whipping boy of the internet, everyone saying I suck and I'm a bad person, all these awful things about me and my family and my business and everything. And to have that
Nothing has changed, but it's funny that he thinks it has because it's just all these high expectations are just going to come tumbling down.
flip now and to see people actually coming back with renewed interest and
No, they're not. Get over yourself, bro. You were the butt of the joke. Even in this moment where you think that people are turning around and thinking you're so great and entertaining, you were still the butt of the joke.
liking who I am and what I'm doing and saying, hey, it's good.
So
Here, we'll
ridiculous.
support it because we actually appreciate you. It's crazy. Not to say that I haven't had that, but I've had it from a core audience. Do you understand? A core audience of people. That's, you know.
Yeah, people I don't give a fuck about. All the stupid dents that I pignatized and I've drained their wallets. You don't matter to me. What matters to me is this new audience of crypto racists. Fucking drama bros.
It's great to have, and that's why I survived 16 years. But to have new people coming in who previously would never give me a fair shake and finally giving me the fair shake and saying, okay, actually, it's pretty cool. I'm going to hang out and watch it once in a while.
No, they
That's
don't.
nice. And, you know, that's all I ask. You don't have to be here for every stream. You don't have to like every piece of content I put out. I do a ton.
You just have to
There's so many
hit
different
my
kinds of games,
daily
podcasts,
goal.
reaction shows,
Every
reviews today,
stream,
retro
twice a
content, my
day.
throwback channel. Everything is a little different. It's a little bit of something for everyone.
That's all you have
right?
to do.
I work 6 days a week. I'm here 6 days full time.
It's not
and
impressive.
I do so much content that I think I could appeal to.
You
a
don't
very
do
wide
literally
audience,
anything
broad audience,
else.
depending on, you know, what your interests are. And I hope that you would check out my stuff. At least, you know, take a look at this stream, that stream. Maybe you'll find something you like. Or
Maybe if you actually did something else, then the hours you put in streaming would be
Eventually what'll happen,
impressive.
Phil, is you'll go on one of your toxic tirades,
Fucking
or you'll
dork.
beg for money after getting $4,000, or you'll be racist, sexist, homophobic, or God knows what else, and then those who came to chill with you will leave. 5 days later, you'll say that you're a changed person, that people can't hold your past against you, and that anyone who does is being unfair. You'll cry victim some more, throw some kind of marathon to make up for all the tips you blew on WWE champions. Lest we forget that while you're making your hack content, you'll be stuffing Cat's face with DoorDash until they have to chop off a leg because of the diabetes. But hey, pop off, man. You had a good stream last night. It changes nothing about your character or your integrity, but hey, yay, money!
The only thing right now that's putting a damper. The only thing that's dampening, no, the only thing that's bringing this down, there's a word, I can't think of the word because I'm stupid.
ADD.
There's something that's nagging in the back of my head, and I think you guys know what it is. It's the upcoming June the King documentary on me. Because it's 4 hours long. This thing's gonna be insane. This thing's gonna be so in-depth that you know it's gonna cover every little thing that I've done over the years. You know, 4 hours, can you imagine how much is going to be squeezed into that react?
So the way June the King works is he's going to drop the release date of the DSP documentary, and we're going to have like 3 or 4 days probably to organize and prepare. I'm hoping we can set something up. It would be nice if it would be like me, Anley, Dingus, Snood, Indrid, maybe 1 or 2 people from That Being Said. Like, I want like plenty of people to be able to react to this. That'd be cool. Maybe do it on the most popular channel among us. And I'm not expecting like $5,000, but that would be funny, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be funny if we made more money than DSP did reacting to his documentary? But that's asking for a lot.
And the funny part is,
not expecting that. See, Phil, that's how you actually maintain happiness. You don't have unrealistic, ridiculous expectations. You just have hopes with the knowledge that it probably won't happen. Because if it does happen, then it's an unexpected good thing that happens. But you expect the normal thing to happen, and you probably won't be disappointed.
people are already saying.
But it'd be nice. I don't know. I get the feeling Anley's a little bit burnt out. I can completely understand. But I don't know. I want there to be like a community coming together to just sort of wash away this false impression that we're all imploding. We're not imploding. We're just more sectioned off, which is a good thing. It's very anti-SOK. We're not one unified monolith community. We have our own things going, and they're independent. They're separate from each other. They're more, it's similar to like redundant systems in computing. Like one system can fail without the entire system collapsing. And that's safe. It's a safe way of going about things. And we can collaborate and can join at any moment. And then at the end of it, separate back into their own redundant systems. I don't want to say redundant as like a pejorative, but you know what I'm saying.
Bill, are you going to do a co-op commentary on your own Reactor Kino Casino? It's literally not even feasible. It's 4 hours long. For me to just comment on it, like take a look. Hour and a half Rich documentary. It took us over 4 hours to get through it. 4 hour documentary, no exaggeration. That's probably going to be like a 10-hour react.
Of course I'm not going to do it. Hey, Phil, maybe if you didn't have your stupid fucking long-winded gimmicks, you'd be able to fit it in.
Not longer. So just so you guys know, because many of you...
And your fucking tangents and your asides, talking about things that literally don't fucking matter. Literally being incapable of understanding jokes. And needing Tardsky to explain the joke to you, that could save some time.
You I know again are new, you've only just started coming by in the past couple of weeks. The way that I'm planning to tackle my own documentary is I can't sacrifice all of my normal content for the react. I know a lot of people want me to. They're like, dude, clear your schedule. When your documentary comes out, just react to it for 3 days straight. You got to understand something. I'm here because of my core audience, the people who have supported me day in, day out for 16 years. They want to see me play all the new hot releases coming out, and it starts in just a week. In 1 week is Black Myth Wukong. Right after that, there's Star Wars Outlaws. There's the upcoming Black Ops.
Oh boy, Star Wars Outlaws. People are going to fill the seats for that.
At 120 hertz, and people want to see me play it and see how it performs, but see how I do now. This is all stuff my audience has been hotly anticipating. Okay, I can't just drop everything and clear my schedule to react to the June the King documentary in full. So here's how I'm going to attack it. All right, game streams, meaning this stream right now will be a podcast and gameplay. So let's say Black Myth Wukong comes out, but then a day into it, my documentary drops. Okay, so it's going to be podcast, gameplay on the first stream, break. My night stream will be exclusively reacting to this documentary. Okay?
Would it be funny that this shit goes so badly for him that it basically negates all the money that he's gotten during the other streams? Just night stream after night stream of just low support. But I don't know. The Kino Dents will probably carry him on for a little while now because they're fucking stupid idiots.
We're splitting it half and half, and I'm not really neglecting.
They have less... You can give them less credit than DSP's own fan base. DSP's own fan base, you can assume, believes everything that he says, that he's not blowing his money on WWE champions. If you come from the Kino Casino side of things, you already know that he blows all of his money and you're still giving him money, you get even less credit than DSP's own audience. How fucking embarrassing is that? Should be ashamed of yourselves.
Stuff, okay?
Instead, we're all just gonna make fun of you. We're all gonna point and laugh at you. And any insult you throw back our way has no impact because you're fucking dumb.
And so that's how I'm gonna attack it. But here's the thing: I can't do that with those guys. I can't. My night streams are 2-3 hours tops. I can't go super
Pieces
late.
of
My wife
shit.
has work. I want to spend time with her every night. And this is something I will say this: out of the entire night last night, okay, the only time that I felt uncomfortable or pressured is because those guys were absolutely adamant.
Fucking bohepans, fucking
in that setting, and they're even saying they're pressuring me like, dude, you spent a lot of money to stick around. I'm like, guys, you gotta understand something.
and their editor. You can argue, oh well, it's not Ashton and PPP who gave him money. Their editor Flaked did. So it's money out of their pockets. Go fuck yourselves. You're so dumb. You've been manipulated by Darkside Phil. Let that sink in. Phil Burnell fooled you. That's how dumb you are. It is impossible to be insulted by these people. They are below the minimum threshold required to insult anybody.
Someone could literally hand me $1 million fucking right now. I didn't say this to them, but this is what's going through my mind. Someone could hand me $1 million right now on stream, and I would still say I have to go because my wife is more important. You understand?
She was already
Money is just
asleep.
fleeting. Having a relationship with someone you truly love is more important to me.
I know he thinks he's being super romantic and honorable, that I want to spend time with my wife, but if anything, this comes off as a cop-out in order to get away from social obligations or responsibilities that come with content creation. The $1 million or $4,000 from last night should allow Phil to take a day off. He only asks for $100 in total via the Tier 1 tips goal, so Phil's made 10 nights worth of tips. If spending time with his wife was really so important, he just doesn't need to stream for one day and he can spend the day with her. Saying you have to end a stream because you must spend time with or even want to spend time with your wife doesn't allow Phil to recognize the situation for what it is. Having a relationship or partnership where your significant other has enough trust, faith, or love that they know whatever action you're choosing to do, it's in the best interests of the relationship, that's real love, not a forced daily hangout session. This really highlights his misunderstandings of romantic relationships, friendships, employment relationships, customer relationships, or really any other kind of relationships. All are seen as transactional to him. If I perform X, I am entitled to Y. And that's a really toxic way to look at people, especially those you care about. Ket shouldn't be a commodity or asset or pet that you have to hit your attention quota for. It should be a dynamic relationship based on trust, love, and understanding. You know, like it was with Panda. The love one must feel when they hear, just throw her a pill.
I know for a fact, when this comes out, there's shit that I've done over the years that, number one, no one's really talked about in a documentary. My Street Fighter years and shit. No.
Wait, hold on. So there are things that you've hid from people? There's things about your past that you haven't talked about? I thought you were so transparent. I thought you learned from your past and you atoned and you've grown better. How can you learn from your past, atone, and grow better if you've never even revealed that it ever happened? Or even know that it happened? You probably forgot, you fucking alcoholic.
Nobody knows.
Dimwit, midwit moron.
About that, and they're gonna see that, and they're gonna be like, wow, he was an asshole. Now, I think
So thanks for admitting that you've been hiding shit. Fucking scumbag.
a lot of people will just laugh about it, but the thing is, you're dredging up stuff that literally is so outdated, has nothing to do with who I am, and that was pre-YouTube.
It is literally you. It is not a different person. Shit. He acts like he's a fucking born-again evangelist. You're the same person. If anything, you're worse than the person you were before because you're so much more smug than you were back then.
That was a life ago, right? And I've already apologized.
Wrong.
My ass about it, saying I really regret how I acted back then. The other thing...
That was a lifetime ago, right? No, it wasn't.
The other part of it is going to be dredging up things about my ex, which, again, that's another past part of my life that I don't even talk about.
I don't even talk about because, like, whenever I don't like someone, I pretend that they don't exist. I pretend like I don't know who they are. That's the way I really feel like I'm above people. I'm like, I don't even know who this person is. Except for, when I talk to them and, had a conversation with them and talk about them on the stream. I don't know anything about them. Pretty cool, huh?
Married, and I'm going to bring up stuff about my ex and stuff, and it's going to be a big part.
That's a good point, Suburban High. Phil didn't change, YouTube's TOS did. That's an important thing to keep in mind. He would have only gotten worse.
Part of the documentary because...
as he has.
When I was with my ex, that was a lot of reasons why a lot of people started...
What was her name, Phil? Say her name.
hate on me. They said I changed and instead I was making content with her and my content was changing. They didn't like that. They didn't like her and her personality, right? It was a big thing. And
Used to think DAP was a whiny brat. Then Kino made me realize he's a good dude that'd be fun to chill with. F Review Tech USA for constantly writing Phil. Thanks, retard. Who's DAP? I don't know. Who the fuck is DAP?
Sorry to interject, but just pay attention to this whole
You
idea of
dimwit.
don't judge me based off my past. I've changed, so you can't hold it.
I used to think him bad. Kino Casino make me think him good. Uh-huh.
Against me styled argument he's making. It's going to come up later.
I know that that's going to be something that we have to now drag through the mud again. I don't want to drag that through the mud again, but we have to. We have to go there, right? That's part of my history. And like I said, the last several years with this stupid financial shit and bankruptcy shit and mobile game shit, I'm so exhausted with it already. I'm completely exhausted. Because here's the thing. You want to talk about my Street Fighter days? No one's really talked about it yet. For me, that'll actually be kind of refreshing to talk about something new from my past.
Yeah, about how you, like, threatened to kill people. How you said you would go to their house and beat them up if you ever saw them. You're gonna rip their heads off and shit down their neck like a fucking great value Duke Nukem. You really want people to be interested in all that? Okay, sure. Cool. You measuring your dick? Whipping your dick out in a fucking Discord call? Like some fucking degenerate pervert? Yeah, okay. Let's talk about that.
And try to give my perspective and clear the air about certain things. That's new content to cover, right? But to have to go through the dirty laundry of my ex.
Oh, wait. You want me to be hard? Okay, hold on. Like, what the fuck?
And talk about this shit about fighting.
The Incel Manifesto. Yeah, one can hope. One can hope. I'm sure if it's not in the documentary, the people reacting to the documentary can bring it up.
Shit I've already talked about a million times, right? It's going to be incredibly stressful. It's going to be draining. I'm going to feel like a fighter who's already gone 10 rounds. And now they said, oh, by the way, time for another 10 fucking bonus rounds.
Boo-hoo! Hey, Phil. Remember all that shit about the spotlight being turned against Rich Review Tech? Now it's your turn.
Even though you got through it, the fight continues. Like, when does the fight end?
When you die.
Right? When does my time to stop having to respond to this fucking toxic shit about me end?
When you die. It's gonna be the rest of your life. Fucking cursed idiot.
Can I just enjoy my life?
You can have all this go away the second you tell the truth, face the consequences for your actions, and beg for forgiveness from those you wronged. And even then, it's still going to be a fight. Oh, that reminds me, never draw an analogy to a fight ever again. You don't know the first thing about them, exhaustion, or anything of the sort. And to hear that escape your pansy-ass lips is disrespectful to all men and women in combat sports. Shame on you. But yeah, Phil, there is no statute of limitations on the hate your behavior has caused. We're all going to remember. We're all going to warn people about who you are, how you behave, and the toxic nature that is Phil Burnell. And we do it because it's the right thing to do. You want to escape and to live your life consequence-free because you're a shameless coward with no backbone or an honorable bone in your body. Until you actually grow a pair, admit what you did, and show you're ready for the full brunt of the consequences, you'll be seen as a worthless craven, and justifiably so.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like,
No, I don't, Phil. You want us all to be ashamed that we're a loosely knit group of people of diverse backgrounds and ideologies, unified by the mind-bending concept that being a hypocrite is bad. Yeah, we're all supposed to be so ashamed by that.
Why do I have to constantly keep responding to the toxicity, negativity, and the dumb shit people say about me? Why can't I just say,
The
hey,
dumb
let's
shit.
talk about today and the future? Because it's all that shit.
Because you don't get to control how people talk to you and talk about you. You narcissistic halfwit.
In the past, I'm not, all that stuff. Just forget it all. You know what I'm saying? But no.
No, you don't get to tell people that. You don't get to dictate reality, you absolute lunatic. This guy is so, like, borderline schizo. He's so schizotypal. There are many lolcows who literally think they're the second coming of Christ, that they have, like, God's blood, all that shit. If you look around the lolcow pantheon, pardon the expression, the lolcow landscape, you'll find lolcows who are literally insane. Who actually think they've descended from heaven. Not figuratively, they literally think they've descended from heaven.
I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm
DSP is close to that. Not quite, but thinking he is a deity or is not that far off from thinking he's royalty, which is what he does think. Because royalty thought they were divinely protected too. So it's not a whole lot of difference there. But it's getting close. And it's getting closer.
We've got to do it again. We're doing it again. We're going through it again. And everyone's going to want to see me react to this documentary. Everyone. It's like the biggest thing right now is that because I just did the rich one. Now everyone wants to see me react to my own.
Why didn't you react to the Turkey Tom documentary then? Strange.
It's a lot, let me put it this way. It's a lot of pressure. Okay?
Oh, so much pressure. Oh, look at him. The poor baby boy. Feel sorry for him.
Usually pressure's not a big deal for me. But in this case...
Usually pressure's not a big deal for me. Okay, react to the Turkey Tom documentary then.
It's going to be. I'm tired of being beat up. I really am. Like, I'm getting to a right now where I just, like, I don't care about it. So that's why I don't talk about it. But now I have to talk about it. Again.
I'm tired of being beaten up, you guys.
You know, I just had enough of it.
People accurately representing my life and history, that's equivalent to beating me up. Get over it. What? All this shit about how Rich Review Tech needs to get over it, and this is just his turn in the spotlight, and it's justice for the things he's done. Now it's on you, and you're like, I'm tired of getting beaten up. I'm tired. I wish I could just tell people to get over it, but they don't listen to me.
But I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, man up. All that dumb shit.
I'm gonna man up and I'm gonna do it. But I know it's
I'm gonna man up. You're not manning up. You're crying. This is not manning up.
just gonna be so stressful, you know? Plus, I'm gonna be playing new challenging video games in the first stream, and then I have to come get beat up on my way
man, and the video games are so hard too. I have to play super duper hard video games, and then I have to listen to someone who's making fun of me.
You know?
You know. Well, Jesus Christ, this changes everything, guys. He's going to be playing challenging video games and then having to justify all the horrible shit he voluntarily did in the past. How terrible for poor victim Phil. I'm going to go ask my old combat veteran buddies if they want to meet a real hero. I mean, all they did was kick doors in hostile environments during a time of war. They don't know about the true stressors of life, like challenging video games. Someone get Phil a trophy. He's built different. Sarcasm aside, and I know I've asked a similar question like this already, but how can he think that saying this shit is normal? How can he think that people identify with his stressors, which are literally what people do or play to unwind from actual stressors? And in regards to his past, if he's brought it up over and over and over, then why is he worried? Just point back to what you said about it already and... Oh, mayhaps are we worried that June found ways to prove you're a lying sack of shit and now you're going to have to explain yourself? Because if he did find absolute conclusive proof, you know, like I did, that you're lying about anything, I hope...
It's fine, it's fine, only slowly. I mess up when I'm emotional as well.
Hope the hammer of vengeance strikes you so hard you get sent to the core of the earth.
And yes.
Like, he hasn't even begun to suffer. So many people his age have had to deal with losing one or both of their parents, and he hasn't had to deal with that. There is a world of suffering coming his way. It's ridiculous. I know it's grim. It's grim to talk about, but he just doesn't get it. He doesn't realize that the average person his age has had to deal with so much more hardship and pain and suffering. Like, this shit almost makes me feel sorry for Rich Review Tech. Because Rich Review Tech has to deal with the guilt and anguish of being at least partially responsible for blinding his own daughter. Like, that has to make you feel so guilty and so ashamed of yourself. But we're not going to take any of that into account. We're just going to say, oh, you have a chance to turn your life around, Rich. Actually, no, you don't. Because I took your last chip and it's mine now. It's, what the fuck? Dude. Like, have some empathy, but of course he doesn't. He has a condition that reduces his capacity for empathy. And that doesn't mean if you have that condition, you don't have empathy. You just have to be aware of it so you can actually correct for it. What's Pippa saying? What's Pip up to? Rare Government W. A rare Government W. The White House has proposed a new law requiring that subscription services like gym memberships can be canceled with a single click. It also proposes that banks and credit card companies allow customers to speak to a real human instead of chatbots. What is this image for? What is this? Why did we include this image? Okay. It's all just, trying to appeal to the lifelong poor, which is a big proportion of Democrat voter base. You love appealing to people who pretend like they don't know how credit cards work.
Can I be honest? I'm afraid. Why am I afraid? Because I now have a group of people who have newfound interest and
Man up. This is manning up? How is it manning up? Okay.
respect for me. Wait, what's to say? I've learned over the years that kind of stuff is very fleeting. All right?
Fleeting.
At a moment's notice, something can happen, and boom. Now the popular thing is to crap on you, right? And so I look at this as a situation where now things are going well, but in just a
What happened leading up to people crapping on you? Did it have anything to do with your behavior?
couple of weeks from my
No, of course not. We have to ignore that the reason people make fun of us is because of the way we act.
own documentary comes out, it could completely flip on its head again. You know, people see this documentary, there's something in it that really irks them the wrong way, and it's 4 hours, so it's going to be hard for you to not find something in the documentary that you hate about me, because it's 4 hours long. It's literally
Consequences have actions, pimp.
going to cover everything bad about me and my history. So there's going to be shit in there that pisses everybody off. I can't believe he did that. I never knew he did that. I'm out here. I can't watch him anymore. I'm so disgusted with this man, right? But
this man. Remember all that stuff about him being able to leap up out of his chair like Genos? He can barely even lift himself
I
up.
can't believe he did that. I never knew he did that. I'm out here. I can't watch him anymore. I'm so
I'm trying. I can't do it.
disgusted with this man.
I tried to 10. Fuck, I can't do it. Never mind.
Right? But doesn't mean that that's representative of who I am, you know, now. But that doesn't mean anyone will care. But on the internet, everything's absolute. Everything's black and white. If you were bad once, you're bad now, right? So
No, you can change, but the difference is that you haven't.
So
again, remember, he wants a blank slate based off all past indiscretions. You're allowed to hold on to nothing. Remember this, his past is wiped clean, or at least in his eyes, it's only fair that his past be wiped clean.
Yeah, where was that with the RTU doc? Well, this is too long ago. None of this matters. People change, you know. Let's just skip to the end of the documentary that covers all the recent stuff. All the stuff back then doesn't matter, dude. All that big cheese stuff, the Blackbuster critic, that was too long ago. I'm sure he's become a better person since then. Where was any of that, Phil? Of course there wasn't any of that. You got to judge him based off of that behavior. No temperament, no tempering of your opinions based off how long ago it was.
you know, it's just very frustrating. Because I'm having such a good time now, but I can't fully enjoy it. I'm being honest with you guys right now. I'm trying to be like really open with you. I can't really fully enjoy this right now.
Cool.
No, I'm not. Great.
Good to know, Phil. You can hand this guy $5,000, he's still not happy. Good job. Keep forking over more money, you stupid dents.
Because I have this eating feeling. What's eating Gilbert Grape, right? What's eating at? I have
Okay. Has he even seen What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Or, that's some weird ADD there to just throw in a random movie title. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? So that is the Leonardo DiCaprio character Derek. DSP's like the older brother who has to look after the pedo who keeps climbing the water tower. Who's the big fat lady who only sits on the couch? I wonder who that could be. Nobody we know.
Yay!
Come on, let's order some DoorDash.
feeling that the end of this month, this documentary is going to come out, and a lot of the people who are like, oh, this is great.
Because Kat certainly isn't Juliette Lewis, that's for sure.
Are going to be like, wow, that guy actually was a piece of shit. Now it's fun to shit on Phil again. This was the ultimate redemption story, but it's even better now because the redemption story's canceled because his documentary is so bad. Fuck that guy, let's shit on him again. And I don't want to deal with it. I don't. Because I'll tell you right now, if that happens, all right, I'm done. I'm not going to be doing any kind of collabs or anything. And I'm not saying the Kino Casino guy.
What?
Shit on him again. And I don't want to deal with it. I don't. Better now because the redemption story's canceled because his documentary is so bad. Fuck that guy, let's shit on him again. And I don't want to deal with it. I don't. Because I'll tell you right now, if that happens, all right, I'm done. I'm not going to be doing any kind of collabs or anything. And
Okay. Alright. Just trying to make sense of what the fuck that means. Like, everyone already thinks you're a piece of shit. There is no redemption arc. And the documentary is just gonna make you look bad. So I guess you're done. I guess you're done then. You never heard of that movie before? What's Eating Gilbert Grape? It's actually a really good movie. It stars Johnny Depp. It's a pretty good big cast of characters. Johnny Depp, Leonardo DiCaprio, Juliette Lewis, who was the daughter from Christmas Vacation, who's is like one of my favorite celebrity crushes. I really like Juliette Lewis. She was the girl in in Natural Born Killers, alongside Woody Harrelson. It holds up. It's about a guy who lives in a small town, Johnny Depp's character, and he deals with a whole lot of like shit that comes from living in a small town. His little brother is mentally disabled, very well acted by DiCaprio. His mother is morbidly obese, huge woman, and it's not like a fat suit either. She actually, the actress playing her was actually that large, and died soon after the movie wrapped up. But it's just rag on a stick. It's a movie about just enduring the situation, the immutable situations that you have to deal with, and how you can find happiness despite all that. It's kind of uplifting. It's kind of a spectacle. But it's a good movie. I haven't seen it.
I'm not saying the Kino Casino guys are going to turn on me or anything. Who knows what's going to happen, right? But I'm done with it. I will shut myself off to the possibility of doing work with other people, and I'll just sit here and do my own content.
I know it's hard to recommend movies because in such a hyper accelerated environment of entertainment, it's hard to sit down and watch a 2-hour movie. You'd much rather like play a video game or watch a really good anime. But as far as movies go, I don't regret watching it.
Forever. Like a little hermit on a fucking island. I don't care because I've had enough of it. I really have had enough of
A
this
little hermit on an island who's dependent on everybody to pay his bills on a daily basis. A little hermit on an island who has a quote-unquote team of editors who makes everything for him, from thumbnails on down. Yeah, sure.
Everyone's shitting on me. And I'm not gonna even...
Here, Phil, here, have some money. My name is Mammoth. I just saw your channel. I saw you crying about being a poor little baby who gets beat on and is tired. And that convinced me to give you money. And I'm probably going to give you money every single month now.
Put up with it anymore. It's gonna
Fun fact, still trying to watch Dune, yeah.
be a flat out...
Let's see. Well, the last movie I watched was Deadpool Wolverine. But that's like a movie for people with ADD, so it's able to keep you hooked.
I don't want to hear about anyone else, about other people's content, nothing. I don't want to hear about what anyone said about me. I don't want to hear about this guy, that guy, nothing, right? Right now it's good because everyone's saying good things about me. But
Okay, according to what? According to literally nothing, but I guess you can just convince yourself that people are saying nothing but good things about him.
Could change in 2 weeks.
That's the cloud of smoke being blown up his ass. His reality is completely obscured.
And if that's the case, and we go back to the whole bullshit, and yeah, I know it's paranoia, because people are saying in the chat, isn't that paranoia? Yes, that's actually...
Well, that's a pathology. It's actually not paranoia. The thing about paranoia is that it's an unfounded fear. That it's an irrational fear. But the fear that he has is completely rational and completely founded. Like, you are being made fun of. It's not a delusion. It's not something he's making up in his head or imaginary. Like, he is a laughingstock. You can't accuse him of having imposter syndrome, because imposter syndrome is the unfounded belief that you don't deserve what you have. DSP, that's just your conscience telling you that you don't deserve what you have.
Actually, exactly the description of it, a good description.
Chill Force, a Kino Casino pay pig, was giving Phil money, which every dollar given from this fan base, forking over money to this e-begging, scamming pay pig, is a reduction in the overall reputation of the Kino Casino. So good job, dumbasses. The honesty and realism you're showing are what attracts people. This crossover really shows your detractors are the real locals. Okay, where's our thread? Where's our thread? Where's the documentaries about us making fun of us? And no, Sons of Kojima and Raven's Dolphin don't count. They're not a part of this.
Description is paranoia, but it's very well justified.
They're the real locals. Okay. Where's the Kino Casino segments where they make fun of DSP detractors? Where isn't? Why are they holding this away from their audience? Why are they keeping their audience away from the delicious milk?
Justified paranoia. This has happened to me many
Where's the Ludwig World Order doc? Hey, I'd love to see it. I'd react to it on my own stream.
times. You understand? And so
There it is. You see? His paranoia is justified. If you didn't know, guys, in the past, this has happened to me before, so I have a justified paranoia. Yeah, like so much racism, he made his own compilation. Like so many unjustified bans, we have people we can name across certain arcs. Like so many apologies that ring false with that, I'm sorry you got offended, but really it's your fault anyway. Like all the dodging done with WWE champions. Like all the lying done about where his money goes and the lies put on his bankruptcy. Like lying to the side-scrollers about talking with a detective and being told they only do human trafficking. So you see, Phil, we have justified paranoia too. That you're an irredeemable piece of shit who lies at the slightest convenience if you think it'll push you ahead in life. Who holds no relationships sacred.
I love all the
who thinks
paper
only
clips.
of
Don't forget
himself,
the New Yorker
his money,
one.
And overall are one of the most reprehensible people alive today. I'd say we're pretty justified in being paranoid
New
that
Yorker-looking
you
motherfucker.
haven't changed in the fucking slightest. And speaking of not changing in the slightest, you know who shouldn't change ever? Anyone who watches my videos all the way to the end. Keep doing that. It helps. But that does close this one out. I was going to do the whole damn thing, but one, I'm running out of time, and two, I'm tired because
Need
I
more,
don't
I
sleep till
agree.
10 a.m. on a daily basis. Big ups to Raw Phil. Go sub to him. I can't link his clip because he has to
Oh, you spelled it
delist
wrong.
him thanks to Phil's psychopathic
Fuck out of here,
fans.
you fucking
But
rat.
I'll link his page
It's,
in the description. Big ups to Twitter or X user
Pakistan.
Meow for the first clip.
Pip
And
America.
huge lifting bro fist bumps for all my members, especially the gym rats.
Oh, they put too
Till
many
next
P's.
time, Swole's the goal for a troll. Lift heavy, eat clean.
Why am
Imagine
I so
Cat
retarded?
catching Phil cheating and 5 days later he's like,
Put it in
babe,
the bag of
babe, you
them."
can't hold that against me. That was 5 days ago.
Thank you, Broside Phil. Like, the funny thing is, I want to get this video out soon. But the thing is, like, all the examples of his hypocrisy are examples I'm going to have to go into the past for. If only I could take clips from the future that has yet to happen, it would be more relevant, because he's just going to be like, well, those are all clips from the past. It's like, where the fuck do you want me to look? In the future? So if I held off on releasing this video to, like, I don't know, next year or like the end of this year, I'll probably have plenty of clips, enough clips to call him out on his hypocrisy that happened after the times where he said he's changed. The mold in my brain is very upset. Is that because I typed out mold? Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Yeah, sorry. I think I give up on the Taiga situation. I don't know. I think we're done with Taiga. I can't make sense of it. It goes over my head. It's because they won't, like... They can't, like, show you what is actually being alleged. They just have to be like, well, this is bad. It's like, well, I'm a visual learner. You can't just tell me something is bad. And then I just have to, like, fill in the
His
gaps
most powerful spell is his dry spell.
in my head. You gotta actually, like, present the evidence. You can't just say, like, there is evidence, and man, it's really damning. I don't know. I literally don't know. President Trump's interview with Elon Musk on X. You want to look? Can you stand by Tenma? Tenma. I think there are some Tenma clips. I don't remember how to find them. Which ones were they? Pretty sure I have some Tenma. I don't know. Maybe we should look at a Tenma compilation, and we can take some sound clips of it, like we did with the Kershey, like the Kershey animal noise compilation. We have some good stuff from that. Oh, Shanny news. Apparently, Jason beat Shanny, and so Shanny called the cops.
I'm gay.
And the cops showed up. And something very unexpected happens. We've seen enough domestic disputes. You linked the Timber Club. Let's see. Like, we've seen enough domestic disputes, like the cops show up and they always take someone away. But the cops showed up this time and they were just like, okay, well, stop fighting. Well, just stop it, okay? And then they just left. And they were being recorded. So it's like, can someone file a complaint with like the local police department and be like, they showed up to a domestic dispute and didn't do anything? But yeah, they're having a lot of issues, which is good. Especially good since there are no longer any kids involved. The kids have been taken away. You guys are throwing shit at me like I'm muted. DSP scared of the June documentary. Epic bromance. Let's see here. Nova Online banned from everywhere. Anything new in the Smokeyverse? We can take a look at Nova Online. I need to take a quick departure. Internet hazmat crew, that's not long enough. I need something that's at least 2 minutes. That's terrible. DSP trashes Derek's family. What is this about?
The hate army troll.
It's the hate army. Bro.
Hate army.
Hate army.
Shout out
guy.
to hate.
Good vibes to the
Shout out to
army.
hate.
Shout out to hate.
Shout out
Shout
for
out to
hate.
hate.
Shout out to hate.
Shout out for
Shout
hate.
out for hate.
What? Derek says, I went bowling in summer camp. Some Fridays we would go to the bowling alley. Why? You're supposed to be camping at summer camp. Why would they take you to the bowling alley? Doesn't make any sense. You're supposed to be experiencing the great outdoors, social interaction with people. Instead, you're going bowling? Like, why? You just do bowling when you're not in summer camp now.
And gutter ball.
Wow, that sucks. It's a field trip? Dude, summer camp is a field trip. That's the point. You're in the field on a trip camping. That doesn't make sense. Why would they take you to the bowling alley when you're supposed to be out in the great outdoors? Were your parents even aware they did that? They're like, yeah, we're going to do all kinds of outdoor activities, including bowling, going to the arcade, going to the mall, and going to the movie theater. All those exciting outdoor activities. Yes, full of fun this summer at summer camp. Wow. Wow.
Doop, 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 doop. Oh, it's my turn. Try this again. We'll go right here. Right.
Here it goes.
And it's up. It's up. It is a terrible split.
No. Absolutely terrible. Thank you, Hair of the Dog, for a $2 super chat. I appreciate that, Hair of the Dog. Thank you very much.
Not a spare, but not bad. This guy's probably beating me. What's his name?
You gotta be kidding me. Derek says some other Friday field trips people go to Chuck E. Cheese and swimming. Chuck E. Cheese? At summer camp? What is going on? Derek, what's going on up there in Canada? I know you an explanation for that. Canadians go to summer camp and do they do indoor activities? What is going on? Anyway, Ad the Gamer says, do you still miss Connecticut pizza even though it's been many years? Of course. There is literally no pizza out here in Washington that's anything like Connecticut pizza. It's sometimes they try to copy and stuff. Nowhere near it. It's sad. I miss the recipe. The recipe is so good.
No mention of missing his family. He misses the pizza. What a food-obsessed glutton. Also, autistic semantic side Phil not understanding that summer camp doesn't mean literally camping out in the woods.
It's distinct. It has a crispy crust, but it has like a chewy dough. It's got a certain rise to it. The sauce has enough tomato in it. It has a certain flavor. They always have a band of sauce between the cheese and the crust. Is a band of sauce, right? It's always foldable pizza. A big piece, you fold it like this. And it's just a distinct flavor to it. And I miss it a lot. It's really, really good Connecticut pizza.
Really good.
Kind of sucks when you think about it. Anyway, this is a good place to split the part. Let's split the part here, everybody. When we come back, there'll be more reminiscing about pizza and doing indoor activities during summer camp here.
Why the fuck didn't you make it yourself then, stupid jackass, if you remember so much about it? Oh, you're incapable of doing anything. Got it. And he's supposed to be praised for sitting on his fat ass watching videos and playing video games when he can't do literally anything else. It's not that impressive.
On Retro React. See you then. All right. Very good. Was the pizza so good? Cheese pizza was acceptable? Of course. Yes. Cheese pizza was fine. It was very delicious. Yes. All right. All right. Well, hold on a second, guys, because I have to take a leak. If you could mind me doing that for a second, and I'll be back and we'll continue. Thanks to those chilling, and thanks to those who have supported the stream so far tonight. I appreciate that. We got about at least another hour left, so I hope you guys are ready to keep chilling with me. I'll be right back, okay? All right. Cool. Hold on.
I love watching him explain the gay love to us.
You don't have to talk about what specific bodily function you're engaging in. You can just be like, all right, guys, BRB, taking a quick break.
Okay, I'm back, everyone. Ready for another hour of chill fun? I hope so.
Like everyone does.
People were making fun of Derek while I was gone. Well, that's completely unacceptable. Let's take a look.
Well, that's what you were
Scroll
doing.
up here.
Stop being gay!
Today. I'm gay, and that's okay. I don't have to hide. Let's see. I don't see this. I don't see that at all.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I see one. There we go. Thank you.
Ban him. This is what you get for making fun of a pedophile.
Jerk. All
What
right,
a jerk.
Has been
me.
nabbed.
Stop
He
making
nabbed
fun of the
jerk.
pedophile.
I got him.
I
Okay.
protect him for some reason. He's like my little child.
All right.
Got him. Cool, huh? Gotta defend those
All right,
pedos.
ready to continue? So, guys, I'll just say thank you so far. It's been a great chill night. I hope you guys are enjoying. And if you are enjoying, please consider supporting the stream in some way tonight. Thanks for Hair of the Dog for those super chats. Thank you to our one tipper tonight, Bohepins. Anyone else?
Thank you to our
I
one
would
tipper,
appreciate anything is
Kano
great,
Casino Dent.
to support the channel. And we happen to hit the $100 tips goal. You can pick a silly hat for me to wear for the next hour. So if we hit it, sooner.
Do you think Derek is going to be in the documentary? I don't know. I honestly don't know. It'd be funny, though.
Rather than later?
It'd be funny in just how much it would piss off DSP. That would be hilarious. All the defending that he's done, just to have the guy get put on blast to like 4 or 5 million people in a video.
Here you go, okay? All right, let's continue. All right, everyone, let's continue on. Let's see how I keep going here.
Thank you, Hate Army. Okay, we can take a look at this Trump-Elon Musk interview, I suppose. Considering the amount of time it takes, it should be done by like 1:30, 1:45. And at the end of that, it should be time to watch the Sewer Level podcast. So we'll take a look at it. Again, if you disagree with politics or anything, that's fine. Not going to think any less of you. Let's check this out.
All right, hello everyone. My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines. Like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say, and but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. And this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who, just trying to make up their mind. And so you can understand, like, what is, what is it just like to have a conversation? So, um, honored to, Donald, great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And
Yeah.
so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you. Well, I mean, maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the president of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. That is strength under fire, and so that's a big part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the president of the United States for having another term here. Is that was just incredibly inspiring. But what was it like for you?
Not pleasant. I have to be honest. I said there was blood. I had
Being
more
shot is
blood.
not
I didn't
much
know
fun.
I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even
Such a
think
sense of
about,
humor.
because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very.
The
I
ear
guess
is
you
a
would
very
say
bloody
surreal, but it
place.
wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody you have
Yeah, I know.
instances like this, or like
For a moment there, I was like, this could very easily be some spoof. Like, Elon could have been fooled by some AI replication. But no. We've heard enough Trumpisms at this point. I don't think anyone could replicate. It's not just the voice, but the way of speaking. The ear is a very bloody place. That's unmistakably Trump. Nobody could imitate that.
a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation. And I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear,
Yeah.
and because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people
Well, the
shout,
shooter was
"Bullets,
dead at that
bullets!"
point.
Get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly, and we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. So I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle. So that was the miracle. That was
Yeah.
for those
Split
people that
second.
don't believe in God. I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to. I'm a believer now. I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect
Yeah.
angle, and all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even more
Maybe it's
now
a
that I open
sign.
it.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's a sign.
it's an immigration sign.
You
But
highlighted a serious issue, and
yeah,
at that moment,
that's right.
the bullet missed your
Well, they
you got
wouldn't
your ear,
have let
but
him up if the
missed
shooter was
your head.
still
Well,
Your
the amazing
active.
thing.
Like, that's something you know when you work with the Secret Service. Like, they'll keep you down and they'll cover you, and then they'll only try and move you until they know the shooter is dead. So once they started moving, he's like, okay, I guess at this point they got him. Like, if they didn't, something would really be wrong at that point.
Thing is that the sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration. And it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good, and after that it was going to
Yeah.
be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was
Yeah.
exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey,
Yeah.
who a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, "I'd like to give the family some kind of help." And I said, "All right, that's great." He said, "Do you mind?" I said, "I
Okay, I
don't
had
mind
my
at all." And he
sushi.
wrote out a check for $1 million, gave.
I had my grocery store California roll. It's pretty mid. Excuse me. Oof. Hiccup. It's the effect of the wasabi. But it's pretty mid, but I like it.
Gave it to the wife, and you
Nice
know,
little treat.
she said, "This is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back," which is a nice thing for
Sure.
somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family is great, and we raised a lot of
Yeah.
money for them and for two other gentlemen are unbelievable people. Also, they were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them equally.
Yeah.
And we thought
Yeah.
my first question was because I heard bullets flying over me. I said, "How many people were killed?" Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous
Yeah.
thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, "How many people have been killed?" Because I knew there were other shots being fired,
Sure.
and they said, "We don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt." And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper,
Yeah.
because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem. And he was
Yeah.
able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on
Yeah.
he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium, and he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do
Yeah.
that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot of people, a lot more people could have
Sure.
been badly hurt and killed. So
Yeah.
I have to
Absolutely.
take my hat off to him because that's also a surreal. You know, he's been with them for 23 years, and
Yeah.
he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden, he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to
Sure.
act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away. I obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which assume you have
Yeah.
to have in that particular work. But he took
Absolutely.
aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range,
Yeah.
one bullet. If that didn't happen,
Yeah.
because the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up
Sure.
there with him, so could
Well,
have been very.
I mean that's clearly he was very competent in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does seem to be, I mean, some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy. I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen?
Well, you know, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people,
Yeah.
because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him, and there was one woman with a red shirt and
Right.
Trump all over
I
it,
saw
and
the video.
she's screaming. That guy's got a gun. You know, you saw it probably. There's
Yeah.
a
No, I
guy
saw
up
the
there
video.
with a
So I
gun.
mean, it's like I guess, I mean, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering how the heck are, you know, basically people wandering by pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun,
Yeah.
and they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem
Yeah,
crazy.
well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun, and he fell down. Actually, very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly, but he fell down, and he did. From what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun, and the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot. My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf, sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah, it's not a tough
No,
shot.
it's not a long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had a.
Okay, this is a fairly long tweet from Jim. Let's see what it says. Saw Andy in the casino trying to set up a Make-A-Wish stream for me with DSP, LMFAO. I'm a bit fucked at the moment with a broken foot and some fractured ribs. In all honesty, I'm barely able to keep the pain in check, even with meds. I won't be able to stream for a while, maybe sometime in the future. But to be frank, this situation isn't good and will take time to resolve. Sorry for having to be a downer, but this shit happens. Not much you can do but write it out. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. God knows DSP will be there when you feel up to it. Feel better, stalker. Nice Tomlinson reference. Broken foot.
Triple the distance, actually. So it was a terrible thing. Look, it's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on, I think, they're screaming, but other people also, because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of people get killed with those stampedes. We had more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down, and it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see, and a lot of press too. There was many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it. So, sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede. Nobody. And there were some people behind me, they stood up and they're looking like, I mean, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people because it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down, but the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing. And these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate, would jump. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that took tremendous courage. Now there was a lack of coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that somebody that building should have been covered, and
I mean,
that was
I
the
think
big
that
thing.
I mean, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the #1 spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like the if you were to pick like what is the favorite what if you so if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building. The
You're
roof of
right.
that building would be #1.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better
No,
location. It's like
no, that
#1.
would have been the spot. You know what people think
Yeah,
is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer. And then when he got
yeah,
his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head. And when he fell down, again, hurt his ankle very badly, but he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So what they think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with the gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast. And maybe that's why he sort of missed. I mean, he,
But
he
as you
got
said,
me,
he
but it
would have
could have
hit.
been, could have been a much
Yeah.
bigger problem.
But he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So, like, there was it was a very near thing.
It was a
So,
miracle. If I hadn't turned my head,
yeah,
I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly.
I would not.
Yeah,
I would
well,
not be talking to you.
maybe talking to me from another realm, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right. We'd be talking from a
So,
different place. But it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake. If somebody knew, because people were hearing that, there was just a bad feeling that there was somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been pretty
yeah,
well.
yeah,
And
yeah,
if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, "Sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something," right? And
yeah,
that happens
yeah,
often. And this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened, but it
yeah.
didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well, it was your. I think your actions in the heat of fire, and like what I find admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action. And so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire there. And
Well,
yeah, so
thank you very
yeah,
much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know, I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up. And they wanted, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher. And I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else
yeah,
because it was such a lot of blood. And they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, "Sir, you were hit in more than the ear." I said, "Nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up." And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think. And I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important for me to let them
yeah,
know that. And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I
yeah,
got up because they didn't know, was I alive. You really couldn't tell when I stood up before before the fist in the air. Uh, they didn't know if I was alive. Nobody did. And when I put the fist up, they were just relieved and happy and thrilled, and the place
But you
went
know what? The
crazy.
power of Satan
It
compelled you
was
to give
pretty
me a
amazing.
yeah.
It
fucking
was a,
dollar, and
it
I
was
appreciate that.
Thank you, Tiger Mask, for the 690 tip. I also got a I just remembered thanks to that. I also got a tip I think yesterday when I wasn't streaming. Thank you, whoever that was. Much appreciated.
a
Thank you for the tips.
Well,
terrible thing, but it
it
was
was
really nice.
incredibly moving. Yeah.
I'll do a costume
Well,
change.
and I mean, speaking of the sort of slide that got you to turn that
Hey, thank
saved
you.
your life really was the illegal immigration
Right.
slide. Maybe this
That's right.
maybe this is worth talking about that
It
since
was it was
that slide
You're
saved your
right.
life
No,
basically.
the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but it was and I
I
had to
know
be at
that's
that exact angle.
I mean that's a great one. Saved by illegal
You know
immigration.
the incredible
100%.
thing though, when you talk about the odds, you had to be exactly at that angle. But the incredible
Yeah.
thing is that the chart I used it less than
Yeah, you can disagree with his politics. You can't deny that he's a funny dude.
20% of the time.
Probably the funniest president in American history, certainly of your lifetime.
It was just a moment.
Yeah.
It's always on my left, never my right, and it's always at the end of the speech. So here
Yeah.
we have it. It's on the right. not the left. It's at the beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared, and they did a great job. They got it up immediately, fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and you know that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it would have been a very different story. It's very much. I say an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm
Sure.
honored by it. I'm honored by it.
Well, what were you about to say about illegal immigration before you were rudely interrupted with a
Well, I was
bullet?
going to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go
Great.
back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. Great. These are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey, killed, and the other two, the families are. I got to know.
It's fine, Bearded Knight. You can have your opinions. I'm just curious, like what is your biggest gripe? I might be able to address it.
Home a little bit, and
Like, let it out. What's your biggest issue? If you could make a list of all the big problems that you have, what would be the number one problem?
the families are great. But we're going back to
I'm just
Butler.
curious.
And I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying,
As you were
prior to
saying,
being so horribly
so,
interrupted.
yeah,
But
yeah. So rudely interrupted by an
yeah,
assassination
so it was,
attempt.
but no, but the chart,
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that in my last week, we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous
Yeah,
chart,
yeah,
but that was the lowest
yeah.
point ever recorded. It was a really, I mean, I was very proud.
He just rambles and you get bored. Well, that's a matter of an opinion, and I can't really address a matter of an opinion. So you're free to have your opinion. I thought it would be something like a more substantial issue, like an action or a a political position that he has. But if it's really not that deep, then then I can't really address it.
Out of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. Uh, Guys like Tom Holman and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. All these are all people that they've been on television. They says the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where if many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting
Yeah,
literally records, and all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes,
sure.
and in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that, but they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but we also need to shut down illegal immigration, and especially unvetted illegal
Yes,
immigration, because and that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell the difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that accurately
100%.
represent your position?
I say it
Okay.
very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked.
Yeah.
Because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's
Yeah.
saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. Uh, no tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said. which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you know, you hear 12
Yeah.
million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country, many
Yeah.
coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is
Yeah.
insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Asia, they're
Yeah.
coming from the Middle East, they're coming from countries that are uh, stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you know, you look at it's so sad October 7th because it should have never happened.
Yeah.
It's so sad when
Sure.
you look at Ukraine. It should have never happened. We have a defective
Yeah.
government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border, because you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something.
Yeah,
She had 3.5 years.
he does seem to have some like soft palate issues. Who might criticize.
And by the way, they have another 5
His dentures do seem to be a little loose.
months that they can do something, but they
Yeah.
won't do anything. It's all talk. She's
No.
incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is. And that's saying something because he's not too good.
Yeah. No, I think it is essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a
Correct.
secure border. And
And
uh,
secure elections,
you
too.
know, yeah, absolutely secure elections, and so it's just essential to have a real border, or we can't function as a country, and our service, you know, our central services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities, and as we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant. And I think I mean, like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team? Um, who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are gonna, be great contributors to our society and to our economy,
Right.
and and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion. But some are not, and you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's if somebody's like you know, um, uh, has a career in theft or robbery. I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, because we're such a target-rich environment. Um, I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things coming here sooner? Because
Hmm? Got a DDoS attack. Quieted him for a second. An issue. Auto stop.
It just shouldn't be. Uh, you have a lot of people that just
No, it
shouldn't be.
wasn't
I think
live.
it's a much
Well, I
bigger
mean,
number
it
than you
was
think.
live, but
They're
I
allowing,
think you're
again,
right.
they're
it
Yeah.
was
allowing
after
people
the
from their
fact.
jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers, they're taking, frankly, their prisoners, they're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're
Yeah.
delivering them into
But
the.
that's what Castro did.
Yeah,
That
well, he did on a much smaller scale.
yeah,
It was a much smaller
yeah.
scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. This is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be.
Yeah.
And I saw it today in New York where somebody was knifed with a raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the shelters and started
Sure.
pulling out the knives, and bad things happen today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for
Yeah.
murder and all sorts of things. And they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people, and it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because now she's trying to say she
Sure.
had nothing to do with it, and she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one
It happened
location
so
which
many
had nothing
times.
to do with where the
So many examples of Trump making a statement and a news outlet trying to say that it's inaccurate or a lie or an over exaggeration. And then the side by side screenshot is that very same news outlet making the exact same claim that Trump had made. Many such cases.
problem is. She went in and out, I
Right.
guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
had nothing to do with the problem
Yeah.
is. But she was
Well.
the
Well.
border czar, and the people
Yeah. Yeah.
can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known
Yeah.
what happened. You could shut the border down. He
Yeah.
wouldn't even know the difference. But uh, the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her
Yes.
that, the fact is you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst
Right.
ever.
It's simply not working.
No,
It's
it's
I mean
horrible.
whether it's a question of intention or competence. Either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times. And sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, you're like, is it real? I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see, hey, is this made up or real? And I'm just seeing people stream across the border, and I have to say, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly. So
These are
people
people.
can look at my video and say, hey,
Yeah.
does these people look friendly? I don't look super friendly. So
These are people that
um,
Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk across the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are really rough people coming across. And I know rough people. And these are people that we don't want in our country. And the caravans are coming in and they're putting and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing
yeah,
it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would think is they're also taking their non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them, but these are people that are non-productive. They are just not productive. I mean, for whatever reason, they're not
yeah.
workers or they don't want to work or whatever. And these countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases, and they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are
Yeah.
really brutal people. And they're coming into our country
Yeah.
at levels that have never been.
Yeah, I think the changes made to the ballot counting system was heavily was heavily exploited in order to sway the amount of votes. That's just my opinion. Don't want to get banned off every single fucking platform on social media for making such a bold claim when there's literally evidence attached to it. But yeah, that's my opinion. I think it was not a free and fair election.
Seen before, and I
Yeah, I mean, like the Senate confirmed that there were thousands of ballots that were counted without even having an address attached. So the integrity of the election was very suspect.
saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years,
Yeah, no,
we have 20 million people
I
poured
think
in.
is
It's a terrible
yeah, I
thing.
think this, frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years. It's going to be even worse than it's been for the past 3.5 years. I'm not sure we've got a country
You don't
left
have a country
at that
left.
point.
Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. You know, we think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, you know, the four. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from
Yeah,
everywhere. And I had to stay in
yeah, I think
Mexico.
this is a super important
Yeah.
point. Like people, it's like basically when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico. To be
No,
clear,
Mexico
it's
less,
it's just it's just
less
it's
than
just the
the others.
border. It's just the border with Mexico. But the people coming in, it's Earth, the rest of Earth, and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything in the
We're
U.S.
already
So
overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York. New York, and I love that place, and what they're doing to it is horrible, what they're doing to it. And all the courts do is they
yeah.
try and focus on Trump. Okay, then let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa, from the Congo, they're coming from the Congo, and 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers, and they're dropped. They drop them. They take them out of jails, which is very expensive, you know, to maintain the jails. Although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons. They take them out, and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, "Don't ever come back, or you're going to be executed." And they don't want to come back, but they won't come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South
Well,
America.
just
They're
Earth,
coming from
rest of Earth,
everywhere.
basically.
And there are a lot of
Yeah,
really
everywhere on
bad
Earth.
ones.
It's just an everywhere on Earth thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb everyone from Earth, or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible.
Well,
So
Elon, we're going to have
that's
just to
yeah.
finish this up. We're going to have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it, with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. And you would be the same. You would have.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
tell you what, Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% put into the United States. The same with other countries. Some
Sure.
are at 30%, some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100% of,
Yeah.
and they're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate, don't forget, I beat Biden. He failed in the debate miserably. And, some people said, oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly, or I did well in the debate. The first night they said,
It's a really good meme
wow,
about that.
one of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this. We cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden in a
It's
different. Look,
yeah.
she hasn't done an
I mean,
interview since this
yeah.
whole scam started.
Well,
And say what you want. This
yeah.
was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the
Hmm.
United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said we can do it the nice
Yeah.
way or we can do it the
No.
hard way.
Yeah. No, I mean, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically.
It's basically this.
Damn you! You think you can just back out because you're scared?
Kuwabara, this place is for mourning.
I'm not gonna leave. Not until he comes out of here and lets me fight him.
He can't do that.
I'm gonna beat you down, you punk! You hear me? Who do you think you are, huh? Dirty punk! Who am I gonna fight now? Who am I gonna fight?
He's gone.
No! You're supposed to be here for me.
Yeah, it does sound like Vegeta. It is Yu Yu Hakusho Kuwabara. It's a great show if you haven't seen it.
He shot him.
What they did with this guy,
So
and I'm no
yeah.
fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it.
Well,
And we wouldn't have had
yeah.
Afghanistan. But we think of it,
Well, yeah.
you take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have
No,
no
no, you're. Yeah.
inflation was caused by oil.
Yeah, no. I think you're making an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are, are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do, and do they fear the American president, or is there someone they do not respect or and do not fear? And I think they would they rightfully be. I mean, look at the footage with the assassination. They're like, okay, uh, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like, whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That's that if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Shifty Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, and you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest.
You know how he did it? He basically threatened to bomb Moscow. And I guess he said it in a way that made Putin convinced he was going to do it, because he waited until he was out of office to take any action.
I think the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say,
Yeah.
I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No, he actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline, the biggest pipeline. They were looking at that to
Yeah.
fund, and this pathetic president gets in there, and the first thing he did, one of the early things he did, is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers, shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow.
Yeah.
I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline. He
Yeah.
shuts that down,
Someone didn't mute the
and
system
he approves the
sounds.
Russian pipeline,
Yeah, it doesn't make any
right?
sense. It's inconsistent. Certainly but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing to listeners the immense importance of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security. Because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to
I
do,
know every one of
and
them.
it puts the whole
Yep.
world in danger.
Elon, I know every one
It's
of
a
them,
big
and I know
deal.
them well. I know
Yeah.
Putin. I know President Xi. I know Kim Jong Un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, "Oh, this is terrible." He said, "I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough. They're smart. They're vicious." And they're going to protect their country, whether they love their country. They probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these
Yeah.
are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even
Yeah.
believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. When I was there, and I say it with respect, because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll
Yeah,
pass.
yeah,
They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil, but they had no
Yeah,
money,
yeah.
and Israel would have never been attacked. Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And you know, it's the last time we ever had the conversation.
No
He would
way.
never have done. I got along
Way.
well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. You know, getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with Kim
Yeah.
Jong Un
Way.
when I met with
No
President
way.
Obama just before entering. You know, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, "What's the biggest problem?" He said, "North Korea." I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and all the different things,
Yeah.
but all of a sudden I
Those
got a
some those
call.
those some those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they
Those
were
were
no,
like
they were epic.
actually.
Everything he said that he
Everything I did
has
was
a red
epic.
button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger, and my red button works.
Works.
And then I called him Little
Yeah.
Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man.
My red
Anyway,
button
here's the
works.
bottom line. All of a sudden, I got a call from him, and they said they want to meet. They want to meet me, and we met.
Yeah.
As you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also.
One of my favorite ones was Fidel Castro is dead. So it's like, Mr. President, Fidel Castro has died. We need you to make a statement. And he pulls out his phone. Fidel Castro is dead. Okay, thanks. I guess he technically did what we asked.
In Vietnam, and I got along with him great. We were
Yeah.
in no danger. But
Yeah.
President Obama,
It's
President
because
Obama thought
they
we were going to
respond.
end up in
Yeah.
a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's
Yeah.
got a
It's
lot
not
of
true.
nuclear
Yeah.
stuff too. He's
Exactly.
got plenty of nuclear.
It's
He can do plenty of
it's
damage.
it's
So
yes. I mean, it's because I mean, people like Kim Jong Un. They respond to
yeah.
strength, not weakness.
Well,
And
he and I got it.
if you
He and I
project
had a good
strength, they
relationship.
you're good.
Remember, I
Yeah.
remember I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say.
Yeah.
Let's
That
bring
was
up
cool.
Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. I always
Yeah.
say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are and controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran and they have North Korea. That's, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
The biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise one eighth of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries
Well,
now that
yeah.
have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. You know, Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid that war would have been that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance.
Doesn't even
He
move
was
the
saying
marker.
everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disaster.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the two armies, you lost 500,000 people. And
Yeah.
you know, Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw
Yeah.
the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the truth.
Yeah, I paid a little bit of attention during the initial days of the invasion, but that caravan of Russian tanks that were heading towards the Ukraine, they basically just all sort of like broke down because people would come and just disable them, or you could like drop a drone on the first one, and it's basically just like a tank graveyard now, from what I know.
Story, but
just millions and millions of dollars of heavy armament just sort of just sitting there useless.
if you think about it, Russia's gone. You know, Russia defeated Germany.
It's almost like they just wanted to get rid of their tanks, and they're just like, "Hey, you guys take care of it."
With us, and they defeated Napoleon. You know, they've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force,
Yeah. Sure.
and it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight, and we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you, I could have stopped that, and a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it. It made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you, it can lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just you know when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity, and you know it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from other
100%.
countries.
And one of the things
And
we're going to do is
it's
we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. You know, Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection, because it just takes one maniac to, you know, start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places
Yeah.
have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But, you know, with all of that being said, to me, that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that
Absolutely,
they can't
sure.
buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen. And it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discuss the border at great length. It's nice to have a
Yeah.
forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on
No,
you.
they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview, And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Yes,
But the
absolutely.
big thing now is the
Well,
economy, Elon.
yeah,
And as much as
yeah,
I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it
yeah,
doesn't matter what you make. The inflation is eating you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using
yeah.
all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing
Right.
that's happening, and we'll end that
Well, I think
quickly.
a lot of yeah, a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services,
That's right.
that's inflation. Um, so really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending, and we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not
Right.
sensible? And we need to live within our means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit
That's
roughly
right.
every 100 days.
That's right.
And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceed the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion,
It's interest.
and it keeps
Yeah, I
growing.
rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our military, did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old, and we did a great job in that. Then by the way, then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers
Yeah,
of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy
yeah,
prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you.
thank
That
you.
doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the
Thank you.
gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has
Sure.
to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to
Yeah,
drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything.
yeah,
And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say
yeah,
that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So you're going to have to build. We're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're going
sure.
to need a lot of
Well, I mean,
electricity. You're going to need tremendous
yeah,
electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government
Right.
overspending. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government
Yes.
spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so the country lives within its means, just like a
The
person does.
waste is incredible, and nobody
It
negotiates
is.
prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I mean, I went through it like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general said, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. and the price was
Yeah.
$5.7 billion for 2 planes. Now they're
Wow.
highly sophisticated.
That's
They're
insane.
even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very. I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's
Sure.
5.7. I
That's a crazy
It's a
number.
crazy number, but I said I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. Other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other
Exactly.
items. And
Multiply it by
yeah,
a
the
zillion,
numbers are
and yeah, yeah.
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, if so, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. I'd be happy to help out on such a commission
I'd love
if
it.
it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, "You want to quit?" They go on
Yeah.
strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, "That's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone." So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But if you look at Argentina.
Well, I'd be happy to
Yeah, by
help
the way,
out.
congratulations. I
Yeah.
just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But
Yeah.
congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big,
Malay's awesome.
he's great. And
Yeah.
he's a big MAGA fan, that he ran on MAGA. And he took it to an extreme too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought over, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing
Yeah.
they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like
Yes, exactly.
2,000%. They had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to
Yeah.
have that pretty soon. We have. I think we
Yeah.
have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They
Yeah.
don't include a lot of the items that should be included. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money
Yeah.
effectively, and having just like so many departments you can't even name them all. And what Malay is doing is he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying things. He's having putting in regulations that make sense, and we're Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement
That's
in
right.
prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that um, Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. Um,
That's right.
in the like in the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States in thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy, we can run the country into the ground, and that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Uh, Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states,
Yeah.
where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the
Yeah.
50, I would bet that 35 would do great, and 15 of
Yeah.
them, or 20 of them will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, just they're so good. Some of
Yeah.
these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well run,
Sure.
and maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of the land or the sun, and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation.
Yeah.
But if you think about it,
Yeah.
you'll have some
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than
Yeah.
half what it is in Washington. And
Yeah.
these people don't care
Well,
about the
yeah.
students in these, faraway states. And it'd
Well,
be unbelievable.
yeah. I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if if each state has to compete against other states, then people will
That's
naturally
right.
move to states where it's better.
Well, like
Um,
California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But
yeah.
but some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do a good at initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that
Yeah.
the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little
Yeah. Yeah.
monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. Give us a
Yeah.
little English, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right?
No, but I mean, to what some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul
It's
sales.
actually
Because just
amazing.
people moving out,
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois, so many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? Uh, I saw where you left California and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I
Yeah.
mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses and their taxes are already really high? The taxes are among the highest
Yeah.
taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job in their crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's
Well,
not a good
I think there's.
situation.
I mean, I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal
Right,
government.
right. Well, you're
That's
gonna
that's
you're
the
gonna
only thing
have
that's going to
that.
get them to change.
You remember the
Yeah.
area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money, and they went into a form of chapter, and it was very
Yeah.
nasty for
Yeah.
a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of
Yep.
these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think the larger point here, too, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money,
Yeah.
and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation. And if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and
Yeah.
that's a really big
Well, the
deal.
people that got hurt worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. When I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago, when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at it's sticker
I
shock.
think
They
it,
call it
yeah.
sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living
Right.
standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason. But unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had
That's right.
anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's an opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation.
Yeah.
And if
Well,
those
Elon,
those two things, yeah, those are the big
we
deals.
set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for everyone we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did
Yes.
radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. We had the best economy ever maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in and we had to focus on that and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But if had that not happened, a gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for almost 3 years. We had the great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years, and also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that
Hey, hi, Mr.
graduated
Feather.
from the best college.
Taking a semi-political break, like not too political, just a little bit of an interview.
From MIT, from the Wharton School.
So it is interesting one way or another. I thought this was your day off. Monday was. Monday was my day off. Yeah, it was. And I'm going to be taking off Thursday as well this week. And I'll probably stream over the weekend.
From all of the great colleges, Harvard, they were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And
I'm editing the Kino Casino video, making a DSP versus DSP cut. Every time he says something that is a lie, which is basically everything he said, I'm gonna expose it. So that's my next video.
then COVID came, and we
Putting the Elden Ring video on the back burner, but it'll get done.
we had the problem is
I already did the grocery shopping trip. Yeah, I just got it delivered. It's the cool thing with Walmart. You can pay a monthly thing and you get free delivery from Walmart. So it's pretty good.
they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about maybe my views on climate change and oil and gas.
I don't know why DSP doesn't do delivery groceries. He does delivery individual meals with DoorDash and DashPass, but when it comes to his overall groceries, he complains every week about having to go out and get it when you could just even easier get it just delivered. It's so weird.
Because
does everything to waste money.
Different from what most
he did that.
would
He did that once when he had COVID. He got groceries delivered once when he had COVID, and then after that, back to crying about how long it takes him to go. Remember when he got delivered a ton of cheese? Yeah, I think he was over exaggerating that. Like he had to say that they messed it up. Like they don't really mess it up.
Assume. Because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate
because
in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving and the economy would collapse. So it's, I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry. And I the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries. And it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there. It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to stop farmers from farming or prevent people from having steaks or basic stuff like that. Like you can leave the farmers alone.
I agree. How crazy is that? Where I mean, you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is a little crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I do say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to, but I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah.
But there are tremendous, like Anwar. I got Anwar in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove it, to get rid of it. He ended it. His secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure,
Yeah.
really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that
I mean,
time,
my
something will
estimate,
come around that will be
yeah,
very good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and my estimate would be, a little more aggressive than that. But it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. Um, but I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. Y- I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates if you start going from 2 or 3 to say 5, and then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2, and I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard.
Right.
Just so it's that's actually you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live with. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we've got. I think we want to just move over and like, and if I don't know, 50 to 100 years from now, we're I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. Um, so it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term. I think this can be done without but people can still have a stake and they can still drive gasoline
Sure.
cars and it's okay. It's like it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. And I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I made this sexy joke: Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. But I don't know, I like cheesy humor,
I
so
didn't know that.
but I'm not I'm a big fan of like let's have
Very
an
cheeky.
inspiring future, and let's
Yeah.
let's work towards a better future,
Model S, Model
and we
E,
do
Model
so without
X, Model
demonizing
Right.
Y.
people.
I'm okay.
You know.
It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first, but it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good,
Yeah.
at least in certain areas of the country where you have the world
Sure.
where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me,
Sure.
that's an immediate problem because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. You know, China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number one, and I mean, we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that, you're not surprised to hear very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even
Yeah.
surpassing. But to me, the biggest
Yeah.
problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's, a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk
Yeah.
about
Nuclear power is underrated. It's
I'll
awesome.
prevent World War
Yeah.
III,
Oh,
I will. But the
okay.
truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is
Yeah.
a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is
Absolutely. You're
underrated,
right.
and it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. Um, and if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining
Right.
operation, and there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year, and you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that
Maybe they'll have
sort
to
of
change the
have it,
name. The name is it's a rough name. There are some areas
yeah, it's a rough
like when
name.
you see what happened in
Good bad
right.
branding. The
We'll have to
branding's rough.
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. You know,
Elon
no,
power.
it has a branding problem. You know, when you see what happened
It does have a branding problem.
when you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy
Speaking
the
of,
land again.
have you guys seen the footage for Stalker 2? It looks pretty badass. I should, after I get my MetaQuest 3, my new VR headset, I need to start saving up for another gaming rig. Looks like it.
You realize it's pretty bad,
No,
but
that's not true.
but you're
Well,
right
no,
about it. It's amazing.
it's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's actually it's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. Um, and I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
Yeah, but you haven't
because the
been
danger
feeling
is
so
just
well lately, and I'm worried about it.
no, but I mean
I'm
it's just
only kidding.
it's
I'm only
fine,
kidding.
it's like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
Right.
it's
Well, that's
really
great.
not
That's great.
something that
That's
um,
great.
so it's not as scary as people think, basically. But
Yeah.
um, let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Like lawfare. I think
Well,
we need to be concerned about.
what they've done to this country.
Obviously,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, we just won the big
I mean,
case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, Fani, spelled
yeah,
Fani, Fani, and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, the one of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before,
Sure.
and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare.
Yeah,
It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never
yeah,
happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens? What
Yeah.
happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does
Yeah.
he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing
Right.
that
Right.
for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't
Yeah.
lift it. The whole thing is
Well,
crazy.
he's clearly not, I mean, he's clearly like we just don't have a president right
You
now.
don't
That's
have a
just obviously the
president, and
case.
she's going to be worse than him
Um,
because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states now you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our
yeah.
country is becoming a very dangerous place. And she is a radical left San Francisco liberal. And now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than
Well,
Trump.
yeah.
I want a wall. I
I
want,
think that's
she
yeah.
wants to release all the
Yeah.
prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
Right.
That just came
Yeah, I
out
just saw
today.
that.
She
Yeah.
doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. In your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better
Hey,
way
Evil
to.
AJ.
The only thing that's not obsolete is a.
How's it going, Evil AJ? Caught us at a unique time. Usually don't go into political stuff, but we wanted to take a look at the Elon Musk Donald Trump interview. People are free to have their opinions on these individuals. We're just hearing two people speak and give their opinions.
The wall and a wheel. And the wall, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add
Yeah.
200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not true.
Yeah,
This is simply not
no, and
true.
everybody
Yeah,
knows
it's
it's
simply not
not true.
true.
It's a disgrace that she can
Yeah.
say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far
Worse
left.
than Bernie
Um,
Sanders. She is considered more
yeah,
liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic, and if she's going to be our president, very quickly, you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of
yeah,
the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. Now all of a
yeah,
sudden
yeah.
she's
Sure.
saying, no, I will. I really want to see fracking. If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote for her. Like like the
Yeah,
Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. Both sides. That was a hard
yeah,
thing to do. Unification.
yeah. No. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. What does that say?
I think
Um,
it's highly
that's
disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, is a very pro-Israel. If you vote for her, it's worse than Biden, and Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. Their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's
Yeah.
appropriate, swamped. But they
Yeah.
swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles,
Sure.
they can't defend themselves. They just obliterate the whole
Yeah.
place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you,
Yeah.
she'll be worse than him because she's a believer
Yeah. No,
in
I
being
think you're right.
radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, you really, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, before the last like month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well,
So
her
I think
running
that,
mate approved, signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay, now
yeah,
that's
yeah,
all I
that's
have to
weird.
hear. Tampons in
That's
boys'
weird.
bathrooms, and that means she believes
Yeah,
in that too. I mean,
yeah, that's
she
not
picked this
okay.
guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as a president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. Um, and uh, and I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election. And I mean, that's I'm just stating my opinion. Now, you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission like saying, to not have disinformation on the like during this discussion that we're having, like, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them. And yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. We have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it, and that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. It's if you add up the European nations that in terms of an economy, it's about the same size. When you say as us, and they're in,
Yeah,
and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from, in this case, the enemy would be Russia. Used to be for the
yeah,
Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70 something million. I think even less than that, billion, and we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But
yeah,
they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States
yeah.
was the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went
Yeah.
in and I said, you
Yeah.
got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in. And,
Yeah. I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
and then we get
Even though
taken
like
advantage of on trade. So think
yeah,
about it.
well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's it's like then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well, you know, when you talk about
So
cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, you know, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are
yeah, yeah,
lunatics. You know, I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
yeah,
Now, they've taken advantage
yeah,
of us
absolutely.
incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down the media, you didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, you know, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not
No.
smart. You know, she's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?" So anyway, but
Yeah,
no, he wouldn't have this.
that's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but you know, we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that you know, we can have a conversation, and
Yes, you
I'm
can actually
able
have a
to get it out
conversation.
without because I get treated unfairly
This
by
is a
the
really
press.
big point. You can actually have a conversation with you,
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
and you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like not it's not possible.
That's true.
Um,
It's
so this is like talking to an NPC.
no.
So it's just
Well,
impossible.
but think of it. We need a man or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. You know, I got along with Kim Jong Un. We had dinner, we had everything, and he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. You know, a lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?"
That's for
Let me
sure.
tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But you know, we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But you know, in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if
Yeah,
it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, you know
yeah.
Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating or
No, it's
even
silly. It would be
standing
silly.
together? It is the whole concept
Yeah.
is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I
It
saw a
would.
picture of her
Yeah, yeah,
on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing, and
yeah,
actually,
yeah.
she looked very much like our great first lady, Melania. She looked, didn't look,
Yeah.
she didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah, well, maybe like I think part of what people in America want to, people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the
It's
future is
true.
going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach
Right.
new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future. Um,
They want the
and I
American
think
dream
this,
back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like, You don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our, you know, the Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent. And when I debated him, I was like, is this for real? It was,
Yeah, it was just absurd. But you know, I think there are like some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think like we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We
right.
could build high speed
Yep.
connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. Um, it's possible to solve traffic with tunnels.
That's right.
We already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw
And
what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see, I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible what it's incredible. And you could do that all over. You could do that all over. It's deep.
yeah,
You
and
don't
that's
even need much structure, assuming you're in the right areas.
no, it's
It's
straightforward.
amazing.
So I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation with an ability to actually where it's like legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, "Wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the
Yeah.
world." That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an
And
American.
much safer than surface trains where there is a danger there, with people, with crazy
Yeah,
people. It's much safer, much better. And, it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating. And I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains, they call them, I guess. And
yeah,
they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And
yeah.
it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that like I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes
You're right.
illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for
Yeah.
improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's
Yeah.
lives. And
I worked very hard
and
on that.
that,
We got that down
yeah,
to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I
yeah.
got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it's just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take
Yeah,
months, and that improves people's lives. I
yeah,
think and but I just wanted to sort of hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year, and
yep,
you get like hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever, and then we just we just ossify as a society. We can't make any
yeah.
progress, and that's it's a really big
Well,
deal.
Elon, just
So
getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. And but people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved
Yeah.
where you can,
Yeah.
you basically, you look, nobody wanted, the doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list. If somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative.
Yeah.
Okay. And as you know, we got it
Yeah.
done. We have saved right to try. They've been trying to get this done for 58
Yeah.
years. And it sounds simple, but it wasn't because of, I mean, the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done.
Sure.
Somebody signs, you sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done. And we're saving tens of thousands of lives, right to try. Hopefully you never need it. But if you
Yeah.
do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People,
Right.
if they had money, they go to
Yeah.
Asia, they go
Sure.
to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and
Yeah.
die.
Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they got more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did
Um,
something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years and they just couldn't get it done. And I got it done. And it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe. And it's a drug that, generally speaking, would
yeah,
work. It's pretty crazy. You're
absolutely.
right.
And I think so, as long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons and like these are the risks, this is the risk, and like you make your own decision.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, I think just,
So
in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get
yeah.
nervous because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. What is the number? Wow. What is it?
Well,
Wow.
I think in
Wow,
terms of
that's a
people
that's a
that
big that's bigger than you said. You said 25 and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time, hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
well, I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to
Right.
weeks, it's going to be hundreds of
That's what they
millions.
say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an
Yeah.
honor. I just asked this, are you better off now or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it. And they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the
Yeah.
colleges over, I mean, it's ridiculous, but
Right.
all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden
Well,
migrant
yeah.
crime. Maybe I'll call it
Well,
Kamala migrant crime. But
I mean, with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, do have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, three of her friends in three separate
crazy.
incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like, and they just
They
know that
always get away.
nothing's going. And they don't even they don't even bother reporting it because there's not. They know that there's not. They're not going to. People are not going to get prosecuted. They just let violent criminals out in New York
The only one
with
that gets
zero bail.
prosecuted is Donald Trump. They don't get, they prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean it's just obviously messed up
Oh, it's
if
terrible.
violent criminals are being getting off scot
Yeah.
free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this and I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. Um, the legal system is supposed to be protecting the
That's right.
public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of, going after their political opponent. And that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent. And
Yeah.
and then you get a judge who's, a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that, in many cases crooked as hell. But you get a judge and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool
Yeah.
with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could
Sure.
also be the other way though,
Of course.
because it could start the other way in areas where they hate
Exactly.
Democrats, and you get into a
Yep.
Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is
Yep.
losing. New York
Absolutely.
City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of
Yes.
justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So all of that stuff is important, but the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of
Yeah. I think there's
inflation.
a lot of
Right.
opportunity. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So
And I just
I
want to
think I
I want to
think
congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. We can talk. You and I can talk about rockets and
it's kind of you to say. Thank you.
tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So
Yeah.
it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I
Well,
congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And well, I mean, I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we've suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot
I
of
think that's a
things.
very real
Yeah,
risk.
it's a big
That's a
risk.
very real risk.
Yeah.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been. I'm not like some sort of try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and solar and batteries helping with the environment, and and I actually I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed in the wool long term Republican. I call myself historically a moderate Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country, and I think a lot of people thought the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not, and obviously we're just going to see an even further left uh, administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. I mean, she was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not a. We're not making this up. That's how she was brought up. So, and we want to have a future that is prosperous, and I think we're just at this critical juncture, and I think this is a case of the America is going to at a fork in the road,
True.
And I think it will take if the path to, like you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself, and but I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before, and I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left, and so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And, I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's
Yeah.
even more of an
Well,
honor to have
yeah.
your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. but you know, when you think of her, San Francisco, 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tish. He said it's the greatest city in America, and now it's not, it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California, and she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things that, and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, you know, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at
Yeah.
us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take
Yeah.
them out.
Yeah, I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending, we want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system, just stop the lawfare, and I think that's like, and how are those even right wing positions? I think those are that's just common sense, and that's I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand, you know, the whole, they call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you their
Yeah,
crime
it's
rates
definitely
all
not
over the world
okay.
are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay. So we'll go, you and I will go and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down and our crime rate's going through the roof. And it's so simple. And it's, you haven't seen anything yet because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their
Yeah.
job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely, and it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes, and then you arrest the violent criminal and then the DA doesn't prosecute and that's let the guy out.
Yeah.
Well, then, like, why should a police officer risk their life uh, to arrest a violent felon
Well, even worse,
if
Elon,
nothing's going to happen?
even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer and they take away his pension. They take away his
Yeah.
job. He loses his family. He loses his house.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that when there was that case where sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times
Yep.
Square in New York, and and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how, I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? What that how can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything. You
You
know,
know?
we see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and
Yeah,
yet about six
yeah,
of
yeah.
these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot.
Dead.
They
Yes.
would be shot instantly. And you know, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But
Oh,
in
okay.
their own
Yeah.
country, if they
I thought
stood
I
on
thought
a
he did.
street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And
Yeah. It's
it's
just
such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you have
Gifted
yeah,
crime,
sub,
by the
huh?
way,
Okay.
because we don't do anything about
yeah.
it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera, by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is
Well, we're going to
unacceptable.
change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. You know, when I first
Okay, thank
got
you.
involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries, so you couldn't land a plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept
Yeah,
their.
it's
And you know what happened? They all called me,
yeah,
every
yeah,
one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many, the MS-13 is probably
yeah.
the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here. And their countries took them back. And because I said, you're not getting any more economic aid. And once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for
Yeah,
Obama. They
yeah.
wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
Yeah, yeah. It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have because they won't prosecute citizens either. Not just illegals. So that if it's you can't have violent repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated
That's right.
because they will obviously by definition continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for
Right.
people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You're one layer deep empathy. You got to say like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to hurt? Who are they might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals, and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for
That's right.
criminals.
And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country and we're going to get them back to because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And they're smart people and they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So it's. I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight. And
Yeah.
I didn't need this. I'm like you. I didn't need this. I had a very nice
Yeah.
life. I didn't need to go
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the
Sure.
same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. This was, but I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it actually, but if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're
Yeah,
going to
it's
stop
horrible. Like
crime,
the
and
facts speak for themselves. The
it's so
facts
incredible.
speak for themselves. Like it's gotten to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of
That's
cities
right.
because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is like we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and
Right.
so we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about. And that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry because they're keeping civilization going right now. And but I do think we want to move at reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I
So
appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations. And we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense, but you don't hear about the American dream anymore. And you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out
yeah,
and do it, and they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all, where they have no money, where they
yeah,
literally have no money, and then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're
yeah.
going to do some great things, and I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military, we did so much, but I also learned, the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington, D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I
Yeah.
know everybody. And I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. Has been, to me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people, a great inspiration. And I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up. And I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election. And I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if
Yeah.
we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think
Well,
that's what it comes down to.
thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot, but I hope you
Sure.
got a lot.
Yeah.
I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
Very interesting. Well, there we go. Okay, thank you, Anley. Much appreciated. I deleted my comment saying that it was a pay pig, because I want to be accurate. I'll acknowledge when I'm wrong. DSP downstairs literally crying over the impending June the King documentary. Let's see. Is he talking?
Because I do need help.
Okay. Wow. What a time to tune in. I need help. Dude, you got $5,000. Can you relax? No, I guess not. He has to always beg. He has to always maintain the begging. He has to always keep his viewers in a perpetual state of panic. Pretty cool. And I guess this is just like literally part of his intro now, is the putting on the ill-fitting queen crown. With the fart noise when he puts it on. Return of the King. The king of what?
Good morning, everyone. How you doing? On today's show,
Better than you
we got
are,
some
man.
Good topics, including getting caught up with everything that I've been doing in this past week, which has been absolutely insane.
So
Trying to get back to
insane.
the normal routine and swing of things.
You are insane.
We'll recap yesterday's React stuff. We've got some game news to cover today. We'll talk about the upcoming schedule.
More news about
as
people
well
being
as some other
fired.
developments that have happened over the last 24 hours that you might be interested in. So it's going to be a more chill day, more relaxed, but at the same time, we're going to have a good time right here on the Level 1 podcast.
Level 1 Poopcast.
Alrighty, good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, the 13th of August, 2024. I hope you're all doing well.
Better than you
Take a look at
are.
the background. Man, does this background pop now with this new camera?
It looks
look
like a
how well it
fucking
picks up
sewer.
Green. Green used to look terrible on this old camera I was using.
Looks like a
And now,
toxic,
holy moly,
toxic
does it
nuclear
shine
wasteland.
come out, right? And
Hello.
the one difference is today I'm not doing anything on my gaming PC on the first stream. So because of that, it's not on. So for the first time in like a week, I don't have my nice gaming PC color matched with my background. Feels very empty, the room. Without
Okay,
the gaming
no one
PC
cares.
on,
Can
the
we move
lights all
on?
around me, it feels empty. It's very weird. Anyway. I hope I find you
Okay.
all well.
Looks like a
And,
sewer
I'm
level.
ready to chill today. This will be
Very fitting.
a more relaxing, less drama podcast. Just for sure. Now that the dust is kind of settling a little bit in regards to me appearing on the Kino Casino show and doing co-op reacts and everything, that's a good thing. We do want to get back into a normal routine here on the channels and
Groom
everything.
the hair,
so
groom the
definitely,
hair.
if you're looking forward to that because you're a longtime fan, we are getting back to normalcy around here.
Bleh.
Although I do have an update for everyone regarding that whole situation. I want to talk about what I did yesterday with all my React stuff. I want to talk about updates regarding my not only my setup actually and stuff with my setup that's going on right now that actually is in flux. If you can believe it, there's more going on, but also, excuse me, I want to talk about my ongoing efforts to flip my content for easy digestibility and to cover important topics that I feel people should know about. Okay. So, for example, you may not have noticed this, but last week I started clipping stuff here on DSP Gaming out of my podcasts. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that I will always.
He suddenly
post out of
has
my
time
podcasts
for it.
only, but
Cool.
definitely.
Where'd you
with
get
this
that time
podcast
from?
Being about an hour to an hour and a half long every time that I do it every day.
Okay.
It may be very difficult for someone to find a specific important issue that they want to hear about or even know that me talking about that exists in said show. So, what I will try to do, and I'm certainly not guaranteeing
Didn't
this every
do
single
any of
day,
that during the
but
Kino
on days
Casino
when I have
stream,
some
by the
extra
way.
time after my late stream, I'll try to sit down and look at the podcast and
Fuck,
say,
man.
what's the important stuff to happen? Can we highlight that and break it out and make it a separate clip? So, for example, okay, in the last week, FYI, I've clipped the following clips and put them up on the channel under a new playlist that's called
Fucking
DSP Stream
care.
Highlights. Casino versus the Side Scrollers, DSP Felsom. That was when I was talking
Yeah,
about
really
what
epic.
a different experience I had being on Kino Casino.
Yeah, what a difference between people who are literally just trying to blow smoke up your ass because they want to get something out of you, and people who are actually honest and giving you the fairest shake you ever gotten on the internet, according to you.
Versus how poorly the Side Scrollers treated me.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, I tore the Side Scrollers a new asshole. And basically, I tore the Side Scrollers a new asshole.
Oh yeah, you said, go fuck yourself, flush yourself down the toilet where you live. Mm-hmm. Totally ripped them apart. They'll never recover.
Then there was one Ubisoft buys creators with Disneyland trips
Just like,
in order to have them kiss the butt of Star Wars Outlaws. That was a whole news story that I felt was very pertinent and needed to be broken out of the show.
Yeah, nobody's talking about that. Blah!
Then I had a clip
Jesus.
about my full thoughts about appearing on Kino Casino for the first time, basically complimenting the guys. Then I had a video
Gay.
where I got this crown and I tried to put it on, and hilariously, it doesn't fit.
Yeah, because
Okay?
you have a
Now when I'm
fat
actually
head.
using it as the intro to the show over the last week.
Fat swollen
Then we have
head.
a clip where I'm basically giving my
Yes, I do like Mecha Break. The character creator is very robust.
thoughts about.
I wanted to be the Lunar Mares. I wanted that faction, but they wouldn't let you pick a female character. So I was like, man, I wanted to be the Moon Horses. But then I picked a different one. But the different one, basically all the members of that faction just wear all black. So I couldn't really do a whole lot with the character customization. Though, I mean, all black is pretty cool.
My own upcoming documentary that's being made by June the King that will likely be released by the end of this month, from what I'm being told. It's not guaranteed, but it's a likelihood. Then I'd have a story about how I just got scammed as I tried to buy another crown that would fit, and I got completely ripped off.
You
and then
got what you paid
new
for.
clip that I just put out last night.
Got
I
scammed.
highlighted
They need
how
your help.
The whole Review Tech USA React event that I did on Sunday with the Kino Casino guys almost didn't happen.
The guys.
That we had last minute, unpredictable technical difficulties. that almost made the
Extremely
entire thing get
predictable.
canceled, all right? And that would have been good because we had 3,000 viewers sitting there watching us, waiting for us to start. Can you imagine if we couldn't get it going? Now, that's just on this channel, okay?
You would have gone to their channel
Over on
and
the
done
DSP
it.
Reacts channel.
That's what would have happened.
Sorry, because I think it just played a clip there.
Mhm.
Over on the DSP Reacts channel, what my goal is over the course of, say, the next week to 2 weeks, take highlights and interesting clips out of that 4-hour React to the Review Tech documentary and put them as separate videos on the channel. That way, if you don't have 4 hours to watch it, you
But
can
then you
still
wouldn't
get
have
some of
gotten
the
the money,
highlights
that's
of what
right.
went down
That's way more
during
important.
that React, and maybe it'll encourage you to go check out the raw video, okay?
Blah, blah, blah. Sure.
So, today, the first clip I put out yesterday, and this was DSP reveals the briefcase of Dickens, or Dickers, excuse me, not Dickens, the briefcase of Dickers. And this was when I showed the briefcase full of poker chips, which we were going to take a little bit away every time that basically...
Yeah, it was a really lame,
documentary.
tiresome gimmick, and
then
I'm
this morning,
actually,
I just
in
put
my
out a new
edit,
one,
I'm just
literally
cutting
20
them all
minutes ago,
out.
30 minutes ago. DSP
Pretty much all the segments where he's just stopping everything dead in its tracks in order to do the stupid thing where he takes chips out of the briefcase. I'm just editing them out. It's so dumb, so lame, so pointless.
reacts to RTU's infamous
not
mom
funny.
intrusion clip. This is the clip where during one of his live streams, his mother busted into his filming setup to tell him something about one of his kids, and he completely blew her off.
Really leaning
to
into
keep
the
streaming.
drama.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is do stuff, but what I need, here's what I need from you
Okay,
guys,
you can lean into the drama, but then don't
Because I
turn
do
around
know
and say you're
everything here is, like I said,
anti-drama.
interactive. It all is
Far
based
be
on-
it for
on
me
your
to
guys'
say people
opinions and
can't
everything.
exploit
I need to know
internet drama, but I don't go around
what
and say
clips
I am
you
anti-drama.
think are interesting. Okay, like what was the most interesting thing?
Yeah,
that
I
happened
thought
to
we
you
were
during
done
this
talking about
podcast,
RTU.
or
I guess
what
we're not
moments
we're not done milking
did
him.
you like
Milking a human? Not even
from
sus.
The live react on Sunday. that you would
DSP,
like
when
to
you
see
put on
me
the
break
clown
down
makeup,
as
it doesn't
clips.
come off,
The thing
right?
is, I was there for all 4 hours.
Even though that
I
doesn't make
remember a few
sense?
things, and that's what I'm trying to remember.
As an
off the top of my
analogy?
head and
'Cause
kinda
clown
skim
makeup
through
does
the
come
highlight.
off?
But I don't have 4 hours to sit
Okay.
here and rewatch it.
Bleh.
So, I need your help. I really do. I need your aid.
Oh, that's what he needs
in
help
trying
with.
to
Not
figure this
money,
out
I
and
guess.
doing the right thing.
I need your
So
help.
please let me know. I mean, if you have any suggestions now in chat, or if you want to, leave a
My
comment
suggestion
on this
is that
video
you
of some of the stuff that you think are the highlights of the video
You
or highlights
break
of
TOS.
the documentary, excuse me, the react to the documentary. Please help me out there. I'm a one-man show. I'm doing it.
No, you're
myself.
not. You have
I
a
don't
quote-unquote
anyone
team
working
of
on it.
editors,
Someone's,
according to
why don't
you.
your editors do it? My editors are very busy. My editors are every single day working on piecing together, upscaling, adding frame rate, clearing and scrubbing audio, all right? Thumbnails and all of that on the videos over on DSP Throwback, and making me thumbnails for all of my videos across all of my channels, okay? They're already inundated with work, so I can't ask even more from them. That's just not fair nor possible, okay? I need to have myself put in some work here, and I'm willing to do it.
Maybe
as long
if
as
you
we can
pay
figure out
them.
exactly what it is would be good highlights. I don't want to just make them for the sake of making them, and then they're not good. See what I'm saying? So please let me know. Share your thoughts, and I'd be willing to listen to feedback, and hopefully that'll help. All right. So expect
All
clips.
right.
Now, it's not going to be every day, and also it won't always just be the podcast here. If I have a very eventful day in a new game or whatever, I'd be more than willing to like clip that and break out some gameplay and stuff as a clip as well. The question is, what's the most important or what's the most exciting stuff in gameplay for the day too? That's another thing. When I'm sitting here playing games so often, it's hard for me to figure out what's the highlight, what's the exciting thing that people want to see. So again, I need your feedback. Did I do a clip of me blowing the cucumber? When did I blow the cucumber?
Thanks for taking the bait, Phil.
Did I impersonate
the guy
Rachel
who doesn't
blowing
take the bait, allegedly?
Okay. So, and by the way, if you guys aren't aware, there's a guy who has like 10 sock accounts, and he's in the chat right now with 5 or 6 of them. And I'm just going to ban him slowly over the day and not say anything.
Slowly?
You see me banning accounts out of nowhere.
He's not going to
It's
say
just the
anything.
Sock accounts, and I'm just getting rid of them. Okay.
What about the guy who said, I hope those editors are well reimbursed? Is that the troll? Because he said something that's embarrassing to
One of the
you.
big changes is you're going to see clips.
Wait, if
on
you
this
have
channel
editors
and
and
on
you're
the
not a
React
one-man
channel
show, lol.
over time.
Are you going to
Now,
ban that guy?
Another change that you guys are going to see soon, but I'm not sure exactly when yet.
Since you're making good money now, wouldn't it be fair to start
There's
paying
an
the editors? Are you
upgrade
going to ban that guy?
The soundproofing foam behind me is going to be improved. I have had this
Literally
soundproofing
nobody
foam
asked
behind
for
me on
this.
the wall for 10 years.
But
No
go
lie, I
ahead
got
and
it
spend
about 10
money on
years
things
ago,
you
and
don't even
it's
need
good,
to
it's
spend
fine,
money
It
on?
serves its purpose. It stops big echo in my room. When I'm in here and I'm talking, there's not a lot of echo. There's a little bit, but not a lot. There used to be a ton. Like, this room used to sound like a cave until I got all this soundproofing foam. Because those who don't know,
I don't know, man.
I
It
actually
sounds
have
like
soundproofing
maybe
foam
you just
all
filled
over
your
the
room up with
I have
clutter, and that did a good
16
job
square
of
feet of it behind me
deadening
on
the
the wall.
sound.
I have a strip of it directly to the left of me.
I don't
on this wall.
care.
That's like
I don't.
Sip
Nobody
And then
fucking
proofing
cares.
foam.
Who
You guys
who
are
talks about this?
Excuse me.
What fucking
Here's the
streamer
truth.
wastes
I was
time?
already speaking with someone.
Blurg, blurg.
About them donating soundproofing foam.
And did you see he added a new Nightbot command? As if Nightbot wasn't spamming his chat enough. Now we have a PC spec. Shit, dude. Nightbot is spamming his PC specs. Including the tower? Like, does anyone fucking care what the model number of your fucking tower is whenever you're telling people your PC specs? Nobody cares. They care about your GPU, your CPU, and maybe your RAM, and that's it.
Okay? This is
Oh, it's an 850 watt power supply. Neat.
already happening.
That's important.
And we were in talks about it, and then all of a sudden someone gifted me this gaming PC. And then, of course, the PC
Yeah,
became the
sure. I think
highlight
you bought it
me.
for yourself.
And then I appeared on the Kino Casino show. And then we had the co-op react. So basically all this has been going so crazy that it kind of... I forgot all about it, honestly. I stopped talking to the person about it.
Ew.
And then we resumed the conversation in the last couple days. And basically the person said, I still want to donate it. I was like, wow, that's nice of you, considering the fact that everyone saw that I had a great stream on Sunday. It's really nice of you.
More fucking Kino dents giving him money. Just each one of these reduces the reputation of the Kino Casino to the point that I'm... What am I going to do? Just not watch him anymore? I guess not. It's fucking lame shit. Here towards the new crown. The king deserves a crown. That fits. I thought you taking Dicker's last chip and felting him was great. Derp derp derp.
You. Still say you want...
You could have given him a tip, retard. Isn't he going to feel really, really stupid when DSP reads off that $50 super chat and the tip goal stays at 0?
to donate it because you obviously didn't have to do that. And they're like,
fucking
no, I want to
dipshit.
do it. You know, I was already going to do it. I totally want to
Here's
do it.
money for a new
FYI,
king
once
crown
again,
for king.
It's donated. All right. I could have bought it myself, but it's donated. I just want to make this clear that this, you know.
Not this, you know.
But anyway, and by the
I'll
way,
take his money,
thank you to
even
those
though
who are
I can
contributing
afford
right
it.
now. I see I got a tip.
Pretty
I just
cool.
got a
I'm
big
so much
super chat.
better than
I
DSP.
do shout outs for all contributions near the end of the show. Like
I'm
the
so
last
much better
third of
than
the
RTU.
podcast. I like to get through my talking topics first, then news, then that. So thank you, and I assure you, I will give you a nice, thorough thankfulness speech.
Nice, thorough dick
The king
sucking.
will give a speech of thankfulness at the end of the show and answer any
Calm
questions
down,
attached to
buddy.
these contributions, okay? So thank you so very much.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
So that soundproofing foam behind me is going to
They're
be
all the
upgraded.
speech of thankfulness.
I'm going to get a much more visually appealing soundproofing foam, and this soundproofing foam also is supposed to be of much better quality. Okay, so that's going to change. It's going to be different shape, different design. You're going to see. When is it coming? I don't know. It was ordered overnight, and they just sent me the first tracking link, but it doesn't work yet because it hasn't actually shipped. Once I know, I'll look into it, and then obviously I need to figure out how to mount it on the wall. Right now, up there, all I have is like 2-sided tape and or those permanent hanging sticky tab things, and it's worked for 10 years.
Move on.
But here's the
Oh
thing.
my god.
Some of my
Fucking
better
hell,
moves are
dude. No one
better. Okay?
cares.
So that's something else. So clips are going on right now on every channel. Please give me your feedback on when you want to see clipped.
What fucking streamer spends 10 minutes talking about their
Again, I don't- something today goes
foam?
on, what the hell happened over there? So yesterday was React Day.
You don't got enough to
Normally my
talk
React
about,
Day would be
dipshit?
Sunday, but as you know,
Guess not.
with the Review Tech documentary dropping
Again,
on
none of
Sunday,
this during
I had to focus on
the Dicker show.
I had to focus on that, and so I decided to have my regular React Day of my clip show and my retro React stream on Monday instead. How did it go? It went good, and I'll tell you this: we definitely got some more viewers on the show than usual, and particularly on the DSP versus the Internet clip show.
Can't endure this shit anymore. Yeah, he's just going over old shit again. Get to a new segment, dimwit.
My crooked pointed at my HD TV to fit it in the frame, running around exploring what's in PS Home. It was only 9 videos, so we got through all of them.
Okay. Don't need a recap.
At least part 1 and part 3 last night, which obviously made no sense.
Yeah, it's the whole summer camp thing is this more autistic literalism. It's a camp. It means you have to be in the forest.
And I didn't notice this. I looked at it and said, oh, part 2 I'll just make live now too.
No one cares. Get to your stupid news segment or whatever. Nobody gives a shit what you did yesterday.
And today it's going to be Nintendo World Championships, NES adults, because they're going to rank gameplay with some challenge.
Shut the fuck up.
Tonight on the late stream, Street Fighter 6 returns. First time in many days now that I played Street Fighter 6. We're going to get Blanca to master. It's actually one of the reasons why I made the background green today. It's in honor of Blanca. We're going to get Blanca to master this time. All right? He's right there. He only
Doesn't
needs
matter.
like maybe 5-6 more match wins. Of course, I need to get them without losing. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm hoping to get him to master. And after
Dude,
that,
you get
we
like
decide,
500 points for winning and you
do we
lose
wanna
50
keep going
points
with
for
Blanca
losing.
tonight, or do I maybe want to switch over to Honda?
Okay.
Because Honda's only in 3-star diamond. He's in the weeds right now. We got to grind with him quite a lot to get him to master.
He's in the
maybe what we should do
weeds.
is play with some Honda after. We'll decide on the fly, okay? But Street Fighter 6 tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, on the gaming PC. Looking great, playing great. Cannot wait. Cool.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to
Okay.
have plenty of excuses,
Tomorrow,
plenty of complaints
It will be
for
the
losing.
premiere of System Shock Remake on my gaming PC on the first stream. I'm excited for this. I've heard many good things about the System Shock Remake.
You know
I've heard
nothing
that
about it.
It basically was the game
It-
that
it-
inspired
it-
Bioshock. It's creepy. It's difficult.
I
I
mean,
don't know
it
anything about it.
inspired
I literally have
Half-Life
never
as
seen
well,
anything
but
of it or
okay.
anything. This remake could be pretty good. I'm excited for it. Can't wait to try it out with you guys tomorrow and see how that goes. And
Yeah, he's
tomorrow
playing
night
it
to end my
because some dumb fucking cuck loser gave it to him. That's why he's playing it. Otherwise, he would have never played it.
streaming week will be a late night chill stream of
course.
Stardew Valley fun. So Stardew Valley on deck too. I'm ready, excited for that. We just started winter and are working on
Very
upgrading
proud of
the
his
barn so we
begging.
get pigs and other animals and stuff. That's gonna be pretty
Pigs.
fun. I'm off from streaming on Thursday. Okay, I hope you all have a good day. Maybe get caught up with all the amazing.
Yeah,
amount of
he's just
content
gonna
I'm
sit
putting
there and
out.
beg. He's like,
Friday,
what do I do? Where do I
the day
go?
stream,
How does this work?
we're
This
gonna
is
do more
dumb.
System Shock, and then Friday night will be Friday Night Fights.
Stupid.
Okay, and then basically Saturday will be another day of gameplay. I'm not sure if that'll be my Nintendo World Championships day or not. Saturday night we'll probably do Stardew. Sunday will now be my React day. Okay, where I do the 2 typical shows. Monday again will be variety of content. Maybe I'll put Street Fighter 6 as the day stream on Monday for variety. But I'll probably continue with System Shock. And then Tuesday, 1 week from today, is the release of Black Myth Wukong. I want you to think about this. We're already halfway
Think about
through
what?
August. Did I not say, because of all the crazy stuff that's going on, right? I had a camera upgrade. I had a PC upgrade. I'm on the Kino Casino show. I'm doing this live react to Kino Casino. Because of all of it, time has flown by. Does it feel like Black Myth Wukong is right around the corner?
Sure.
No, it doesn't. But it is.
Not everyone deals
It's
with
actually pretty
your
insane to think that,
personal
but,
time dilation
I'm definitely
effects.
excited to see how this game is going to perform on the
Such
PC,
utter narcissism.
and obviously to play it. You know, we've all seen stuff from this game for several years, so you gotta hope that the game is good. Okay, I hope so.
I
It's
hope
the
the
first
thing
big
that
release
needs to
in a
be good
while,
in order for me
so
to
I'm
make
juggling
money
that
is
with other stuff
good.
for a while. Now, keep in mind, also at some point, likely by the
Wow,
end
what
of
a
the month, it's not
statement.
guaranteed, but at some point, likely by the end of the month, my documentary may actually drop.
Okay, here's the good part.
From June the King. Okay.
Okay. You want to look
and,
up? Hello?
Sorry, I got distracted.
Well,
I got
stop.
distracted. I shouldn't have picked up my phone.
Stop. Had to do a couple
so
polls.
Whenever that drops, I'm going to start reacting to it. And what I'm going to do is things that are half
ADD.
and half, meaning I'll do a podcast in the morning followed by gameplay of a game. And then my night stream will be me reacting to my own documentary, probably in like 2-hour chunks.
People on
documentary
Twitter
is
are calling
long,
me king, and I got
as June the
distracted.
King says, over 4 hours long. You can imagine how long it's going to take me to react to it. For example, the Review Tech doc, 90 minutes, took us over 4 hours to react to. So now you can imagine.
Yeah, maybe you should have
4-hour
like stopped
documentary about me will
rambling
probably take me like 10+ hours.
and not
We're
did your
talking 5
stupid,
days
lame,
reacting
gay
to this thing
gimmick
to
shit.
Wrap it up, right? So, likely, I will do it exactly the same way as I just did this last one. But the thing is, because people are saying, well, he reacted to the Kino Casino guys. I can't. It's going to be nightly streams for like a week. They're not going to literally drop their entire schedule to appear on my streams and my content for a whole week. Think about how ridiculous that would be. Hey guys,
I don't know.
would you
They
like
seem
not work
like they
for a
wanna
week and make
fucking
no
blow
money
you,
to
so
come
maybe they
over and be
would.
part of my content for a week? I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna work. You see? So it is what it is. Now
It is what it
just
is.
maybe, right? Once I'm done reacting to it, if they wanted me to be on their show to talk about it, right? Then I'd definitely be open to that, because I'm sure everyone is going to be watching this thing and reacting to it and destroying me. We already talked about this the last few days, so I don't want to talk about it again. But, you know, I'm sure, absolutely sure.
Yeah,
that
Black
those
Myth
guys are
does
gonna probably wanna
sound
have a
good.
discussion with me about
I mean, it comes from
I
China,
would
so
think that's probably what's going to happen is a whole
have to
lot
factor
of
that in.
reacting to my own thing,
Sure.
and then maybe
I'm sure it's a
talking
good
with them
game.
about it after the fact. Okay.
Regardless.
There's also the possibility, I don't know yet, that I may actually like do an interview.
I'm sure he's gonna want to go on the Kino show to like pretend like he's debunking things that he didn't like in the documentary. And if they don't push back on some stuff, then this is completely hopeless.
with June the King, because he was interested in that ages ago when he first told me he was doing a documentary on it. And I was like, yeah, I would probably consider doing that, do an interview with him after the documentary's done. But I mean, it was like over a year ago when we had that conversation. So, so that's the kind of content you can expect for the rest of the month, essentially. Plus, there's other games coming out. For example, Star Wars Outlaws, the Black Ops 6 beta is coming out, and I cannot wait to try that on my new PC, amongst other things. But one thing that I want to address before we get on to game news and everything. So I have an update on the whole Medicare situation. So, Mr. Medicare, I don't know much about him at all.
I thought it was Matoker.
Matter of factly, the only thing I know about this guy is supposedly he really crapped on me over the years. He really
Like
just,
everyone
was
has.
another person to dump on me and say negative things about me in his content. That's really the only way I knew him. Okay? So,
Wow, what a
you know,
dig. What a
over the
burn.
years, when
He's
that's all you
devastated.
do, you pay no attention to anything. Or I don't. I phase out all my detractors, all the people who say negative things about me. I don't want to hear about them. I just want to focus on my own stuff, my positive stuff. So now that I've appeared on Kino Casino, those guys have told me about this guy and said, listen, he has actually always wanted to, like, interview you publicly or have a conversation
No, he
with you
didn't.
publicly.
He only said that after
That's
you
why
asked to be
a couple
interviewed.
years ago when I was interested, I
And
was telling
his
the
fans were
internet,
like,
"Hey, I
maybe
want
you
to interview."
should.
He stepped forward and was one of the people who offered to interview me. And at that point, I was like, I would consider it. And then literally, I went on YouTube. The first clip I found of him, I said, let me click on this one. I click on it to hear him, and he's saying the N-word in it over and over. And I'm like,
No, he's not.
That's just what I mean. Like my reputation is not bad enough.
You just made that
if I
up.
do an interview with this guy, everyone's gonna say, so Phil did an interview with the worst guy on the internet who says all these horrible things. So I basically said I can't do it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what
but
you're
now,
saying. You're making shit
things
up.
have changed. I talked to Kino Casino. These guys are basically telling me, Medicare, yes, has been very critical of me over the years, but at the same time has respect for me in many ways. He actually went after the Sons of Kojima back in the day and exposed them for who they were. He was one of the people who massively covered the false escort story. That was
Why are you putting
fabricated by
false
nut
in
jobs
air
over
quotes
fucking
as
Eastern
if
Europe
it's
or
not
something like
false?
that.
Okay.
So basically, he has
Doesn't know how air quotes work.
positively covered me
Figures.
as well, or at least tried to do things to expose my trolls at times. And apparently he's doing very poorly. He's sick with cancer, and you know that's why he doesn't even make consistent content anymore, because a lot of the times he's injured, he's in pain. And they asked me, the Kino Casino guys asked me, would I do a stream with him? He said, I don't see why not. As long as it's in an environment that's kind of a neutral environment. And what I mean by that is, like, if he and I did it directly with each other, I don't know how well it would go over. But if you're doing it like on a third-party show, like Kino Casino, where I'm friendly with them, he's friendly with them, it kind of makes more sense. You know, you got like a mediator in between, too, to help to bring the heads together. Because in truth, I have absolutely no idea at all why he wants to talk to me.
Because you asked to be
I have
interviewed.
no clue. I don't know this guy, okay, at all.
Yeah, keep
So,
saying that.
You know, I said, you know what? With all the things considered, all this crazy stuff going
I
on,
don't even know who
yeah, I
he
would
is.
consider it.
I don't know who he is, and I don't know who he is,
did
and I don't
the
know who he
co-op
is. I don't know who he is, and I don't know who he
commentary on the
is.
review text the other day.
As if it's some kind of insult.
Basically, I talked a little bit after the
I don't
stream
even know who you
offline
are,
with those
bro.
guys, and they were like,
Okay.
one of the things you absolutely
I
should
don't
consider
even know who you are.
is having a talk with Medicare, because, you know, right
You
now,
know.
it's not doing good, and it would be amazing. The internet would love it. He would love it. Everyone would love this. And I said, listen, I'm open-minded. In fact, I was never against this kind of stuff in the past. It's just that everyone looked at me in such a negative light that it didn't make sense. Now, things are changing. Sure. I
No,
would
they're
consider
not.
it. So,
But keep thinking
I saw
that.
that yesterday, Andy had actually tweeted Medicare on Twitter about it. And a whole bunch of people chimed in, oh, yeah, this is a good idea. So I liked it and retweeted it. And basically, like, the whole, like half day had passed. And there was no response. And I'm like, I don't know if he didn't see it. I don't know if maybe he thinks it's a bad idea. So I decided I was going to, of my own accord, do a tweet at Medicare and just say, hey, to be honest, I don't really know who you are. All I've heard
Yes,
about you
you've
is that
said
you kind of
that.
like made fun of me over the years. But I've also heard
How
that
much do
really
you
wanna,
actually need to
meet me,
know?
talk to me. Whether it's
Until you
publicly or
say,
maybe just
until you
wanna do it
stop, like
privately, in DMs or
literally.
whatever.
This is something you can bring up so many times every time he says this. I don't know who this person is. I don't know who he is. I don't know who this person is. I don't know who this is. I don't know who that is. Literally, how much do you fucking need to know until you stop saying that? Like, holy shit. How much information do you fucking need? He's the guy who covers locales. Okay, you know that now. Can you stop saying, I don't know who he is? Jesus, fuck.
Whatever. I'm down for it, all right? I'm here. Hit me up. Let me know what you want to do. So I did that last night, right before I went to sleep, okay? And I woke up this morning, and there was no response to it. But then, as I'm searching through tweets and things, someone sent me a tweet, and it actually was from Medicare this morning. And Medicare had posted up and said, so FYI, I heard that like Andy Worski is trying to do almost like a Make-A-Wish stream with me and DSP, because I've always wanted to do that, and I appreciate that, but right now
He
I'm
didn't
really
say
sick.
that.
I have some bones that I broke. Like, he's really in massive pain and on meds
Massive
and everything.
pain.
He's like, it's gonna be a while before I feel like I'm gonna be able to stream anything. So I appreciate it, but maybe somewhere down the line. All right. So,
Okay.
basically, I tweeted back at him and I just said, "Man, dude, whenever you're ready, I'll be here." And that's where we left it, and that's where we're gonna leave for now. I'm assuming, until he feels better. So again,
I'll
I don't
be
know the
here.
guy.
My
I can't
door
say
is
a word
always
about him
open.
Besides, all I know is public stuff. Like, he hated me at one point.
Everyone hates
Why he
you.
wants to meet with me,
Even
but I
your
have a much more
pretend
open mind about
friends.
it now. I'm willing to do it. So I wish him the best. I hope he gets better. And when he gets better, I'm totally down for it. It just doesn't sound like it's gonna
My
be
door is
anytime
always
soon.
open,
You know what
Jim.
I'm saying?
My legs are always
And it is
open
what
for
it
you,
is.
sir.
What can you do? That's life, right? Stuff happens. You got to deal with it. Sucks. But
No, I mean, he didn't say that it's something
anyway,
that he's
so there you
always
go.
wanted
That's
to
the
do.
situation with that.
DSP
And,
just
I hope
added that.
explains where we are at with that. So when you ask me, well, what's the next thing you're going to do at Kino Casino?
Like, he's trying to paint it as like Jim is the one who desperately wanted the interview, but no, he's literally saying in this that it's the Kino people who are trying to set it up because they want to see it. He doesn't care all that much. He only brought it up because DSP was desperately begging for someone to interview him, which I guess is retconned out of existence. We're not allowed to bring that up.
I literally have no idea. Like, I think this was going to probably try to do the next thing. Obviously, this is off the table now. So what we'll do is see what else is going on. Like I said, I do not want to be on their show once a week. I don't want it to be a regular thing. People are like,
I just want to be on there once a month, not once a week.
I mean, that's not what it's about, okay? Because
once a month is good. Once a week bad.
That this has blown up so positively in the last 2 weeks is because it's fresh, it's new, it's different, and no one expected it, right? If it becomes a regular thing all the time, now it's not special anymore. And people will get bored with it. And I don't want people to get bored with it, right? I want to be here. I got a lot of my own content to work on right now. I got games I'm playing with the new PC. My setup I'm upgrading. New games next week. My own documentary coming out to react to. I'm a busy dude, right? It's not like I'm sitting here.
No,
I'm so
you're
bored,
not.
man. Really,
Your
so
schedule
guys
is the exact same.
It's not the case, right?
In terms of
I'm
hours.
pretty
Bleh.
So, once something else happens development-wise, maybe I get an idea, maybe they get an idea, maybe there's a reason for me to do like another crossover appearance.
You
or whatever,
sound so
I'll let you guys
desperate.
know.
It's
The
so
way I see it,
pathetic.
right, is I really think that after my documentary comes out, there's going to be people who are going to want to interview me, and that would be a more appropriate time to appear again. Especially after I've had a chance to react to my own documentary, because I know what's in it and everything to respond. So maybe that'll be the next thing. I know, because someone just said in chat, well, they've expressed a desire to like hang out with you and play games and stuff. You're right, like they said that. Can we do a game stream? Here's the thing. So I guess Andy plays Tekken 8. As you guys know, I played Tekken 8 for like a month, and I actually got pretty good at it. I got through all the ranks all the way up to like purple with Yoshimitsu. I probably could have gotten higher rank with King and Paul. But Claire, probably be able to jump right back. Shit, when it comes to fighting games, right? Player, it's not some tournament in fighting games. You get it for them, like, oh, play us, it'll be fun. I don't think it's gonna be fun. I'm just saying, I don't think it's gonna be fun at all.
To play video games with someone?
A spanking that's like one-sided and be like, damn. And the funny part about that is you'd be like, well, why don't you let them win a few times? I mean, well, what's the fun in that?
Maybe play a character that you don't know.
There's no fun in that.
Make it fair.
You just have to play. And play your best at all times. That's how
I'm sure they'll be laughing like hyenas over the fact that you were able to beat Warski and Tekken. They'll be like, see, everyone says DSP is bad at video games, but this completely debugs all of it. Trolls, coping, seething. King Knightley on a horse with a tabard and a jousting lance and a knight helmet. You praise the king.
I am in
Give
fighting
me a break, and everyone's just gagging and vomiting.
Other games I don't care, but in fighting games,
Castle.
Like I have that mentality. No, if you're gonna play a fighting game, you're just gonna play good. You're gonna play well at all times. There's no time
peasants.
That you will handicap yourself.
More
you know what
memes
I'm saying?
about
You must play.
kings. Cool,
So-
huh? Are you laughing, Derek?
I think this is the point I'm making. Like, it's funny, right? It's funny to joke about it, but when we actually get to do it, let's say if we did it, I don't think it would be funny at all. I don't think it would be entertaining. It would be like, okay, round one, fight. Boom, 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 boom.
Look
oh,
who's
shit.
broken.
Round two,
I'm just
boom,
so
boom,
tired of this
boom.
dumb
Round three,
fucking
fight. Oh, look,
meme.
he's doing the combo throw. Oh my god.
He's a
80% life-
king.
Oh, that was fast.
King, man.
Wow.
King.
So now we're gonna do this again?
King.
Or is one match enough?
King.
You know what I'm saying? I've been there, done that. Where you have like these dream matches. Oh, this person versus this person, but one person
Just completely ruined that word for everybody.
one-sided, you know what I'm saying? And then
No, I don't know what you're saying. Can you move on?
I don't know. I just don't see.
You're
it
dumb
being
as
very
fuck.
fun.
Let's go ahead and move on.
Okay, but that was the
What
only
a
other
clown
thing
show.
that we were talking about doing at this point. You know, another thing that we talked about is doing a stream just about games, like talking about games. The
Oh
history
my
of games,
God.
our favorite video games, how games have changed over time. That is exactly.
Let me tell you
the
all
kind of
about
content
my
I would
new
like to
boyfriend. This is
I've been a
literally
gaming
like
YouTuber for 16 years.
some dumb hoe
I have
gets
a
a
lot
new
to
boyfriend and just like can't
I've
stop
seen
talking
this
about him,
industry
and everyone in
change
the
firsthand, covering
circle
it
of
live
friends is just
every
like,
single
shut the
day."
fuck up.
Right? And, also, I've been a lifelong gamer.
I've been
You
a
know, I was
lifelong
around in the
gamer.
1980s playing Pong, playing the Atari 7800, NES, Super NES, Genesis, all the way through to the modern day. You know, I know the history of consoles. I've been there for it. I could talk all about this stuff. So, I really think that could be fun too.
So could
But I guess
Rich
the
Review
question
Tech.
is, how fun would that be for an audience? A lot of the casino audience is, let's be honest, you guys are there for jokes
Are
and drama,
losers.
right? A serious stream with me and those guys talking about games is not going to have much jokes and drama. It's going to be more topical, which is good. It's good to do variety content, and I think I should emphasize that. It's actually very good to do variety content, and maybe that's then something interesting to do in the future, you know. But it's up to them.
No, I
you know,
don't
'cause I think
know.
they were kind of really leaning towards me doing something with Medicare, and that's not possible right now. So I'll leave the ball in their court. If they have any ideas of stuff that they want to do, I'm open to the possibility.
Well, leave the
I
balls
just
in
don't
their
know
mouth.
if me, you know, wiping the pavement with them in a fighting game is really going to be the most entertaining thing to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't get. I don't understand how that would be very fun.
Okay.
You know, it is what it is.
It is what it
Okay.
is. So forth and so on.
So I have
Moving
to blow
on.
my nose. This cold
You didn't
still
have to
persists,
blow your
if you can
nose in
believe it. It's been
4 hours
2.5 weeks since I first got this
when
cold.
you were on with the
And
Kino
The
Dents.
problem is my post-nasal drip just keeps aggravating
Kino
the symptom.
Densino.
Like, no lie. I still have this tickle in my throat, and it's still making it drip into my sinuses. It's pissing me off.
He
Like,
just-
it's not going
he-
away. And it's
he
really
just
pissing
has
me off.
no
But It
sportsmanship.
is what it is. What can I do? It's my life, man.
Like,
Stupid
do
post-nasal
you
drip sucks.
do you not know how to play a fighting game with someone who isn't as
Ugh.
good at the fighting game as you are and still make it fun and sportsmanlike? No, he literally
Hey,
only
no
has.
problem.
Jade, no problem.
No
What did
problem,
Jade
Jade.
say?
We already did it.
When play SF with you, old friend, I like say to him for sing to me. I don't know what the fuck that means. When play SF with you, old friend, I like say to him to for sing to me. I guess he's talking about Brian and singing Happy Birthday. This is your fan base, DSP. Absolute mongoloids.
Yeah, actually, I've already talked to Brian a few times. You know.
You know,
since-
no, I don't know. I don't think he wants to talk to you. He wants nothing to do with you anymore because you harbor pedophiles.
We last streamed and we sang you happy birthday and all of that. So no problem, man.
No problem, dude, bro, guy, brother, friend.
That's the thing. I'm not sick. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sick. I just have lingering symptoms. I don't have this. I'm not still sick with the cold or anything.
What
I
are
have
the
no drained energy
symptoms
or anything
of?
like that. You know what I'm saying?
No.
It's just these stupid symptoms. This drip in my throat, tickling my throat, won't go away.
Okay. Nice black screen.
Ugh.
You can't like put anything on the
No,
screen.
as I've said, I didn't take any medicine when I was on the show or anything with them. If you notice,
He just
my
turned it
night
off.
streams, it usually doesn't bother me as much. This is, for some reason, it's like when I'm sleeping and
All
everything.
right, bro. Wait, again, going back to the fighting game shit. He literally doesn't know how to face someone who's less talented at him or less skilled. Not talented. Skilled at the game that he is, while also making it like fun. Like he only has one setting. It's not even like he has two settings. Like, he just has to be like maximum try hard whenever he plays a video game. He can't like just let up a little bit and let his opponent get in a few hits and then like try to do a come from behind victory thing. Like he literally just only can just be as sweaty as possible, and he doesn't know how to be anything but that. That's pathetic.
Everything, it all can change.
Oh, no, it'll be fun. I'm just gonna beat the shit out of him, and I won't be able to do literally anything else. All right, cool. All right, just fuck up another collaboration, idiot.
Guests in my chest, and I wake up, and it takes me a while to clear it out, and then I start.
Blah 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 blah. Turn the screen back on. Nice hair.
That's better. Oh yeah.
Okay. Fuck with the camera. Groom
To
the
our favorite
hair.
segment shout-outs, okay?
News.
Cool. So,
Cool.
gaming news for today. A few various, like, random topics from the last couple of days to cover. So, you guys remember Tango Gameworks, the company that was responsible for
Yes, for
Evil Within 1 and
Hi-Fi
2?
Rush. They were bought by a
And then
new
they made
company.
Ghost War
Move
Tokyo.
on.
And then recently they made Hi-Fi Rush, which was very critically acclaimed and well received. And then in an unprecedented...
Remember in the Kino Ditsino stream, he's like, Richard Vutek just reads articles off his phone. I would never do such a thing.
incredibly boneheaded move, Microsoft closed the studio, right? The fuck?
Right?
So, what they did is, they basically got bought out. A company called Crafton Inc., which is apparently the company responsible for PUBG. Oh boy, because PUBG's been very pertinent recently, right? Has bought Tango
Apparently
Gameworks.
enough that they can buy game
And so apparently Tango
studios.
Gameworks is back, and it's looking like perhaps those people who lost all their jobs are getting their jobs back, and they're going to continue to make games. So obviously that's a good story, but I'm going to be honest, it makes me nervous that it was the makers of PUBG that bought them. PUBG is not a pertinent game anymore, nor has it really done anything in the last like 6 years, right? Like the last thing I can remember PUBG making waves doing is when they ported to Xbox One, and it was a big deal to have
PUBG still
on
has over
console,
100
except
million
It runs like
players.
shit. And then when I got my Xbox Series X, I played it again, and it still ran like shit. Like the frame rate was better, but it still controlled poorly. It had lag and shit, and I was like,
Yes, because
they
it's
never really fixed
primarily a
this.
PC game.
So I don't remember PUBG, anyone really talking about it outside of their own community for a long time.
Nobody
So
talks about it except
maybe
for the people who
this
play
is a way
it.
that they're going to diversify what they're doing now and start to do different
Nobody
stuff
talks
rather
about
than
it
just
aside
PUBG.
from the
I
people
just
who talk
think-
about it.
I just hope that Tango
Uh-huh.
Gameworks is in the hands of a company.
What an insight.
I hope they don't get, screwed up and changed now for the worse because this company.
Jasper bothering
Also,
Phil because he wants to get let out.
Silly Jasper.
Yes,
Okay,
you can
Another
talk.
news story. 2 new Halloween video games are in the works. Yes, Halloween. You know that slasher killer franchise starring Michael Myers? Well, apparently they're making video games out of it now.
Okay.
One of these games is going to be made in Unreal Engine 5. And
Remember you
essentially
playing
what's supposed to be is kind of
Multiverses
like a
starring
montage
Jason
homage
Voorhees?
game to the movies. What does that mean? Will you be able to play through classic scenes from the movies as Michael Myers or as the survivors? You can see that being kind of cool, right? Also,
How many bits
here's an
for me to
opportunity
follow
for them
back?
to get
I don't know.
the actual actress Jamie Lee Curtis, right, to play the Laurie Strode character in the game. I think that could be pretty cool. Of course, her voice is going to sound much older.
If you're asking,
right? But she could. I think she
I
could
don't know,
do
like
it. She's
50
obviously
bits.
an active actress.
I'll keep it
She
low.
just starred in the bombed film Borderlands, so this would probably be a better use of her time. And by the way, supposedly they got John Carpenter involved. You know, the guy who actually made the movies. So that's pretty neat.
He's been making good music. He's actually a pretty decent
That
music
is pretty damn
composer.
neat. Okay, so that I feel
Check him out on YouTube.
is very good. By the way, Jasper, Jane says hello. He says it's good to see you.
What did he actually say?
you know.
Hey, cat emoji, cool see you. Can he
So I guess
say
we'll see.
anything
We'll see what happens
correctly?
with that.
He tries way too
On
hard
the
to
flip
sound
side
like
of news,
a fucking
the Yakuza
potato.
franchise is being made into a TV show on Prime Video, and it's going to premiere later this year, I think in November, right? However, I have
Right?
some bad news for everybody. Are you ready for this?
The
I know you're not
makers
gonna
of
like this
it
news.
don't know
Ready?
anything about
We're
the
all
video
fans of the
games.
series, right? We're fans of Yakuza Like a Dragon. The cast of the TV show recently revealed.
Hello?
Hold on.
Hello?
No?
Hello?
The fans or the cast of the TV show, all right, recently revealed
That they didn't
that
watch or play the video
they
games.
have never played a single
Yakuza video game. Yes. Why do we have to say it as slow as possible?
Nor understood any of the plot lines whatsoever.
Yep, that's
Can
what
you
that
believe it?
means.
And when asked why, they said Amazon, the producers of the TV show,
Wanted to make
actually
their
asked
own
them
show.
Not to, specifically.
Because they wanted to
Because
make their
they
own
felt
show.
They want to make their own version
Yes.
of the Yakuza storyline, and therefore they don't want the show to be influenced by the game.
Yep, that's what that means.
They don't want the TV show named Yakuza with the same characters from the games, based in the same location as the games,
To have an effect on the TV
and
show.
only existing because it's using the games as source material. They don't want the people to know about the games. They want to do their own version.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Yep, that's what they always do.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I'm just... You know what this is? This is the Halo TV show all over again. Guess how many seasons the Halo TV show lasted? 2. Guess how many episodes the Halo TV show should have lasted? 1, because it
Like,
fucking
it's sort of
sucked.
It's sort of like an issue.
Terrible.
Like, if you make... It's a problem where, like, if you base a TV show off the plot of the video game, then the people who played the video game don't really care about the show, because they're like, I've already seen this before. If you make it an original story, at least they have a reason to tune in. This is the kind of a catch-22 you have.
It bastardized the source material to the point where no one liked it, and the show fell off and no one wants to watch it, and it's canceled. Why would you
Every show
literally
gets canceled.
copy the failure of that just happened? You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Why use the character?
Point taken.
The show is not in the spirit of the games. Tell everyone two will start and no one will watch and they'll be canceled again, just like fucking Halo, right? So I genuinely hope
it's
that
good.
perhaps something changes about this, but I'm sad. I don't think it is.
I'm sad.
I don't think the show's gonna do too well, guys. Just being honest. Okay.
I wanted to do well just to
one
spite
final
him.
thing that I want to cover because, oh, are you kidding me?
About what? Oh my god, I hate when he
I
does
haven't been
this.
recording this whole time. I came back from blowing my nose. I haven't been recording.
Good job, Phil. Good job. Maybe you should just make this stream public. Okay, you can... Doesn't mean you don't have to talk.
You're not funny and nobody likes you.
Well, folks,
some
I
help.
finally did it. I made my own oopsie poopsie.
You.
I have literally been talking game
A
news for about 10
42-year-old
minutes
old
now,
man should
and I
not
forgot
be
to
saying
resume the
that.
recording because I had to blow my nose. So I guess what I'll have to do. is I
Scat
can clip
fetishist.
the
Any
news
excuse to say poop, I
out of the
guess.
stream and make it a separate clip highlight so that you guys can see the game news segment.
And I
You didn't
don't
catch this live.
care.
Okay. I guess what I'll have to do, because it will be in there for the stream, but it won't be in there for the on-demand video, and that's my fault. So if you're watching this on demand, there's a chunk missing. I will highlight that, cut it out of the stream later, and I will upload that as a separate clip on the channel.
Yes. We really need his invaluable
Sorry about that.
Yakuza TV show opinion.
Okay.
Bleh.
Cool. All right.
Not cool. Move on.
Lastly, and this is a story that I'm confused about because it seems like everyone on social media is arguing about it. So as you guys know, earlier this year, okay, Helldivers 2 was a breakout star of a game, both on PC and on PS5. They had a giant player base. Everyone was playing this thing co-op, enjoying it, New content was being added and all of that. I played it a little late, but I played it for about a month on and off, right? You know what I'm saying? And so after about a month of playing it,
Yes, the
I kinda got
game
bored.
exists.
And the reason I kind of got bored is because there wasn't really much new to do. It was the same, combat loop of killing the bugs or killing the robots, different kinds of planets, different kinds of, styles of gameplay and stuff like that. And I had unlocked most of the good weapons of the game. I had like the best airdrops, a big laser rifle, all the good stuff. It was just like, there's really nothing else going on. So I just lost interest in it. I said to you guys,
Kind
I
of
would go
like
back to
Street
it
Fighter.
if maybe they added new content or something like that. I would consider it, right? So time's passed, and I'll be honest, I haven't really had a desire to go back. No one's really asked for it either.
Look
So I don't know what's going on with Helldivers or anything, right? And so,
okay,
all that going on,
with all that going on,
I start seeing these negative trends on social media about the game now. So this morning I said, I'll click on one and just see what people are talking about. So I read one post. Just listen to this. I'm just going to read it word for word, just right off of X. The fall of Helldivers 2 needs to be taught in game dev conferences for decades to come. It is truly astounding how a company turned their Game of the Year contender into a desolate wasteland in just 6 months. That first month was truly magical, and we're never getting it back. And that, FYI, that tweet
SYI
has over 15,000 likes, over 1,500 retweets, and over 1,000 comments.
I don't care.
So people must be agreeing with that sentiment. You know what I'm saying?
No, it could just be engagement farming.
Side, I start reading some responses, and I see responses like this. Desolate wasteland, but it has 35,000 players currently right now, and that's just on Steam, not accounting for PlayStation. And someone else responded. A reminder, this
We're just
entire
reading
thing
Twitter
is completely
threads.
Unhinged. Helldivers 2 is still around the 30th.
We're just reading arguments happening on Twitter. This is your news.
That hold on to these kind of player numbers are esports monsters like Counter-Strike and Dota 2. Right? So...
Okay, well, what's your opinion?
For me, I don't even understand...
I don't even know
where the discussion's coming from, because I haven't played it.
Oh, what's going
funny.
on?
I will say this.
It's funny, because...
months ago, when you guys were asking me to play the game, and it was good reason, because, everyone was playing this thing at the time. Like, it was hot. It was the big, focused game that had all the attention on it, right? It
groom
did.
the
It
hair,
really was.
groom the hair.
Helldivers 2, the best game so far this year. Absolutely, you need to play it. You're missing out if you don't play it. And I was like, nah, I don't know if it's going to work for my kind of content and stuff like that. And I played it, and it did work for a while, admittedly.
Admittedly. It's hard for him to admit it.
But then after a month of playing it,
some reason, siege mode.
Right? So is that what happened? Is it one of these games where there's a cycle where you like it, but then you kind of see everything and you're bored and you stop playing it, and then that's what happened to the player base? That's what happened with Pal World for me. Pal World was a really cool experiment in January, and we played it and we liked it for like 2-3 weeks, and after like that I was like, nah, I don't want to play it again. We kind of seen it, it's not a big deal, right? So maybe that's what it is. But I've also heard that a lot of people are upset with the way that they update the game. Okay, so I'm just gonna read some comments right out of chat. Ready?
Why?
Here we go. These are some
Eternal Napalm is just schizo posting. Copy pasting Wikipedia.
Helldivers is great,
dialogue.
but they nerfed one of the best weapons.
Wow. What does that mean?
They're taking the fun out of the game with all these balance patches.
Whatever that means.
Let's see. They tried to insert politics and ban free speech, not just slurs in the game, and people had issues with that.
I literally don't know what that
trash
means.
To begin with.
That's an opinion.
Let's see. The issue is they're listening to D2 devs. D2. I don't know what that is.
Destiny 2.
Buff weapons. They make the game not fun to play. My friends and I still play it. There are plenty of people still playing it for what I've seen. They nerf some things and make bad decisions, but it is still popular. And the 7-Star Samurais tagged me and said, people are pissed about the latest update. They nerfed one of the best weapons and didn't add much.
You already said that.
Enemy variations and a new difficulty level. So, are you telling me? I haven't played the game now for many months. I think I was playing it like April, May. Are you telling me there's still not a third enemy race? It's still just the robots and the bugs? That's it? If that's the case, then I get it. Like, that's just boring. There's not enough going on in the game. Just fighting the same 2 enemy types over and over. I'd be bored too. So it makes sense that they would lose their player base. But, again...
Okay. Make sure you play the Call of Duty beta that has such a higher variety of enemies to face.
They weren't expecting that this many people would put eyes on their game, and they probably weren't ready to deliver a ton of content. They probably had a roadmap for a more reasonable, smaller scale game, and then when all the insane viral attention got thrown on them, they're like, whoa.
Cool. That's some really cool speculation. Can we get some news, though?
But they probably just can't keep up with the demand.
Probably. Right? I don't know, right? I don't know anything.
I don't know. I don't work for the company. I'm not trying to defend them or anything.
Shut up.
For me, Yeah, I played it for the month. I liked it a lot.
I played the video
I've
game.
seen everything on board. I'll go back when there's new stuff. And you guys have literally never said a word to me about going back because there's no new stuff I get. Like, well, you know what that reminds me of? Honestly, Halo Infinite, where for some unbeknownst reason, 343 Industries didn't think that the latest Halo game would be popular. So they released it.
We can't just say some unknown reason.
Like,
we have to try and sound smart by saying
like,
some unbeknownst
they
reason.
Released piecemeal new updates that wasn't enough, and then they dumped the whole online co-op aspect of the game that they had promised for launch. Like, they had all these missteps with the game, right? It became too popular, had too many eyes on it, too many people cared, they couldn't live up to expectations, and they killed their own game. It died. Within like 6 months, no one was playing it anymore. Sounds to me that's exactly what's happened with Helldivers 2, right? Queen of Hearts says they did just put out an update, but it does seem lackluster. It just seems more like a game you jump in for variety matches with your buddies. Right. And you know what?
I don't have
it can
buddies.
only work for a certain amount of time. Those games aren't going to usually hold ongoing retention of gamers. If anything,
Yeah, kind of like Street Fighter.
it's the exception to the rule when that happens. Like Fortnite. What were the chances that Fortnite was going to do what it did? Right? Fortnite wasn't even designed to be Battle Royale. It wasn't. It was supposed to be tower defense. And then on a whim, they copied PUBG, basically, is what they did. And now all of a sudden, it's the game to play if you're a kid or a streamer. And it got such viral popularity because of that, right? It's crazy to think, right? So
It's
yeah,
not
anyway,
crazy.
sad. I don't know. I don't know what really happened with Helldivers.
It had a
You know, like I said, I'm not in the
huge
loop,
marketing
but
budget and a bunch of
apparently there's a lot of
crossover
people not
appeal
liking it anymore, and it's dying. So
and many different game modes
all right,
that you're
now let's get
completely
the
unaware
shout-outs.
of.
So anyone who contributed, thank you for waiting and being patient. Let's do the shout out segment.
a
And if you
marketing
contribute now, I will give you a
juggernaut.
shout out. FYI, this is one of my usual daytime streams. My goal for the stream is to hit $50 in tips.
Well,
by
you
the
got
end
a
of the
$50
stream,
super
and that's
chat,
not
so
just
you hit your goal, right?
podcast,
No, I
but
guess
also
not.
including,
That's
the
a different form of money.
After. Okay, we start off with Bloodwolf 2A2, who did a whopping $50 super chat this morning. Let's get Bloodwolf up on the leaderboard here.
Cool. Did you hit your tip goal? No. I hope he feels really fucking stupid. I bet he probably thought that meant you hit your
He says the
goal,
following.
but of course you didn't. You're still at
Here,
0.
Towards the new
Blip, 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 blip,
take
blip.
chip ding 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 in let it
Cool.
the let now who fucks with someone, bullies someone.
Oh no, they made fun of you. Boo-hoo. Someone made fun of you. Wah, wah. Kino Casino never makes fun of anyone.
Truly once in a lifetime.
Boo-hoo.
People aren't gonna forget that.
Someone made fun of me. He deserves to
give
pay.
my piece on a public stage in front of thousands and thousands of people. It's been clipped. It's been talked about. People loved it, and he's got to remember that forever. It's his own fault.
What if he kills himself? Don't you say like people need to worry about that if they make fun of someone?
Maybe
I
should
guess
get
you don't.
framed,
I guess
right?
you don't have to
Thinking about
care.
Anyway, thank you, Bloodwolf, for
Cool.
a $50 super chat. Incredibly generous. Thank you so much.
Big gay prayer hands. Hey, what happened to the tip goal? Didn't that
received
hit
a
your
$1.50
goal?
Tip. First tip
Wait,
of the
what
day.
happened? I don't get it. I gave you $50 and your
So,
tip
let's
total
see
is still
here.
at 0. What?
It's an anonymous tipper. They said, I'll be honest, Phil, I've watched the tractor videos before. Just because they clip certain topics of discussion that I was interested in hearing you talk about. So I didn't have to sit through your whole podcast or wait for Opie Boone's timestamps to
I
be
feel
added.
stupid.
This new clipping thing makes sense. Detractors have had a clip monopoly until now. There you go.
Except
and
your
I
clips
know,
aren't
the
even
thing
of the
is,
good parts.
honestly, it's because I work so much. If I didn't work as much, I would have time to sit here every day clipping a bunch of stuff. I don't have time for it. It
You're
takes a
clipping
while, too,
lame
because
gay
you
shit
gotta
like your
wait
opinions on the
stream,
Yakuza TV
process
show. No one
enough
cares about that.
Then you can go into the editor and you can skim through it. If you don't wait like many hours after the stream goes offline, you can't even do that. It's just there's no preview. You can't even clip it yet. Then once it is clippable, it's a pain to work with. Half the time it crashes or has issues. And it could take you a while. Like for example, me going through an hour and a half podcast to find the topics. I gotta watch the whole thing. I don't have an hour and a half to watch the whole thing. So now I'm skimming through trying to find topics. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So, FYI, I knew these clips were useful. I'm gonna try to find time. The thing is, I can't just do it all myself, and I know I'm not gonna be able to keep up with it. There's gonna be days there'll be no clips.
It's basically being trolled into wasting more of his time.
But that's what I need your feedback for.
He wishes he had more time to spend with his horse,
I would say
though.
today, the first thing to clip would be the Medicare discussion, since that's the big news. And number two,
It's probably already been clipped before you're able to get it live by someone else who's recording this
So
live.
those would be the two clips to come out of today's stream, I think. Correct? So there you go.
There you go. Anyways.
All right. Thank you for the feedback and for the tip. I just received a $2 tip.
Don't you mean $51?
Frozen. From Chocoboko. I was watching your PlayStation Home videos the other day. I thought maybe Capcom took some inspiration. That's how World Tour and Battle Hub for Street Fighter 6 was made. You know, I didn't even think about that. You may be right. Because that's kind of how a lot of the World Tour works. You're wandering around with your avatar. It has customizable clothes, things that you buy in-game. Right? It's got all kinds of stuff going on regarding Street Fighter World and Capcom. As opposed to, you know, that has all Sony properties. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I could definitely say perhaps that was an influence. So, that's a good observation, I feel. Let's see here. Shout out to Corey K, who just became a channel member. Thank you, Corey.
Cool.
For a nice fresh membership this morning. I appreciate that, Corey.
Nice
Thank you so
fresh
much.
membership. Blurg.
Okay.
You get a complimentary
blurg. A
blurg.
$5 tip. I don't think Jim ever hated you. I've watched the guy for years, even seen him defend you a few times. But again, you have to understand something. I've had so many people
You're a
dump
piece of
on me
shit
over the years. You know, Review Tech, one of the worst, right? But you've had literally everyone take shots at me. And I don't know who they are. Like
Who
right now, I
cares?
genuinely tell you this, I don't know who this person is.
You don't have to know who they
I don't know
are.
who he is, what he does. I have no
Fucking
clue.
retard. And the dumb shit who just got scammed with his $50 super chat that didn't hit the tip leaderboard now became a super supporter, which is like, what, $10 a month? You fucking retarded idiot. Jesus Christ, you people are making the Kino Casino fans look like a bunch of fucking dipshits. Alright.
Follow that kind of content. I have no idea, honestly, and that's what I mean. Like, I have nothing against the guy. The only thing I hear is that he's been very.
You have something against everyone who makes fun of you.
Mean to me, and he's a guy that I don't know, so I can't really. You know what I'm saying? I can't counter
You know
that.
what I'm saying?
I can even really say.
Duh.
And that's the thing. It's always been one-sided for me. It's always been everyone takes shots at me. Everyone takes shots at the king.
Ugh.
The king doesn't take shots back because the king doesn't even know who the fuck these people are.
Cringe.
Nor do I want to bother myself with it. I got content to make. For my
Cringe.
and care about me and want to watch my content, right?
Cringe.
So why am I going to bother myself
You talk about trolls all day.
with these people who are just going to sit here and crap on me? The truth is, I'm just not going to. And that's been my attitude for a
You
very long
whine
time.
and flail and
During
bitch
the
about
precious few
trolls
times,
every single day. DSP,
other
why don't you watch
situations where
wrestling? Why don't you
someone's
play
attacking
wrestling
me and I
video
actually have to,
games?
like, know who
Because
they
of the
are and research it
trolls.
Because maybe it's affecting my content and shit. That's happened a few times, okay? But for the most part, you know,
No.
I just don't know. So I would tend to believe you now. It's weird that, you know, they want me to do a stream with this guy. It just feels weird to me. I don't even understand it, being honest. Like, I don't think I'm anyone special. I don't think I'm anyone pertinent.
I don't think I'm anyone special. I'm just a king.
You know what I'm saying?
You know?
Why would someone who has health issues?
I'm just a
serious health
boring.
issues,
I'm not special. I'm just a
say,
king.
One of the things I actually want to do is I want to do
Fucking
content
neck
with Phil,
yourself,
but what?
man.
I can't even fathom that would be on someone's brain.
I don't think I'm
Because
anyone
in my
special.
head,
I'm a
I
king.
would never believe that I'm important
Uh-huh.
to have that kind of
I'm
a
not
priority in
important. I'm
someone's
just a
life. You
king.
understand what I'm saying? And the
No,
thing
I
is,
don't
I'm
understand what
told
you're
all the time,
saying.
This is the case. People like me. People like
Sound
my content.
bipolar.
They find inspiration from it. They find, you know, they get passion in their own lives watching me go through the stuff that I've been through. They like my takes. I get it, but I don't. You see, it's kind of a weird dichotomy for me.
Yeah, it
And so
sounds
probably comes, I mean,
fucking
honestly, where
stupid.
it probably comes from.
Like it's all fucking
Is I have
made
an awful
up.
self-image because of my past, all right, because of the depression and things. As you guys know, I have depression. I like to say I'm past it, but I'm not. It comes back from time to time. It hit me really hard earlier this year once when I didn't even want to get out of bed.
Oh my god.
I was just feeling so sick and sad and depressed. And my wife got me out of bed and said, "No, you gotta get up. You can't just be here."
depressed like this, and she got.
You got to make money. Who's gonna pay for the DoorDash? I need to get even fatter. Go make the money we can blow on food that we overpay for. Stupid, get up.
We joke about me being a king and all this shit. It's just jokes, you know. I don't.
No, I think you take it very seriously.
I'm very lowly of myself, you know. So
no, I don't know. I think you think very highly of yourself. To the point where you think saying, I don't even know who you are, is some kind of burn. As if your ignorance is supposed to insult anyone, but yourself.
I don't understand it. I don't think I'll ever understand it. I don't think it's possible.
I don't think I'm capable of understanding anything. Yeah, I get it.
Blood Wolf, thank you.
You're ridiculously stupid.
Super supporter of the channel. That's the tier 2 level of support. I appreciate that, Blood
Not
Wolf.
as stupid as the people who give you money.
Okay, so I have gotten through the shout outs so far. If anything else comes in, I will definitely shout it out. Again, my goal is $50 today, just so you guys know.
But I gave you $50. Didn't I just give you $50?
So before we start with Nintendo World Championship,
did I not do
let's do
that?
a tiny bit of Q&A, whatever you guys
Did
want to
I
talk
imagine that?
Glimmer says you've
Oh,
been
I guess
abused
I
by
gotta
culture
give
over
you
a decade.
another
That will take a
50.
toll on anyone's mental health. I mean,
thought I already did.
You know, when I started on YouTube, that was one of the few times in my life where I started to get confidence in myself again, because I had a lot of confidence in the Street Fighter community, but then
Everyone
I
hated you back then too.
fell out of that, and when I did, and I got my back injury, I got very bad eating, I got very overweight, I was alone,
Still overweight.
single, and depressed, and I drank too much, and I hated myself. I hated my life at that point. That was my huge depressive part of my life, my late 20s essentially. And then when I became a YouTuber, it changed because everyone liked me and wanted to hear my opinions and wanted to see my gameplay videos. And I was like, whoa, that's so different because I've never been like that before. It's different to be, you know, in demand and popular in a positive light.
Yikes.
And that lasted for a while, but then it turned. This is how you don't play started. Then all the haters started. The SOK, these fucking insane restreamers and crazy obsessed
Insane
weirdos. And then it all fell
restreamers.
apart. And then, you know, how do you have a good self-image when every day you know 99% of people on the
Because you
internet
think you're
talk
better
about
than
shitting
everyone.
on you today, saying you're a piece of garbage, right? So I
Because
have. I
even with
literally
all
have no
that, you
good self-image
still
at
think
all.
you're
I just
better than
don't- I
everybody.
don't think of myself in a positive way, and I don't know if that'll ever change.
You think you're a piece of
It's
shit,
hard
but
to
you think
believe right
everyone else is
now
below that.
That
It's
people
very
are
simple.
actually genuinely watching.
It's
my
great you're
reaction to
feeling
Review
better.
Tech
Depression
documentary,
suck.
That people are watching my content on this channel. That people are watching my stuff and enjoying it, and now say, "Oh, I'm a newfound fan. I'm gonna check your stuff out now." I just like I don't believe it. It's weird because it's happening. Like it's in my face. Like right now, I can literally open my phone. I can go into YouTube Studio. I can go over to my DSP Reacts channel, and I can see that it says I made thousands of dollars on the live React. I can check it right now.
Can he tell you
and I
how
go to the
much he made in
video,
super chats
and
now?
it says that I have 31,000 like 400 plus views on it and climbing, right? And people are loving it. Over 2,000 likes.
Nice humble
hundreds
bragging.
of comments, positive comments. And
They're
it
all
doesn't-
blowing
it
smoke
doesn't,
up your
like,
ass
my-
because they
this is what
know
happens
it's the
when you have
best way to
depression.
make you
It
put
doesn't
out more
let you be
ridiculous,
happy.
laughable content.
It actually makes you feel like shit no matter what. Like I look at it, I'm like, yeah, it's there, but it's fleeting. It's not gonna last. That's what depression really is. It's like this nagging feeling forever.
I mean, it's
You're never
true
good
though.
enough, and no matter what
It
you
is
do,
not gonna
it
last.
doesn't matter.
Not
It's
only
all
is it not gonna
meaningless,
last,
and
it
it's
wasn't
all
even
gonna
real
fucking
to
go
begin
away for you
with.
anyway. So why celebrate? Why feel good? That's true depression. And I have
Oh,
it
no,
fucking
that's-
won't go away.
that's having a
Especially
conscience.
moments like now where things are going good.
Oh,
I
this
feel
is the-
dread.
this is the messed up
And
Mio.
it sucks. You don't want to go
God
through
damn it.
life like that. You don't. I don't want that. I don't want those feelings. You know, I like
We
to
do
think
need
that
Mio
there's
in here,
people
though.
out there that like me and cherish things that I've done over the years and respect me. And Medicare would want to talk to me because of good positive reasons. But my fucking stupid depression won't let me believe
My
that.
fucking depression.
It makes me think like this whole thing's a trap and everyone hates me. It's fucked up.
Everyone
It's
does
fucked up.
hate you.
Paranoia is what it is. Because I can think logically and defeat it, but you can't stop the emotion. You understand?
No.
That's what it is at its core. It's raw emotion that
dumbass.
overcomes your logic.
Fuck all
And
y'all.
it's very
Don't
hard
be
to stay
an
in a logical
asshole.
mindset
Fucking
when
slug,
emotion
fucking
is overwhelming.
virgin. I'm a
And that's
fucking
what I'm feeling right now,
genius.
this
Get to the
dichotomy
fucking point.
Between logic of facts and emotion telling me bad things. You know what I mean? It's
No,
fucked
that
up.
made no
And this is what I've
sense.
been going through for a very big portion of my life.
Okay,
Oh, let's
cry
hear it.
harder.
Where'd Jade go? Because Jade said something.
Where'd Jade go?
Jade retracted his comment, so I can't read it now. I don't know why
What
he retracted
happened,
his
Jade?
comment.
Thank you, Good Roberts.
Let's see here.
This guy's being cringe. I think I
already
can
played
look
Call
at
of
my
Cthulhu for
YouTube
Halloween
studio
Marathon
and
years
see
ago.
people calling me king, but something tells me that it's all fleeting and it's not gonna last. And that's what depression is. Depression is when you look at things accurately and they make you
14 months as a
sad.
member. It's great you're
That's
feeling better.
right.
Depression
That's what
sucks.
depression
Thank you,
is.
Goldfish. Yes, it's awful. I wouldn't wish it upon
Depression is when I get the nagging feeling that these casino dents are just blowing smoke up my
says, I knew who
ass.
you were over the years, but I never watched you. When you came
It's
on the
not
casino, I decided to
logical,
check you
but
out,
it's
and
just a feeling that I
I'm loving
have.
your content. Well, thank you. It's nice for you to say. Avarice says, any advice on how you can ignore outside drama? Most of us are here to chill and enjoy
doesn't.
gameplay. Then just chill and enjoy. You know.
He's telling you to shut the fuck up. Quit being a drama queen. Quit being a crying bitch. And he's telling you that we're just here to watch gameplay. And you're just like, yeah, I know, right? Just completely flies right over his head because he's dumb as fuck.
When I get to my gameplay, that's what it's all about. Today we'll be playing Nintendo.
Oh my god, these chatters. Imagine spending your life trying to gaslight this dumb motherfucker. King Phil, can you do us a favor, prayer hands? Flip Rich's chip like Harvey Dent in Batman. Catch the chip, then say to the camera, it's over, chubs. This is your fan, Phil. This is your quote-unquote fan. As much as a fan that someone can be to you.
About that, that possibly we should do. He says, yeah, you totally should do it. You should do, like, get some modded skins and things for your main. So I might have to look into that at some point. The villain says, dude, you have a support system. Most people who don't have relationships or anything get it even worse. You'll be fine. People who are alone suffer worse.
Yeah, quit
Well,
crying.
no, that was me. That was me.
Yeah, I know.
Like I said, I was at
Quit
this job where I
crying.
was
Yeah, I know.
Appreciated and
Do you?
And not, you know, really valued for what I was doing. I was single. All right.
No, you weren't. You had Panda Lee.
You know, like everything was bad. Like everything in my life at that point was going wrong. And so that's why I got to, heavy drinking.
Scratch the head as if he's lying, because he is.
I never want to go back there, but I don't think I ever would. I'm happily married. That's the thing. You're right. Because I have positive things in my life. I have an amazing family, and my wife. I love her
No,
to death.
you
She loves
don't.
me.
You don't
We
have
care
a
about
real
each other.
family.
I've got a great job.
You're just
a supportive community of people, and
just
now I
have
have
a
newfound
couple.
success out of nowhere. This is all amazing,
Nah, it's not amazing. It's pretty sad and
Lucky Gremlin
pathetic.
says, having you streamed at the casino and went well, you deserved it. Thank you, Lucky Gremlin. Can I flip Rich's chip like Harvey Dent in Batman? I don't know if I can. It's I've never tried that.
Oh
Can
my
I flip a chip
god.
and catch it.
It's
Yeah, I
over,
can. Look at that.
chubs.
It's the first
Read the
time I've
rest of
attempted
this stupid gay comment.
That's easy to do too. There you go.
I don't know if I could do
got
it. Wow,
hand-eye
I could.
coordination Even in my 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yeah, Two-Faced ironically would be a very good
Okie dokie says
costume.
water
Double
under the
cock,
bridge. You're
split
missing out on
personality, the
beneficial
stroke
relationships
mouth.
because you have a history with someone. Again, I'm not. Like,
Can you
I'm
translate Jade's last message? What was it? I big fan, Yakuza. Watch you play all games. I miss Kiryu in Ichiban. I'm mad now. Show not game show. This guy, man. I know for a fact he doesn't have to sound this retarded. He just does it because he gets off on it, I guess. I'm mad now. Show not game show. It's like the Andrew Ditch baby tear fetish. He just wants to sound like a baby because it's probably a fetish for him.
my life.
I'm mad
I
now.
have-
Show not game show.
Tips now. I would be willing water under the bridge to do something with him. You know,
Today,
when he's
Junior. Like
looking all ratchet. So I think you're hilarious. You make me laugh. I watch your old videos when I'm feeling down. You do make a difference. Thank you. Now hold on. Everything just
you watch.
scrolled.
This is how you don't plays. Don't mention that though.
The donkey with a $2 super chat. Just enjoy life. Here, have a carrot. Gee, thanks, donkey. Thanks for the delicious carrot.
Quit
Actually, I
crying.
had
Have
carrots
some
for dinner
money.
yesterday.
The begging worked.
Just carrots.
The
A giant
crying
pile of carrots
worked.
is what I ate for dinner yesterday.
Some dipshit felt sorry for her.
Did losing weight help me manage my pain? Are you kidding me? I would say that's probably the primary reason why I have less pain. Because when I was 240, you know, I had this giant gut I was lugging around.
Still
My
have a
knees
giant
fucking-
gut.
Like legit, my knees were aching and I, pain.
And I
the
fixed
nerves in
it
my
by
knees
just
started
letting all
flaring
my
around so
muscles
much.
atrophy.
And that just, it exacerbated the back injury, right?
Blah.
Oh, let's see here. Queen of Hearts says Fortnite was able to keep the hype up by constantly adding characters from different IPs, creating that call to action for players to grind to get the new skins, or then you would get left behind. There you go. They had a formula that worked as a games as a service.
Okay, are you going to take back what you said about them just being boring? No, of course not.
I have no idea. Daxma asks, Nintendo World Championships worth $30? Depends on if you like classic NES games, if you like challenge runs, because this is not the full games, right? If you like challenge runs, you're going to like this game, but it's up to you. You know, it's really more of a personal question for yourself and what your preferences are. Okay. Double M says, do you think that if your trolls and detractors got purpose in their lives, they would move on from hating me? Let me put it this way. If the trolls and detractors, all right,
I thought you didn't spend any time on them.
Meaningful things to do with their lives outside of the internet stuff.
He totally ignores the detractors, you guys. Totally ignores them.
Why do they become part of those?
Every single day he has a dedicated bitching about being trolled segment.
No relationships, no true friendships. Their real life sucks. So instead, they create this virtual existence for themselves of other people of like experience in mind, and they cluster together.
Oh no, I'm being bullied. Man, I'm being bullied just like Rich bullied DSP for all those years. Oh my god, I'm gonna need some money in order to feel better about myself.
Sucks. Because in truth, if you're
I can't stand the bullying, you guys.
If you're in a relationship, right?
I'm gonna reach out to everyone on YouTube and tell them about how I'm being bullied right now.
Friend network, you're constantly having.
Oh wait, that's what a bitch would do.
You have a job that's great, and you love it, and you're actively engaged in it. If you have all this healthy stuff going on in your life, why do you have time to go on the internet to shit on someone, and why would you care? The only reason
speak for yourself, buddy,
is because they have nothing going on. I can vouch for it because I've been there. When I was in my 20s, I had nothing going on, so I became an internet troll towards the Street Fighter community. I became the big heel. DSP, Darkside Phil, was the biggest dick.
You threatened to literally like fight people in real life, and then you shut the fuck up when it came to bite you in the ass.
Jolly's doing that.
You cried like a bitch. You literally cried.
It's better to be a better player, to actually organize and run tournaments, to do things constructive for the community than to be destructive. I had a change in my mind, an epiphany. It flipped, and a switch flicked on like that. And I said, I don't need to be like that anymore. I want to be a better person, right? And I
no,
better. And I don't
you acted like a fucking wrestling heel just the other day when it came to Rich.
I grew from it.
Get filthy,
The thing is,
bitch.
at one point in your life too, you stuff around you change.
I was a troll. Now I'm a cool guy.
Until you're older.
Who just tells people that they should disappear from the planet.
Some of them pass away, and you start to see life change in a lot of ways, not for the good, but for the bad. And you see this stuff happen. You realize that like time is short, life is fleeting. You can't be fucking around. You don't have enough time to fuck around and waste your life. But these people don't get that because they're still young and they have nothing going on.
Yeah, they're just young. You don't know anything about them, but they're young.
They jump right to the virtual and they shit on it. It's a pretty sick existence.
There's your daily bitching and crying like a bitch about trolls.
I'm a big fan of Yakuza. I watch you play all the games.
I'm mad you know not game same game.
Like the games, yeah, I know, right?
What the fuck?
I miss Kiryu and Ichiban. I'm mad now that the show's not going to be like the games. Yeah.
I'm mad now that the show is not going to be like the games. Is that what he said? We read what he actually said, but I guess we got the dent whisperer here to fucking translate his dumbass hieroglyphics.
I know, right?
I know,
We're
right?
Expecting to see a TV show rendition of our favorite characters and everything, and it sounds like the characters will be in it, but it's not going to be like the games. They're going to change it entirely. That's really stupid, right?
I'm mad not game not show game show.
Black Myth Wukong benchmark test on Steam. It'll be interesting to see me do it. I agree. Maybe tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to do System Shock Remake, but before we start, maybe we could do that. Like spend some time
he's got
with it and see
Babblefish on his phone.
I'm down for
set
that.
the dent head. He's been studying at night while he's avoiding his fat ass obese wife. Hello?
You better wrap it up. I agree. It's incredibly sad as you get older and you start to see your friends, your family members, people
you don't have any friends.
Get sick and pass away. You know, it's
you don't have any friends.
Family members, and
and it's very sad.
Yeah,
It's like,
you get to
handle it.
be very
It
somber and
happens.
sober all of a sudden.
Some friends of mine
Because
from
we
back
have
in the
no
day, I found
actual
out recently
emotional
that passed
connection to
away.
reality.
Oh my God,
It can
that's
just
awful.
turn on
You
a
know,
dime.
People like you grow up watching people on TV as a kid, and now
That's
you're getting
the
older, they're
only
passing
people
away.
you watch.
Now you're realizing this is it. Like, yeah, life
Yeah,
is
man. Life
Have
is
to
like
accept
short and stuff, you know?
hit you like a ton of
You
bricks right in your
better,
face.
better
Oh my
tell
God.
your friends that
What the
you
fuck was I
love
doing with
them.
my youth?
Because
Why did I
John
spend so many
Rambo
years as
could
a
be
kid being
gone at any
trolled on
moment.
SRK
I mean, your
forums
friends could be
and on
gone.
dumb podcasts hating on people instead of being a nice person
And that's
doing
what
constructive things.
Kino
I'm
Casino
a
does.
fucking
They make
moron.
fun of
You don't
people
get
and hate
that.
on
You're
them.
young, you think you're gonna live
But
forever,
they're
you think you're
your new
invincible.
friends, right?
Or if you still have that mindset, right? Because at one point in life, you'll get to that point where things change, and then you realize the existence of humans and what it really means, and then you start to cherish the things that
You know, like, I'm trying, man, but my brain's hurting.
why would I ever
ever make fun of someone?
right? Why would I do that?
Why would I
I'd be
make
a
fun of
completely
somebody?
idiot.
By the way, Rich, go
wasting
fuck
everything
yourself.
important
You're a stupid
on the planet.
idiot. You're done. Get off the internet. I hate you. Why would anyone make fun of someone? Okay. You're
Yes, I
so
have a gaming
fucking
PC
weird.
now. Someone donated it. It's amazing.
Pick your nose.
Wouldn't the Yakuza show be boring if it was the same as the games? It would be even worse than a prequel.
What?
It
I'm
doesn't have
gonna
to be
die?
exactly the
I
same.
didn't know that.
You know what I mean? I mean, look at the. I'm not asking for it to be a frame.
I'm not gonna live forever? What do you mean?
Right? But when they say
The entire internet
we
tells me I'm gonna
literally
outlive everybody.
decided to tell the cast do not
That's
watch
not
any
true?
source material because we're doing our own thing that's different. That's a bad sign.
Oh.
That's just a really bad sign. Okay?
Another strand of hair falls out. Again, it's all projection. Like, he's being gaslit into thinking he's immortal, but then, like, reality hits him and he's like, oh my god. Hello?
Stop this!
Hello?
Okie dokie, if you didn't notice, June the King doesn't really do interviews and stuff for his documentaries unless it's absolutely needed as supplemental information. Like, he just says, well, do you think he would interview John Rambo for your documentary? Do you watch June the King? Did he interview anyone for the Review Tech documentary?
It's just that's
Every
your
once in a while
opinion,
he
bro.
will, and it's necessary because he needs to get the right narrative.
Just be like, no, I don't think so.
John already said his piece. He made a whole video about it years ago, hour and a half, crapping on me. His piece has
Crapping
been said,
on him.
and he's disappeared from the internet. Why would June be
I mean,
trying
he's
to
still
seek him
making
out for an interview
movies.
when his side of the story has already been told? Right? I think you're a little off.
Well, it is Canadian Kirk, and you banned him multiple times.
You're saying there's a
and
fake? There's someone impersonating?
He's a big idiot.
Seriously? There's someone impersonating? This one's from April.
And I don't care.
I don't know.
Come on.
Ah, this is the one. There is. I got him.
Got him.
What the fuck? Work. Why is it not fucking working? The whole page is crashed.
Yeah, that's what everyone says to you. Work. Why the fuck are you not working?
There we go. Okay. I got the fake one. There was a fake one that was made 2 days ago.
Yep, you said
I
that.
got him.
Okay. Can we get our brain
Jade,
back
my
on track?
reacting did insanely well. Didn't you hear, Jade?
What did he say? How reacts do in sat in sun?
Stream that I did with the Kino Casino guys on Sunday.
How reacts do
got
in sat in
around
sun?
3,000 to 4,000 live viewers as of.
Can you seriously not type the word and? You have to say in instead of and. Like, do you type like blowing into a tube or what, bro?
Now it's 31,000 views and climbing. Everyone on the
I'm pretty sure even if you used a blowing tube to type words, it can still type full words.
internet's talking
Like it does like a predictive text thing.
about it, clipping it, react.
I literally think he just wants to sound like a baby. Like he's like Andrew Ditch. He wants people to change his diapers.
Reacting to it.
I made thousands of dollars, no lie. I made thousands of dollars on the stream.
Where'd the money go?
It's insane.
What is it going towards?
It's absolutely insane.
What are you gonna save it? You're gonna spend it? You're gonna repair some things? Is it going back into the stream? No, he just tells you he's got it, and that's all. Are you gonna like stop begging
What's
for
the
a little
figure
while?
in the
No.
box in the background? This one, that's Blanca, the Funko Pop.
Blanca?
This one is Link. Oh, my nose itches. Link from Breath
Rub
of
it
the
like a
Wild.
toddler.
Amiibo. That's the two things in the box. I don't know which one you were talking about. Oh, my nose itches all of a sudden. Ah.
Rubs his nose like a toddler. Okay, you want to wrap it up since you have nothing to talk about?
Where will I spend the money I made on the stream? Let's see.
On your mom.
I'll probably spend it on crack cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably buy 2 or 3 sports cars. I'll probably spend at least $50,000 just on mobile games this week. Definitely. Let's see what else.
I hope you feel really proud of yourselves, you stupid fucking
'Cause I definitely made
dentheads
that
who
much
gave
on
him
the
money
stream.
just for him to
I made a
shit
few-
on your
You
face.
based $1 million on that stream. Of course I did. Yes.
You deserve to get scammed, retarded
No.
fuckers.
It's not enough money to repair the bathroom. My bathroom is wrecked.
Jeez.
That shower has water damage coming through the wall, which means the pipe is leaking. There's mold.
No wonder you can't get
In the
refinanced.
side of the shower. So basically, we'd have to.
You can't repair a bathroom for $5,000?
The wall needs to
You're
be taken down, and
fucked.
the pipes in the wall need to be repaired, and then it has to be rebuilt. That's probably thousands upon thousands of dollars of work.
Well, it's a good
Plus
thing
the
you
toilet
made
doesn't
thousands
work,
upon
the
thousands
toilet
of
ground
dollars,
needs to be
right?
removed and replaced. So there's an insane amount of work that has to go in that bathroom. So I can't renovate that bathroom until I have real money from like maybe a refinancing, which I can't do right now because the economy and interest rates are so bad.
Why the fuck would they refinance a fucking garbage dump? You've plummeted the value of your property. They're not going to refinance you, dipshit. I only got $5,000. What I'm going to need is some real money. Hint, hint. Disgusting. No, you're not excused. That was vile.
And that's just one of many things in the house that we wanted to fix. Our
No,
kitchen is terrible. One of our kitchen cabinets literally ripped off, and we can't fix it's shitty fiberboard cabinet. So you
That
can't
can be
fucking
fixed
fix
with a
it.
hammer and
So we want to
nails.
redo the kitchen. We don't have money. We could, if the economy turns around in the U.S., which it may in the next few years, if interest rates go back to normal,
Who would you
we
have to
insane
vote for
amounts
in
of
order for the
equity in our
economy
home.
to
We
turn
can
around?
refinance this house and get money out to do.
Gonna
this
get off
kind
the
of stuff.
fence there.
We don't have central air in the house.
Say who you're
It's
endorsing.
hot as fuck during the summer. You don't have central air, but we were told it's around $10,000 to $13,000 to put central air into the house. This is all shit that we want to do, and we can't because right now the country fucked us. So once the country stops fucking its citizens, we can actually do something with the house.
Okay, this is why DSP will never be happy. His personal surroundings are literally deteriorating around him.
Yeah, my blinds have been broken in the office forever. I never replace them. They're fine. They're broken, but they serve their purpose. So I haven't really messed with that, right? I had a broken dishwasher for almost 2 years now. Every time we thought we were going to replace the dishwasher, every time we saved the money, because to replace a dishwasher cost anywhere from like a cheap one's like $300. You probably don't want to cheap out. You probably want to get like a $500, $600 one. Every time that we would save the money to do it, something else would happen and we wouldn't have the money again. So thankfully we didn't pull the trigger on it and then not have the money for the important thing, And again, I don't.
King B Phil, LOL, what sounds like you let a wild elephant loose in that bathroom or something. How is there that much damage in there? A fat bitch. That's what it is.
And then not have the money for the important thing,
A fat, gross bitch. Or I guess just sprayed water everywhere. She was using the shower head just on her entire body and just didn't care that all the water was getting everywhere, I guess. Like, how fucking weird is that? The details of the restraining order. She rooms with a girlfriend of hers named April. And they go to a porn store and buy a bunch of sex toys. Thanks, Phil. You dared us to find the details of the restraining order, and that's what we found. When your now wife broke up with her boyfriend, Her and her friend April went to a sex toy store, got a bunch of fucking dildos, and then bragged about it to her ex-boyfriend. It sounds like a real lovely lady.
I don't...
Thanks. We would not have known about that if you didn't dare us.
I don't tell you guys my personal shit. Because I don't want to unload that stuff on you.
Okay, you just told us it's going to cost you over $5,000 to repair your moldy, broken shower. But yes, he doesn't tell us any personal shit.
That stuff going on, that's personal stuff.
You think she still got the blicky on her? No. I guess she figured before breaking up with Superman that she was going to move in with Phil. And she knew that traveling with a gun on her possession was going to be difficult. So she just called the police, and the police came and confiscated the gun, because that's something you can do. You can hand your guns over to the police, which is the most cuck shit ever. You might as well undo the American Revolution.
That's weighing down on us right now. You don't have money for anything, you know?
You don't have money for anything. You made $5,000 a couple days ago, but you have no money. Yeah, sure. You know what I mean? You know, give me more money. I'm gonna need it.
Yeah, and but keep in mind. Now what's gonna happen is things are gonna start. What? Yeah, and Yeah, and
Okay, cool. You having a stroke, buddy?
Mind, we lived here for 10 years.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
What the fuck? I'm gonna record that.
We lived here for 10 years.
What language are you speaking? Well, let me turn off the music so I can get this unfiltered.
Yeah, and but keep in mind we lived here for 10 years. Now what's gonna happen is things are gonna start to have problems. Yeah, and washer dryer aren't as good as they used to be. Eventually we're gonna have to replace them. You know, these things are coming up. It's like, yeah, and Yeah, and
Okay.
Yeah, and Yeah, and Oh, excuse me. Yeah, and I'm sorry. Yeah, and
It's fucking Simish. It's fucking speaking Simlish out here. This is the alien language from his home planet. He accidentally reverted.
Yeah, and
I don't even know what to type that for the soundboard.
Yeah, and Yeah, and
Blah.
Yeah, and
Anna Dedea. Gin brain. Yeah, Anna Dedea. Yana Dedea.
Okay.
And Nagata Davida.
All right, guys. Last chance. If there's anything to ask,
Simish.
or last minute contribution before we end the show and we jump over to
Simish. It does sound good.
Nintendo gameplay, Nintendo World Championships.
Yeah, Anna Dedea. Blagaga. Gusa Fraba. Fraba Gogaba.
No, I haven't been to the movies in a ton of years. We haven't been to the movie theater since pre-COVID. So.
Okay. You'll go to restaurants, though, every week. Boop, boop, boop.
No one knows when my documentary's coming out. The best estimate is by the end of this month. That's the best estimate. Not guaranteed, but it's supposedly will likely be coming out by the end of this month.
Okay.
The way I see it, June the King's documentary on Review Tech is doing so well. I don't know if you guys have checked on it recently.
You care about it so much. Oh my god. How much is he suffering? I have to check the view count. Man, I check the view count of videos I've edited less than you check this fucking view count, bro. Come on.
The Rich documentary, which has only literally been out for 2 days now, has 579,000 views and rapidly climbing. Like,
good for you? Or something? Even though you had nothing to do with it? Congratulations, I guess.
I mean, my take on that, I don't think June the King expected that. That was supposed to be a filler documentary. For some perspective, his documentary on The Completionist which came out a month ago, has just hit 1 million views. Just now, a month later. He got over 500,000 views in 2 days on the Review Tech one. So the way I see it, he probably wants to give time to Review Techs. Like
Your one is gonna get more
before he puts out mine. Or you don't want to kill your audience. You know what I mean? That's still watching it.
No, releasing yours
I'm sure
as soon
there's
as
a lot of things
possible
going
would
on
be
with
the best
editing and everything,
possible
you know?
idea.
Who knows?
Who knows?
I don't know.
I'm sure he does.
I'm sure I'll know before anybody else when my own documentary's coming out.
No, I'm sure you're gonna find out the same time as everyone else. But okay. Anna Gata Dedea.
Play Cool tipped me $1. Did you see my email about Sea of Stars? I don't think so. You have a save file of almost 16 hours on the Series X. Since you want to finish the game, you should go.
Yeah,
you should before you give the console to Kat. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, god damn.
Yeah, I'm considering going back to it eventually. And that was kind of one of the ideas to do for the summer. And then I got a gaming PC. So, you know, it kind of changed. Someone says Sea of Stars is cross-platform, that as long as you have the save file, you can actually import it into the PC version, and I would be able to continue it on my PC. And if that's the case, that's probably what I would do. But no one's giving anyone any console or anything right now. Like, Kat's not into any games right now at all. She's playing nothing. So, I will see you tonight, Jade. Yes, we'll see if I can
What did he say?
Right? Yeah, and I did that.
What did he actually say? I don't even know. I can't even see it. Did he say Ada Dedea? Where is it? Is he like scrolling up and shit? Oh, there it is. See you, Ton K, try new record. Yes, I will indeed try a new record, because that's what this game literally is about. I wouldn't be able to play this game if I wasn't trying to get a new record, Jade. Thank you for letting me know, otherwise I would not have done that. I would have tried not to get a record in the game that completely is literally built around getting records. Thank you, Jade.
Cross progression. But anyway. I
Anyways.
don't believe that June is going to turn this into a hit piece. He's going to turn it into a full coverage piece about what people have said about me.
But you're going to see it as a hit piece,
And then
because
based
it's
on
not going to
what's
make you
found
look
or
good.
whatever, you make your own judgment. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
He outright told me he's not going to cover complete unsubstantiated bullshit. For example, the bullshit about people saying that I groomed my ex.
She was 17 when he started talking.
When she was underage. And then when she was of age, then we got together, which never happened. And there's no evidence of that because it never happened.
Oh, we can look at the timeline. Okay, sure. He's going to be really angry if it does touch upon that.
Can't have evidence of it.
Just so you know.
Yeah, already said I'm not even going to...
Yeah, she didn't even have her high school diploma when the two of you moved in together. She didn't get her GED until after she moved out. Which, regardless of her age, sounds like you're a fucking groomer.
entertain that kind of shit. There's no point. There's nothing there. It's just something someone made up, right? He will cover all these crazy other things. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
No, I don't believe that June the King is going to overstep any boundaries or anything like that. I don't believe he will. I think he's going to cover all the same bullshit that I've heard a million times and I've already addressed. And like I said, that's why I know some of it's going to be so fucking annoying. And I don't want to talk about this stuff I can't talk about. I've been legally advised not to talk about certain things in my best interest, so I'm not going to. So there's going to be chunks of the documentary I'm like, well, I can't really say.
I can't really mention the evidence that I'm spending all my money on a mobile game and that I listed $5,000 a month on my bankruptcy forms, which was complete and utter bullshit, because you can see around you I don't spend $5,000 a month.
Anything about this right now. You know, it is
what it
is.
It is what it
and I'll
is.
leave it alone. And then people...
I can't implicate my lawyer in the crime that we committed together. We have to maintain plausible deniability.
will be like, oh, well, then we can't believe you. And you can't then. Oh, well, move on. You know? That's all I can say.
If only the dipshits who give you money would take the advice.
Yeah, you know?
He's blowing all your money. Move on. Give your money to someone else, like maybe your family. Maybe you can actually reconnect with them instead of staying disowned from them for your entire lives.
I'm not gonna waste time retreading the same bullshit. That was the
Okay,
whole point
cool.
of me doing this insane interview.
Well, the good thing, Phil, is it doesn't matter because the video is going to get millions of views regardless of if you even watch it or not.
side scrollers last year.
It doesn't matter what part of it you watch. Everyone's gonna know what's in the video. They're not gonna give a fuck what you think about it.
Not have to do it again and again and again, right?
Okay.
In fact, that's probably what's going to happen. I would bet, as we're watching this, what June's going to do, he'll say, so here's what his detractors say. Here's the evidence they presented. Here's how Phil responded. Judge for yourself. Make the connections, right? And I'm...
Is that what he did in the Rich Review Tech documentary? Didn't sound like it. It sounded like he made some definitive conclusions.
sure he'll take some guesses, too, at stuff that's going on and stuff. I'm sure he will.
I guess this happened. That doesn't make sense. That's not how he sounds.
Here's the truth. Here's the absolute truth.
Don't start now. Okay, everything leading up to this was not the absolute truth. Now we're moving into truth mode. We have activated truth mode. Here's him being honest, which, by the way, in case you forgot, whenever he says he's being honest, that doesn't actually mean he's being honest. That just means he wants you to pay more attention.
Absolutely not.
So he can lie to you.
One single person who's ever guessed at the truth of anything in these situations has gotten it right.
What? Huh? I thought you were being honest. To be honest, I've lied to you. That's literally what he's saying. I haven't been honest with you. To be honest, I haven't been honest. Like, okay. We don't know the exact dollar amount that you've been spending on WWE champions. Got us!
There's only very few people who know the truth. Myself and my family, my bankruptcy lawyer, the lawyer who judged the bankruptcy and granted it to me, okay? And essentially...
No. The judge who ruled on your bankruptcy doesn't know that your $5,000 a month you've been blowing on microtransactions aren't actually for your business. That's why you were granted the bankruptcy. The judge didn't know. You pignatized the judge and lied to the judge because she didn't know anything about streaming. She wasn't going to watch your stupid, fucking, boring-ass, unbearable streams to realize that you don't play WWE champions on it. She just assumed that was part of your business expenses because that's what you told her under oath, under penalty of perjury. Okay. She had to move on to the next case because it was fucking 2020 and bankruptcies were backed up because of COVID.
Essentially, the legal authorities who need to know stuff about my finances. That's it. Those are the only people who actually know the truth about my situation.
That's weird. I thought you were honest about your situation, and what you say about your situation is the accurate truth. Now he's telling us we don't know anything. That's cool. Okay. Just admit that you're lying.
And that's the only people who will ever know. Because I'm not going to tell anyone else, because guess what? It's none of anyone's business.
Okay, well, we're free to speculate and put the pieces together and come to our own conclusions that make a lot more sense than any other alternative explanation. And we're going to present that as the truth because that's how deduction works.
At all. So that's why. And that's what I mean. Like, well, are you going to show everything? No, I'm not going to show you anything.
Okay.
You don't have to.
He's right about that. You don't have to. We'll come up with our own conclusions that are accurate. We don't need your confirmation or denial. We can figure it out for ourselves. Fucking narcissist. Thinks everyone's so much dumber than he is.
None of this ever should have come to light. It's only because...
It's public. Okay.
Because of my obsessive trolls that anything was ever questioned, anything was ever brought to light as it could be this, it could be this, it could be this, and a million circumstantial guesses and things and conspiracy theory, tinfoil hats going on. It never was anyone's business to begin with. It had nothing to do with my content. It had nothing to do with the public face I put out.
Your content is begging for money.
So no one should have ever cared. Right?
Wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
That being
Moving
said,
forward
we gotta end the show
positively.
now. It's late now. Okay? So thank you guys for chilling. Okay, so what should we cut out? I should cut out the Medicare segment. I should cut out the game news that I screwed up.
Wow. So this is like a new segment. We're getting into the pre-stream podcast now. So, what part do you think I should clip out and make its own video? So, this part? Is this part? Who knows what time I started talking about that? Does anyone in chat know? Does anyone in chat know what time I started talking about that? And then he just leans into the laptop. Okay, I guess nobody knows. All right, whatever.
And maybe I can cut out the one more part. I was thinking maybe talking about how I have a hard time believing positivity because of the depression and how it affects me. Maybe.
Okay, you want to make that your own clip? Well, too bad, because Duty's already done it. So is Hate Army. So is Snorpernell.
That, like, those could be kind of interesting clips out of this podcast.
Yeah, cool,
right?
cool, interesting,
I'll have to see
fascinating.
later tonight how much time I have to clip all, because it takes a long time to clip. I don't even know if I'll have enough time about that. Right?
Yeah, brilliant content.
Okay.
I want to make a dedicated video where I talk about how I'm not sure anyone really likes me.
Guys, thank you so much for tuning
You're welcome.
in. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for supporting.
Yay.
Tomorrow, I will recap how everything went on today's gameplay streams. Hopefully, I'll have some good news about my performance in Nintendo World Championships as well as Street Fighter 6. I'll also cover any game news or whatever. And that's that. Tomorrow's my final streaming day of the week before my break. So, all right, everyone, have a good day. See you tomorrow. Peace out.
I sure will.
No one cares!
That was fun. I was actually in the groove there. I was feeling very reactive there. I reacted pretty hard. Hopefully, other people in my domicile don't think I'm crazy. They probably already do. But oh well.
Yeah, and I did.
Thanks, everybody. I'm probably going to stick around for a little bit longer. Longer than usual, because I want to do more of this editing of this fucking thing. Nearing the end here, but that's just one of the passes. I'm basically just going through getting rid of all the donation shoutouts, and I'm covering up all the times that they show up on the screen. I need to do another pass after this, adding in all of my text-based rebuttals. And then after that, I need to do another pass where I actually insert the clips that debunk what he's saying. Because putting in the notes is going to give me a good idea of what clips to use. And then I'm going to do a final pass where I cut out everything that I don't need in order to cut down the length of the video. And I'll probably upload the cut before that has all the things before they're cut out as like a members only video, as like the director's cut, you know? That way I feel like I can cut out things that are not really pertinent. What do we got here, Suburban High? It just makes me feel better about having a version without that cutout, if I do have a version with it cut out, because I can just be like, well, people might want to know that, but it'll be in another version. It just makes it easier for me to chop out things that aren't really all that important, like going over things in the Rich Review Tech doc that aren't really a big deal.
Jasper!
Really glad game developers stopped making games for people with common sense and started catering to brain dead people like this.
How do you get up there? Where the fuck is this? There's no staircase to get up here?
Hey!
How the fuck? Well, I keep moving, he doesn't hit me, so I don't know how to get up there to hit him. I don't know what to do. I don't see a way up.
This is in response to a tweet. I'll scroll down after this. At 10 seconds.
I don't know. You tell me. This is exactly what happened the first time I played this game. I had no idea how to do this boss fight, and I kept trying to do it. I couldn't fucking figure it out, and I got pissed and I stopped playing. How do you get up there?
This is in response to this tweet, where the remake has paint, yellow paint, that says this way, and then an arrow pointing to a box that you have to climb in order to get up to where the boss is. Should I retweet? I don't tweet. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what it is. Game developers are making games for fucking main characters in Idiocracy. Okay, alright. What kind of clips do we have? Got Smokey on Nova Online, getting banned from everywhere. I downloaded the video versions of those Pippa songs. I should upload those to the Bone Collection. I need to find some good Pippa art. Oh no! I'll have to browse Pippa fan art in order to find things, in order to to add them with the music, the badass music. Do we have anything in this box? I have to find something quick. I need a quick bathroom break. I got my my tea refills, so I've been drinking a lot more water because I just love the flavor of it, and I've been doing without for a while. Then I finally got more of the flavoring, and I legit just like drank an entire cup of water just in one, basically in one, whatever they call it. Not a gulp, because that would be crazy, but in one sitting. That doesn't sound right either. But yeah, I drank an entire cup of water really quickly. I was like, I miss that flavor. It tastes so good. I don't know how you would explain that, but I'm sure there's some symptomatic issue to it. Alyssa Clips glazing the queen. DSP gets more donated crap. Noise dampening foam. Someone sent him more foam. Because I guess this motherfucker just doesn't buy anything anymore. He just gets it all donated. Everything he has is donated. He doesn't buy anything. A friendly fan, a fan and viewer ordered us more DoorDash. That's going to be the Phil's day off in a little bit. Like a month or two. On our day off, we went to a restaurant and a helpful fan and viewer donated my wife a T-bone steak, and a helpful fan and viewer donated me some lobster bisque. And it was really nice. Thank you. Thank you, prayer hands. Thank you. Thank you for whoever donated those dinners for us. Like, we're just going to pretend like we don't buy shit anymore. Literally. Just we're going to pretend like everything is donated. A helpful fan and viewer donated Jasper some really good treats this week. And Jasper really enjoyed it. So thank you. Thank you, whoever did that. Whoever sent us that, thank you, prayer hands. Thank you. Jesus. I'm kind of mad. In one chug? I think that fits. In one chug. Okay, Nova Online. Let's see this weirdo. This motherfucker, he says, every time he eats something, he says bone apple tea. And it makes me want to strangle him. BRB.
Times of Nova Online is a pretty fairly simple one. He goes to work, he goes to his favorite restaurants, he records a TikTok, uploads it online, and then rinse and repeat almost every single day. But as the weeks go on, it seems like so many monkey wrenches are being thrown into Nova's plans. Just a few weeks ago, Nova was banned from his favorite karaoke bar. Now, I'm not sure if this is from trolls telling them that he's like a predator, or it's from trolls telling them that he's only 20 years old. Now, I bet you Nova got around that by saying, I don't want to drink, because he doesn't drink, he just wanted to go and sing, but maybe this was enough to tell him, hey, get the hell out of here, don't come back, because that's what they did tell him. And then shortly afterwards, we found out that he had lost his job as well. Now, I don't know if this is troll influenced, but the fact that he felt the need to put it up on his TikTok very sadly, as you see here, makes me think that it probably was. However, Nova's such like a foolish individual that I wouldn't be surprised if he just did something to do this to himself. But it seems like the bad news just keeps on a-coming for old Nova, because now it's found out from Nova's own mouth that he has been banned from his favorite gym. Now, Nova is sporadically getting banned from every single place that he happens to frequent, and I'm pretty sure the gas station showers at the Love's gas station he always goes to, that's probably next. And I know we all thought it was very weird that he felt the need to go do a gas station shower review, but then he made us all eat our words when he went back and did it again. Nova's had a pretty interesting past few weeks, so we're going to look down his TikTok page and see what's going on with the Novester. So I hope you guys enjoy the video.
I'm not going to even pretend to be happy, because my mental health is shit right now. There's no fucking point in it. I'm not speaking Japanese. Pilot's big dogs are back. I walked 1.5 miles just to get one, and we're gonna try them out. They are $6.50 a piece. Absolutely insane. When I can get a Costco hot dog for $1.50.
Now, Nova starts off the video by reviewing a new hot dog called like a Pilot's hot dog. I've never heard of this place before, but it's apparently so well regarded that Nova walked 1.5 miles to get there. Now, we all know that Nova loves that meat in his mouth, but I gotta ask you guys something here. Why the hell would you ever walk almost 2 miles for a hot dog, especially one that you're going to eventually complain about and try to, like, you know, put it on the same scale as Costco's hot dogs? I've been to Costco before. They have like a decent hot dog, you know, that's the point of it though. It's cheap, it's something quick you can eat to walk around the store. All I know is the Costco guys, they would be very disappointed in you, Nova. Next up, we get to Nova at his favorite kava bar, drinking a kava-infused drink or something like that. He always makes sure to specify this is non-alcoholic. I'm pretty sure this is a kratom drink he's drinking. And he's doing it all to the amazing background sounds of Joshua Block's It's 1700 Somewhere. Now look, I'd love to play that song, but I've already been copyright struck for lolcow music before. Look at Daniel Larson's Something More. But just imagine that sound in the background, you know, the pour me something tall and strong. Like that's what's going on in the background of Nova drinking here, and it fits despite Nova actually not ever touching alcohol in his life. Again though, Nova's not even 21, so he could have his Joshua Block moment himself, turning 21 and then running around the streets of Spokane as the local alcoholic, but only time will tell.
It's Valve trending.
This strawberry Italian soda was $5.50 something. Is it worth it? Let's find out. I got this from the Vault Coffee in downtown Coeur d'Alene. I know some of y'all are questioning the overflow of whipped cream. They overfilled it, and it caused a huge freaking mess on the table, so that's not good. But anyways, 20 ounce Italian soda made a huge fucking mess on the table. Let's try it out. Dai Boja. Nope. Maybe I just didn't mix it up enough. Tasted flavorless. Let's try that one more time. Still not good.
So Nova goes to like some Italian soda place and he tries a cherry soda and he is not a fan of it, as you can see there. They put way too much cream in that thing, which is like never a problem when he goes to the gas station apparently, but it's a problem here. And he's not having it. It made a mess on the table, and that's this restaurant's problem. Like, don't get it twisted. Nova could have gotten like a napkin and put it around the drink when he saw it overflowing. And granted, you know, they shouldn't have given him an overflow drink. That is a good point. But
look at this retardation. I click on I saw Valve was trending on Twitter because I glanced over at the other side of Twitter. So Valve is developing a hero shooter called Deadlock, and it's an early development. And so they're playtesting it with a very select few group of people, including this dipshit, Sean Hollister. So read this. This message does pop up when I launch Deadlock, but I didn't click OK. Instead, I hit the escape key and watched it disappear. Oh, okay. So it's literally that can't stop me, I can't read meme. August update. Turns out Valve was not fine with me trying Deadlock with friends. I've been banned from matchmaking. Oh well, please feel free to make fun of me in the comments. So does engagement farming. What an idiot. This is your games journalism on drugs.
to say that they're the problem for it getting all over the table, Nova, just maybe don't be so messy, you know?
Is this the circle of smoothies?
No, you see, this is a video of me talking about Nova's oafish tendencies over the past few weeks and documenting it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this clip. Billion asked Tenma, what does the fox say? Does it say Abadabadea? What was that again? Abadabadea?
Yeah, and it
Oh, I muted YouTube. Unmute.
Oh my god, can I pop the question?
What is the question?
Tenma. What does the fox say?
Guess it runs in the family.
I know the perfect answer for that. Let me just step away from the mic.
Okay.
Motherfucker shithead!
Okay, I get it. You're not a a fan. You're not a fan of the question. I understand.
The mic?
Okay.
Motherfucker shithead!
I love these two. These two are like my favorite, second to Pippa.
Okay.
Motherfucker shithead!
And also Kershey's up there too, of course. Let me see what else people wanted to see.
And giving commentary over it to my channel. This is not, in fact, a circle of smoothies.
Kenco. Now, this company has been all over Walmart recently advertising their instant smoothies. You have to get this special shaker bottle and these smoothie packets. Today we're going to be trying the purple flavor with the red flavor in a future video.
How does purple
Quick
taste?
disclaimer, I am not sponsored by Kenco, although I wish I was. EA500797@gmail.com. Kenco, hit me up.
They are never hitting you up. Look, Nova, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, because he tries to do this in almost every one of his videos with the product that he somewhat likes. He tries to get them on as a sponsor, and Nova will also be in the comment sections of these very TikToks defending himself tooth and nail over the allegation of being called a lolcow or a predator, this and that, and yeah, I wouldn't imagine these companies would want their products sponsored on a video like this, and especially when it's someone like Nova who's done a bunch of like creepy shit in his past. It's something that he doesn't really grasp.
Okay,
he
we'll
thinks
watch
that this
these two
this TikTok of his
this.
is a bustling career that he's gonna make a fortune off of, not knowing that almost every one of those followers is there to see him like slip up, is there to see him do something stupid, and that's the case for all these guys we seem to cover on the channel, with the exception of a few. People are really just here to watch the shit show. They're not here to see you thrive, to give you support, and they all think that they have this bustling fan base that's there for just that. Cyrax thinks that, Jupiter thinks that, Chris Chan thinks that, they all think that. And it's something that they'll never realize, but they'll continue to fight for these things like sponsorships or monetization, when really, if they do achieve it, it'll only last for a few days until enough public outcry gets that shit taken away real fast.
What is good, y'all? It is Nova Kadri. I am once again doing this video as a voiceover because they were playing copyrighted music inside of this restaurant.
That's such a weird thing to care about when, like, Nova uses copyrighted music in almost every single one of his TikToks. I know this because a few weeks ago I was checking the Too High for Stupid archives. That's myself and Kiwi Tapes' podcast, live every Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'm known to use copyrighted music at the beginning of almost every show. Now here's the thing though, when these videos are re-uploaded, you can go down to the description to see what songs play in them, and basically see which songs got the video copyright struck. And what I found so funny is that during Nova's section, we got struck for the song Espresso. So like, this is nothing new for Nova, he gets struck all the time, but this Chinese restaurant doing it is just like no.
After a night out at the Kava Bar, I went to the Shiki Restaurant and Oyster Bar, or Hibachi Bar, something along those lines of the name, in downtown Coeur d'Alene, and I started off my meal with a onion mushroom soup, which I wasn't a huge fan of. There just wasn't a whole lot of flavor going on, and me personally, I preferred that miso soup that I had gotten at that other sushi restaurant I went to. Yes, I'm talking about the one that gave me food poisoning. Then next up, we have this house salad with a oriental dressing. Let's go ahead and try this out. Me personally, I loved the veggies on here. I just wish the dressing could have been a little bit better. But even with that, I still preferred the salad over the soup. It just had a lot more flavor. Then it was time for the main meal. I got a chicken and New York strip steak hibachi plate. Gotta use the chopsticks. Let's first start out by trying the chicken. The chicken was so juicy, had so much flavor in it, and to me personally, it was my favorite part of the dish. Now next up, you gotta try some of the hibachi vegetables, which I loved. Next up, we'll try the New York strip steak. Cooked just right, just to how I like it, and that was just as flavorful as the chicken.
Yeah, I want to be honest, I don't care enough to stick around and find out Nova's review. He just thinks of a random number in his head, and there you go. Kind of like most food reviewers. Looking at you, Portnoy, you ain't got shit on Nova. But I mean, if you ever end up in this like hibachi Japanese place that Nova never explicitly gives the name of, try the juicy chicken, try the good steak, try the good vegetables that Nova clearly only ate one of to try to taunt for the camera, like, hey, I eat my vegetables, guys, don't be bugging me. Later in the video, you'll find out that maybe Nova's not eating as many of his vegetables as he wants you to believe. In the next one here, Nova looks bewildered at the fact that a bunch of other lolcows were trying to start beef with him. I don't know why he's so confused about this, as it's nothing new. Him and Tofiachu have been going back and forth for what seems like years now, but I think this was like in reference to back when White Bowser was back on the internet for like a week or two, and he decided to call out Nova. Now it seemed like he called out Nova more out of like jealousy that me and Kiwi were covering Nova more than him, but it's just a weird situation all around. There's probably some other TikTok lolcows going after him too, so Nova's just got a lot on his plate right now, and he's on the other side of a lot of fights, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out the winner.
How good are gas station showers? Part 2. Let's find out. Oh, hi there. I would like to purchase a shower, please. Oh, there it goes. Alright, once again, we are in. So, because of the success of my first
You can't film inside of a bathroom.
Today,
Someone got in trouble for that.
So, Pilot does give you soap and fresh towels as well. But however, I had brought my own just in case. And it looks like they also have a fan in here as well, so it does not get too hot. Let's check out the water pressure real quickly. If I can find out how to turn the fucking thing on. Alright. Water pressure, not the best. Alright guys, I'm gonna go take my shower. I'll be right back. Smokey, Kiwi, I know y'all are gonna have a field day with this video.
Alright, why the fuck is his first thought after getting out of the shower being Kiwi? I really thought Nova was starting to lean into us making fun of him here, because him bringing up that we'll have a field day with this, with a smile on his face, is something that you'd think he doesn't want. Nova comes to our chat every week when we host our podcast, and rants and raves and freaks out at us. He was so giddy for his membership to end, because if you guys weren't aware, last month somebody named Sleep Paralysis Gremlin gifted a bunch of memberships to the channel, and Nova, being in the chat at the time, was given one of these memberships, and he was not happy about it, because now he had the little badge next to his name showing that he supported the show that kind of shits on him all the time. And Nova made it known that he was waiting patiently for that 1 month to go up so he could gladly say he's not a member. And when he showed up to the stream to gleefully declare that his membership was over, Sleep Paralysis Gremlin swooped in again and got Nova with a second month of membership to the channel, which now Nova is probably very, very pissed off about. But getting back to the shower reviews, I really don't understand this whole situation and why Nova finds it so important to constantly go to the gas station in order to get a shower. Now, I know I just said I really don't understand it, but as we've been watching a lot more of Nova's content, I'm slowly starting to, and it's because Nova's house is just a mess. He's put up videos before in his kitchen, and you can see how cluttered and messy it is. There looks like a bunch of mold on his sink, and if it's in his sink, it's probably in his shower too. And knowing Nova, showers aren't on his top priority list. That's maybe something that happens once every week or so, maybe twice a week. And as you can see in this video here of him doing his WWE entrance, yeah, his house is a mess. Kind of like Chris Chan.
Wow.
I don't know if it's to that level of hoarder shit, but it's pretty bad in there. And I think that's why Nova shuffles off to the gas station in order to get a more clean shower. And how bad of a look is that for you?
Wow.
That your house is so messy that you find it really, really important to get down to
the way shit. Hold on. Sorry, I had Premiere running. The way he just sort of shuffles through a pathway of garbage in his room. This is very common in hoarder houses. They basically make a pathway in their house that they can walk through. It reminds me a lot of the way DSP like shuffles and waddles from his chair in and out of his room around all the TV trays that he has set up. It's very very hoarder house coded, as you can tell.
But it's pretty bad in there, and I think that's why Nova shuffles off to the gas station in order to get a more clean shower. And how bad of a look is that for you, that your house is so messy that you find it, like,
hoarding is a very, very fascinating psychological condition. If you watch the show Hoarders on A&E, it's actually like, it's one of those morbidly fascinating shows. Like, I guess the lolcow gawker in me can see like just a special fascination in the show like that, because it's just so grim and so bizarre and such an expression of mental illness. And what you find out in a lot of these cases, that people become hoarders out of like a psychological response to losing a lot. Like they had a lot at some point, and as just a matter of circumstance, they end up having it taken away from them or lose or repossess. And they psychologically rebound from that by never giving up anything, because they just can't handle that sense of loss anymore. So everything they have, they just keep, no matter what it is, even if it's garbage. And it's kind of fascinating. I mean, a lot of people lose a lot of things. I've certainly lost a lot of things in my life, but I've never gotten to the point where I'm just like, I just gotta keep everything. Of course, I just throw it out because it's trash. If I don't need it, I don't need it.
Find it like really, really important to get down to the clean gas station shower. I couldn't imagine.
Next on the tour of my record a fucking bunch of videos of Palooza so I can take a break from fucking filming.
Huh?
We're back.
Sounds like he loves his
Today
life.
We've got Subway's number 2 in wrap form, coming in at $8. Is it worth it? Let's find out. Little cross view of what we're dealing with. It kind of got squished on the walk home from Subway, but this looks pretty good. Let's give it a shot. Bone apple teeth.
Bone apple teeth. You fucking asshole. I hate you. Ew, dude, close your mouth. Oh, fuck. Gross. I'm sorry. I had to see that. So that explains that he wasn't raised very well, and his own family life is completely degenerate. Wasn't even taught to fucking eat with his mouth closed. My god. I wonder he's a fucking fat, androgynous looking fucker.
Instead of the Baja Chipotle, I got honey mustard and mayo. I am in absolute shock. The sauce combo is absolutely out of this world, and it is so peppery too. I also like the fact that it's not overly sweet too, and all the veggies in here are super fresh. In spite of all that, I do think this actually might be on par with the 45, because the 45 had like a perfect amount of everything, while this has a excellent sauce combination.
45.
I'm not sure which one's better. We might have to do a tiebreaker round. Anyways. Nova Universe, signing off.
So Nova does a review for like a new Subway sandwich or maybe like a Subway wrap. I gotta be honest, I'm half paying attention while these are going on, like as I'm trying to record. All I know is Nova did another food review and he started it by just bitching and moaning like he usually does. You know, I had to walk all the way there and the sandwich got crushed, and finally I can end this recording because I'm so fucking tired of recording videos today. Like he's always got something to bitch about in these food reviews, and he can never just sit there and enjoy the wrap. You know, just sit there, Nova. I know you can't sit in your house because, again, the clutter situation, so you're eating this Subway in your backyard, but find a way to enjoy it without bitching.
Alright, today we've got a bootleg food review. Bumblebee Lemon Pepper Tuna versus generic Food Club brand. Which one is better?
Nova then gives the people exactly what they want as he reviews some bootleg tuna, and again, don't care enough to finish the video, because what I saw above that was Nova saying that he sprained his wrist while working out, and there's Nova with the cast on his hand, which is really funny considering that cast is nowhere to be found in like the future TikToks we're about to watch. But it's also good to know that Nova will have a lot of time to work on this like fakely sprained wrist of his, because he can no longer actually go to the gym, as we brought up before. So maybe they just like, they banned him preemptively because they were like, hey, we know about this phantom injury of yours and we don't want it to get any worse. So for the time being, get the fuck out of our gym.
Rep challenge. Low row on 75. Let's go.
Now, if I'm to be believed, I'm just assuming here, but possibly this was the workout that got Nova injured. And if not, you know, he's back in the gym pretty quickly after the fact. Now, that video of his sprained wrist was a few weeks before the gym banning announcement, so he may have had time to go back. But look at him here. Nova's just an absolute force of nature in the gym. And it's so crazy to me that he's not just ripped to shreds. Like, you see him right here? Like, all he's doing is eating Subway in his backyard, walking 2 miles to get there, and then just pumping iron in the gym.
Hey 18 plus fans, this is a little bit of a announcement video. So many of you may know that I'm thinking about bringing back Hour of Joy as a solo project. And in order for that, I want someone to keep up on all the locale updates on locales that I'm not familiar with, such as Andrew Ditch, Jupiter, possibly doing some on Cyrax, and maybe Wings and King Cobra.
Oh wait, you're Nova.
So if y'all are interested in helping me keep up with locale updates for the Hour of Joy, please shoot me an email, e85080797@gmail.com. Nova Universe, signing off.
Okay, so now we have to take a few steps back. Remember that Nova recently had a podcast called The Hour of Joy that really he created to try to spite myself and Kiwi Tapes to show that anyone could have a podcast. And what he did was he got his co-host, and they sat there and they bitched about me, Kiwi, Sensitive Society, even Tofiachu for like a half an hour, and it was shortly revealed after that Nova's co-host was a 15-year-old girl. Now Nova had known this, and of course when it came to light he tried to say that, oh, well, we were just friends, yada yada yada, and that's despite the girl coming out herself and saying that Nova was being a bit flirtatious with her. Weird situation there, but Nova decided to cut ties with that person, call them a troll, and say they deceived him. That's what all these creeps always do, blame the person who's actually the victim in the situation. But now Nova's talking about starting another podcast, a solo project, and in that podcast he wants to cover all the locale news, because again, in his eyes, he's better than all those people he just named right there. Andy Ditch, Nova's way over him. Jupiter, Cyrax, he may have a point on them too. Cobra, Wings, Wings with his weird comments about the age of consent. And Cobra's just Cobra. He hates sickos. He would hate Nova. And I imagine them two would have a pretty decent back and forth. But the point of the matter is Nova just starts naming off locales. And weirdly enough, it's kind of like all the same locales that myself and Kiwi tend to cover on our show. I'm pretty sure this is just another attempt at him trying to have his own little too high for stupid. But it's so ridiculous that he thinks he's going to get on there and just rip into these other cows and be like, hey, I'm better than you. When really, you're all just you all come from the same fucking ilk, Nova. You're all a bunch of creeps, and if this podcast ever does happen, the only way I could see it being successful is if you actually have, like, Jupiter on there, and you and him just go back and forth for, like, an hour. Pretty sure people would want to see that. Nova then starts putting up really depressing quotes and, like, sayings. He says here, they only care when I'm gone. They only come around when I start floating. I've damn near lost all hope. Fuck it all. Basically, what he's saying there is, I had a bad day, guys. Maybe the internet trolls were a little too much. Maybe I got in some, trouble at work. Nonetheless, feel bad for me. Feel some pity for me right now. A few days later, though, he follows up with another one of these, saying, I'm starting to lose all hope. Being told to KYS almost every day just makes those thoughts stronger. The trolls will start to regret it when I'm eventually gone. And as I said before, Nova's most likely doing all this just to get attention, but people apparently did reach out to him to see if he was okay. And of course, when people actually started asking, yo, are you good? Is everything, are you actually serious about what you're talking about? He made this video here kind of downplaying everything and saying that he was never really serious about it in the first place.
Hey y'all, it's Nova Kadri. So, I know a lot of the comments from the last video have concerned a lot of you. Some of you don't give a shit. Some of you actually do care. And Wait for that car to pass. I just wanna fuck!
I just wanna fuck?
Anyways, guys, I just wanna let you know that I'm doing fine as of the moment. I haven't done anything to try and hurt myself. Right now, I'm perfectly safe, and even though I may still be in somewhat of a bad mood, I just want to let you know, right now, I'm doing fine. And for the trolls who actually said that I should yeet myself, you actually all need to get a life. SH is no joke.
SH? I don't think that stands for what he thinks it stands for.
Self-harm.
Nova made this video to kind of quell everybody's worries because, of course, you know, he wanted to get a little bit of sympathy, but he didn't want people to actually think he was going to hurt himself because that could entail the police showing up at his door. Because he clearly wants nothing serious to happen despite making these incredibly serious claims. Anybody who makes these, 9 times out of 10, I usually believe them because you don't want to take something like that lightly. But of course, with Nova and most other lolcows, they always do this when they feel backed into a corner or feel like they've been picked on too much. They feel like this is the last resort to kind of get people to hear them out or to give them what they want, and I think that's exactly what Nova was trying to do here, because it only took like a few hours for him to be right back to the goofy food reviews.
People have emailed me and asked me all the time, asking, "Hey Nova, have you ever used any of the products that you have gotten from free samples still?" Actually, I still use a lot of them.
Nobody ever emailed him that. Nobody ever even asked him that question. He just needed a reason to start this video, and that was the first one he could come up with. But Nova, again, he doesn't realize that most people just see him as a lolcow, as someone to kind of point and laugh at online. And despite what your feelings are about that and what that does to a person, it's what happens with Nova. And nobody's just emailing him or talking to him about his favorite food products. They're kind of just berating him. So when he starts things like this or talks about sponsorships, you can almost every time just go, yeah, that's bullshit, and he's just kind of hyping himself up. And then finally, we get to the gym termination. Nova says, I need to step away from TikTok for a few days. The gym terminated my membership. Damn trolls. And Nova didn't really step away from TikTok for too long. I'm pretty sure he already has some new stuff out. But the really important thing I wanted to look at is this right here. Because this is a body scan that Nova took, and he posted it online in order to rub it in the face of the trolls. Because you see, for the longest time, remember how I was just telling y'all that all people do is berate Nova? He finally had the silver bullet. He had something to show them and go, see, you're all fucking wrong. You've all been saying I don't do much at the gym. You've all been saying that I'm just overweight. Well, I'm not. And this paper right here proves it. Or so he thought. Because I guess in Nova's mind, these numbers, like, they sounded good to him. They sounded like something he could use to rub it in people's faces. And I don't think he really thought about what people were really going to think. Because it says here that after Nova took his full 360-degree body scan, that they have determined that he is a 5'8" man who weighs 262 pounds. Now, again, if that's like your body type, it doesn't matter. Like, body type really doesn't matter to people. If you're happy in your life, you're happy. But Nova, to put this online and tell people, haha, I got you. All right, you can stop being fat-phobic pieces of shit now. And then to give people, like, the ammo that you desperately don't want them to have, they have it. Down to the exact, to the exact pound you are, Nova. Another thing I found funny about this paper is that, like, further down the list, it says that his right arm is, like, I guess, more lean than his left arm. I'm not no medical professional. I don't know if that's just a thing. Kind of is funny to me, considering, you know, what that could mean. But look, all I know is Nova has had a wacky couple of weeks. He's apparently going to be taking a little bit of time off to figure out the gym situation, and I think that's what he's going to start doing now, is keeping a much lower profile, because for the longest time he would record at the gym, record at these restaurants, even record out front of his work, and he's getting banned and kicked out of all of them and fired from his job, so I don't think he's going to be doing this stuff too much longer, but I could be wrong. The cows always, they always do this shit. They always keep keep it going and never learn their lesson, and that could be exactly what we're seeing with Nova here today. So if anything more happens with the guy, I'll be sure to update y'all, and until the next time, I will see y'all later. Have a great day, y'all, and enjoy the rest of your summer, ladies and gentlemen, because it may be ending soon, but you still got a lot of time to get out there, chill out, and catch some sun. So you guys go do that, and I will be waiting around to see y'all next time.
Okay. I got somewhat distracted because that's the way I am. I went over to the Bone Collection channel, the backup channel, to upload the Pakistan songs. They are scheduled to release once every day starting tomorrow. And while I was there, I was reading the comments. On the Bone Collection channel, I have the DVD rip of Windy City Heat, and someone in the comments was asking for subtitles. So I'm downloading the video in order to run it through Runway ML to see if I can get the subtitles going. I was looking at Rebsy's tweet about Bruce Timm saying that Batman doesn't have any good female villains, which is quite surprising coming from Bruce Timm. You got Catwoman, you got Poison Ivy, you got Harley Quinn. Someone made a list. Poison Ivy, Roxy Rocket, Talia al Ghul, Shiva, Sophia Falcone, Nisa Ratko, Phantasm, Bruni, Dula Dent, Magpie Redclaw. One I do remember is also, wasn't there, Killer Frost. Wasn't there, there was a group of villains themed around the suits of cards. Wasn't there one, was it Ace? Yeah. So this, I guess you can't technically, she is a villain. She is a complex villain, but they all are, aren't they?
Did you like playing with my new Royal Flush gang?
Can't say that I did.
Yeah, they aren't any fun at all. I gave them their powers, and
I guess
they
we just
still
don't care about
hardly ever
her.
play with me.
She's a little young. Come on. Putting that juju on me, Ricky Bobby. Would you bang? Female penguin? No, not female penguin. If I were young. That's not you're heading into iffy territory. But yeah, I did see this. The gender swap penguin. I still haven't given this series a try. I do want to give it a try. Okay, Derek. Yeah. That's what I get into when I even entertain these ideas. I do like the gothy girls, though. She reminds me a little bit of Raven, which I would with Raven. But yeah, she's way too young. No, I'm not going to say that. Killing me. Videos. I got videos to react to. Well, let's start with the song. I think Nurgle linked to this one.
We're living in a country that's the finest place on earth, but some folks don't appreciate this land that gave them birth. I hear that up in Washington they're having an awful fuss, 'cause communists and spies are making monkeys out of us. The bureaus and departments have been busy night and day. They're figuring out just how we gave our secrets all away. And Congress has appointed a committee, so they said, to find out who's American and who's a low-down red. They called him up to Washington to speak for Uncle Sam, but when they asked them what they are, they shut up like a clam. I wish they'd take and put me on the witness stand today. I'd shout so loud old Stalin could hear me all the way. I'm no communist, I'll tell you that right now. I believe a man should own his own house and car and cow. I like this private ownership, I want to be left alone. Let the government run its business and let me run my own. Our government is bigger than it ever was today. The more they hire to work for it, the more they have to pay. Our public servants should be proud and honest, you would think, instead of taking bribes and dressing up their wives and maids. The taxes keep on going up, of that there is no doubt, but still they just can't take it in as fast as they dish it out. Our national debt is monster size and growing every day. Our children's children still unborn are gonna have to pay. Our dollar used to be the soundest money on this earth, but now $2 won't even buy one good dollar's worth. Unless we stop inflation and take care of what we've got, the communists may win the fight and never fire a shot. Oh, I'm no communist, I'll tell you that right now. I believe a man should own his own house and car and cow. I like this private ownership, I want to be left alone. Let the government run its business and let me run my own.
Sounds like something you'd hear in like Far Cry 5 in like the radio. As you're like getting into one of the cars and driving around, and that would play on the radio. This was suggested by Red Animator. This is a HoloLive animation. Change of pace.
Nothing's gonna happen if you wait. Do you? All I see, I can get more real life. Even outside of the falling, don't figure it's all the case. Would you rather shoot out like the beast close to me? There are times in life when it's gone. But if you let go, you won't mind. You said it's like attraction. Don't be afraid to go. Gonna dive in, the air is straight and no past. No enough is for we make you the strongest. Just in your heart, that a magical one and time. There are many kinds of fears, people all who listen. I think I'm going crazy, it's me happier. There's sometimes we are hopeless. You can't feel without the sounding. If you're scared of falling, there is no up, no way. I know my future. That's why focus on my feeling. I'm the best idol in the world.
Oh, thank you.
No, she said you are hentai. When we cross the red line, no matter how ashamed we are, are you feeling spicy? I see that you're horny, that I will be sexy and lose
Oh,
your mind.
jeez.
Oh no, kissed on my whole bedding. Now I'm gonna drive it to a shock. I am a crazy bug. Bum 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 the Bum 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 the Down 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 together. I'm not afraid to let my soul. We can be strong, never lonely. Can I down down for no way, no way. Down 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 together. I'm not afraid to let my soul. We can be strong, never lonely. Don't you miss it out for you can sing it, yeah. Everybody say no, yeah. I can feel it excited. Now the time has come. Everybody say everybody.
God damn. Sorry. My attention is split. This is one of the most annoying parts, really, of the Didn't Say No stream. Let me switch the audio over so you can hear it. So, a lot of A lot of my anger about them is a little bit overemphasized. It mainly has to do with the amount of money that DSP made on the stream, which I'm free to admit. But to be fair, PPP did press him a little bit, and this is where he flies the closest to the sun, I think.
More of a prosperity mindset.
Rewind a little bit. This is actually the closest he gets to trying to present some sort of self-awareness to Phil.
The thing is, you do make good money doing this, and I think that's some of the criticism people have is they wish you had more of a prosperity mindset and an abundance mindset instead of a scarcity mindset of being worried about your bills and your costs, and instead be more grateful for the abundance and prosperity that you have.
And you know,
in other words, just like stop begging so much and be like, you know, a normal person and be grateful and thankful and not just lean on your audience for every single fucking penny that you make. At least that's my interpretation. But here's DSP's response, because he knows deep down that he begs too much, but he's addicted, and like every addict, he's going to make every excuse he can to feed his addiction.
And you know where that comes from? 4 years ago.
4 years ago. That's in 3 words, he explains why he begs so much. 4 years ago. DSP, I thought you changed. I thought you learned from your mistakes and that you matured and you're growing every day and you're trying to be a better person. But your entire personality, the entire framework of every stream, literally every single stream, is because of something that happened to you 4 years ago? That doesn't sound like you've changed.
I almost lost everything. I had to go through a bankruptcy in order to save everything. I was at the...
And the bankruptcy was granted. You had massive amounts of money reduced from your credit card debt. Not all of it. You still have your house payment. You still have your car payment. But 13 credit cards that were maxed out, and every penny had to go towards paying off the interest, not even paying down the principal of the cards. Dude, you were granted. I mean, you lied in order to get it. You committed perjury, but you got away with it, ostensibly, as long as, you know, the statute of limitations doesn't bite you in the ass. But, like, why are you still begging?
The verge of losing everything.
He wasn't forgiven $500,000. $500,000 was the total debt. That includes his condo. That includes the car. That includes unsecured debt, like his credit cards and everything. But all the credit cards were wiped clean.
I was at the verge,
which go way back. Like the credit cards go back to his Street Fighter days, whenever he would pay his travel expenses to go to arcades and compete. He paid for all of that on credit cards, as he was making fun of other people for not having the money to go to these places. Not only would he make fun of people for not having the money to do what he was doing, he would make fun of the people who did. He would just make fun of everyone, no matter what. Like, if they did have the money, he would say, "Oh, you're just born with the silver spoon in your mouth. Your parents are able to pay your way." And the people who couldn't pay, he was just making fun of them for being broke boys. But the entire time, he was just betting on his own future. He was just maxing out credit cards in order to pay for it all, which no one did, because that would be fucking stupid.
I was at the verge of losing everything. And there were weeks when literally, if I didn't have a good stream, I can't even go out and afford the groceries this week. I can't.
Yeah, well, that's not the case anymore. But he's addicted to the begging. And 4 years ago, his begging extends farther beyond that. It's like 10, 15 years. His initial face reveal was him begging people to click on the ads.
Pay this payment this week. And my mind has been endlessly stuck there.
My mind has been endlessly stuck there. This is the sort of weird reveals of the truth that you only get whenever he interacts with other people. Because when he's on his stream, he's in full lie mode. He's in full, like, alternative reality. It's only when he's talking to other people do you get these sort of glimpses into how his mind really works.
Because it's so dumb. You're right. If I have a day or 2 days where my streams are bad, I'm not going to go out of business and lose everything.
Like when he was on with Adam and Craig, and he's like, "This laptop is my window into the world." Like, that was a really revealing moment. And it's very sad and pathetic, but it's actually very honest. And he's never that honest unless he's talking to other people, and he has to try and make his life make sense to them Whereas when he's talking to his own chat, he doesn't care if it makes sense. They have to agree with him or they get banned.
I'm not. I publicly said that to everyone too. It's just that I'm so stuck in this.
He's never publicly said this. Take it from me, someone who's watched this dude too much. He doesn't say that.
I'm not. I publicly said that to everyone too. It's just.
But then he'll still beg as if he does live day to day, paycheck to paycheck. But by paycheck, I mean the money he gets each day.
Just that I'm so stuck in this rut mindset that, oh my God, I was there at one point. I don't want it to go back there, right? But for him, he's stuck. He can't do anything else.
Yeah. And they say, yeah, and he knows he's able to get people to say, yeah. Because the way he says it sounds like he's finally self-aware. But then once the stream is over, he goes back to his bubble where he gets to deny reality. But I hesitate to say masterful manipulation because it's hard to admit that this guy does anything masterfully. But it makes sense when he doesn't do literally anything else. All he does is beg. It's literally all he does. So of course he's going to eventually be good at it after a decade of doing it. What else does he do? Literally nothing. He has no skills whatsoever. He can't even ride a bike. He can't write a song. He can't write a novel. He can't write an article. He can't fix a cabinet. He can't do any handiwork. He can't pleasure his wife. He can't look after his cat. He can't do anything. Literally anything. This is all he does. This is all he knows how to do. Even the most incompetent person, if you set them up to do one task over a long enough period, they're eventually going to be good at it. As incompetent and as stupid as they are, they're going to eventually be okay at it.
Right? But for him, he's stuck. He can't do anything else. He literally isn't making enough.
To quote someone who's been ejected from the community, this man is fucking useless. Is that the right keyword? Shit, I guess I forgot what the prompt was. Anyways. Is it this man is useless?
Okay, but here's the
figure
thing
out how to
too.
save it.
Here's one thing that we have to remember. Okay, look, he has this channel that sure people will like troll him and hate him and he doesn't make videos anymore. He stopped. He wants to make music to 100 people only, whereas he should be posting every single day. If you're in this situation where you're in, like he's in right now, you make a video every day. It doesn't matter how many trolls are out there or anything. You post every single day, 3 videos a day. You stream every day. You figure it out. He won't even fucking work. He won't stream. He won't make videos. So if you don't do that, get a job.
That's the problem that I...
So I think this is the reason why DSP is starting to upload clips of his stream. I think Andy suggested that to him. To start just get ahead of the clip channels and start uploading your own clips. Because they're getting views off of your clips. You should be the one getting those views. I think that's how the conversation really went. And that's why we're at the situation where he's spending more and more of his time clipping his own stream. This time that he said he didn't have every day up until now, by the way.
I fucking have, because at least you fucking try. You're working hard.
At least you try. It's okay if you fail at it every single day and you make no attempt to get better at it. At least you're trying. You're not trying to improve, you're just doing it. And you want people to give you credit for doing it, even though you're not... It's just pointless spinning your wheels effort.
I have a problem when somebody refuses to put in the hours and then fucking cries and complains. That's when I have fucking...
Okay, well... I don't see the detractors crying and complaining about the amount of hours that we put into making this guy's content watchable. So, I would hope that he has some appreciation for the people which are calling this guy out, making videos that are actually watchable and enjoyable.
Well, this is the appropriate time at this point to basically what we need to do. I'm not going to take any chips out.
God, I hate this gimmick. I'm cutting it out. He just ignores what he's saying. He just wants to go back to his stupid fucking lame brain gimmick.
When I
Yes.
fucking.
Well, this is the appropriate.
Okay. Cut here.
Well,
Let's see
this
where
is
to
the
end the
appropriate
cut.
time at this point to basically what we need to do. I'm not going to take any chips out, all right, for this segment because this is not even stuff that was in the
I know it's 4, but I want to go on a little longer working on this.
documentary. This is
Yeah.
supplemental information. But this is the time when we have to now. We're almost in the modern era. 2022 is where we are right now in the
Yeah.
timeline, correct?
Yeah.
This is when, sadly, this was old, happy, rich, happy-go-lucky,
no.
making good content. You know, loved his life, loved his job. Everyone liked him. And now what's happened is because of his bad choices and because of the things that have happened, he's now become sad, depressed.
The things that have happened, including being partially responsible for blinding his own daughter, can we, like, maybe fucking have some sympathy? No, this guy has a condition that makes him suffer from diminished empathy, and he isn't even aware of it, which is fucking scary. Also, people are going to do this when it comes to Cat, by the way, when his fucking documentary comes out. We have thin, happy Cat, but now, here we are with Fat Cat.
Crying rich.
This is what this stupid fucking gimmick, all it does is it gives us ammo to parody.
On every stream, which is...
So what I'm doing with these pop-ups is I'm taking an image of that part of the screen without the pop-up on it, and I'm just basically pasting it over. But the problem is that it, of course, covers up that corner of the screen. So it just looks sort of like it's sort of like fading away. Like, you know, Marty's family in Back to the Future, as they fade away when the timeline is getting obscured.
Rich on every stream, which is why.
Rewind it a little bit. That was a good detail too when Doc was like, "Hey, this is a photo manipulated image. The top of your brother's head is cut off," and he's looking at it like, "What?"
On every stream.
Rewind it a little bit.
On every stream, which is why, let's be honest, why he eats edibles every stream. Because he doesn't want to be there. He hates this. And it's the only way he can make a living. So he's changed from someone who had a bright future and someone who had...
So it's almost unnoticeable. Unless he moves like his hand in front of that part of the screen, you almost can't tell that there's a pop-up there. I think it's a pretty good effect. I think it's better than blurring it out, which is what I usually do.
Talent and someone who genuinely like million sub YouTuber, to someone who literally has worked himself into such a rut. He hates his life and he doesn't ever want to come to stream, so he has to eat edibles to even get there. That's where we are. And so that
another one, like bugs. I have to squash them. Not even the good kind of bugs, the bad bugs, roaches.
To even get there. That's where we
and
are.
fruit flies.
So that's the transition to the final chapters here of what we're going to be covering in this documentary, is that this is really who...
So, who did this? Who do you think did this? Do you really think he doesn't even have like a Photoshop, you know what I mean? Was he sent these JPEGs and then he printed them out and he's like sitting there with a pair of scissors cutting these out and like adding tape to them in order to tape them to the back of the case? That's kind of pathetic, but who am I to judge?
He is behind the mask, behind everything else, and it's sad. I'm not trying to hate on the guy. This is facts. People don't act like this and suck cucumbers and kiss cocks and do all this messed up stuff unless there's some serious problems going on up here,
yeah,
and in here,
and his heart.
That's what's going on with this guy.
Fucked up problems inside of his heart. $200 super chat. Give me a fucking break, dude. Well, just so you know, none of that money went to actually anything important, like fixing his moldy shower. Dumb fuck. Get screwed.
That's what's going on with this guy, and it's now a public circuit. And here's the thing. A lot of people just have...
Now it's a public circuit. You know what I mean?
And that's what's going on with this guy, and it's now a public circuit. And here's...
Now it's a public CERTA. Yes, I get it, Phil. It's a public CERTA. Whatever the fuck that means.
And that's what's going on with this guy, and it's now a public circuit. And here's the thing.
A public CERTA.
A lot of people, this happens to them when they hit their midlife crisis, right?
Kind of like you.
A lot of people this happens to. The problem is, He's been the one.
Yeah, what's funny is like I don't think he understands that the color of the chip coincides with the amount of the chip. He just treats every chip like the same, just of different color.
Making fun of everyone for a decade. So now that it's happening to him and his miserable time is happening, right? I've always said this. For Rich, a day when someone has a bad day is his good day because he's going to make a ton of money on that, right? But now...
You can say that about the Kino Casino. You can say that about your new friends. You can say that about you, yourself, who only seems to want to report on the news when people are getting fired.
Rich, every day is a bad day for you. So every day you're seeing what's happened in the last decade and how it's turned into what you created this situation with your actions, never learning. Why do you think I'm here? If you didn't make fun of me for the last 10 years, would I have done this? I wouldn't even care about you.
I think it has more to do with the fact that Rich's own behavior was enough to warrant a documentary about him. If June didn't make the documentary, you wouldn't be here. I think it has less to do with him making fun of you. That's like a footnote. It's not really the primary reason. But okay. Narcissism.
Why do you think I'm here? If you didn't make...
Why do I think you're here? Because June the King made a documentary about Richard Vutek. Not because he made fun of you, but because of everything else that he had done. If you could take away everything else in this documentary and left only him making fun of you, there wouldn't be no documentary and you wouldn't be here.
Fun of me for the last 10 years, would I have done this? I wouldn't even care about you. I wouldn't fucking say a word.
I hope Rich legit makes fun of you even more now. That would be the biggest own. Like, with all the spitefulness and just how nasty he's been, the best way to own Phil is to keep making fun of him. If Phil had left his wrestling promo at where he had left it before he went heel and was like, you have one chip left, you have one chance to make your life right. Take that chance, turn this chip into a good hand, and use that to turn everything around. Rich might have just left him alone after that, but no, he had to ruin the moment and be like, actually, I took your last chip. It's mine now, bitch. You're fucked. You're done. There's nothing left of you. It's like, all Rich has to do to fucking rub it in his face is just to keep making content and keep making fun of him. You almost had him out of your life, but then you fucked it up. You ruined it because you don't understand human nature. Because you're a fucking spurg. Rich should absolutely keep making fun of him. After that fucking spiteful, nasty little retort.
I wouldn't even care about you. I wouldn't fucking say a word about you. But instead, all of your karma has now turned back on you. And now...
DSP the karma monster. He is the arbiter of karma. He is the spirit of karma. You've heard of the spirit of vengeance, the Ghost Rider? DSP is the Snort Rider. He has the Penne stare. I got some Diet Mountain Dew. I got some vodka here. I think I'll drink a little bit. It's late enough.
Now we have Crying Dickers, who's about to felt out. And
felt out? To felt out?
And that's not...
I don't think you're using that term correctly.
And that's not good, man.
It's tough.
It's tough.
Great speech, Phil. That was actually really epic. Awesome from the king.
Super epic. Yeah, sure.
Go to that.
King.
Next one.
Knights and squires and such.
Essentially, this is the end result of all of his laziness, his lack of work ethic, his bad mental health, the spiral that he's in. This is the end result of all of it. After
I don't know. I think they're going to be very brutally honest when it comes to reacting to the June the King documentary about DSP, which they might not even do because it's fucking 4 hours long. They might like split it up into two, and they're going to preface watching it being like, well, we're not going to pull any punches. We're going to give our honest thoughts about this, and DSP's not going to like it.
His parents gifted him this house. What is he going to...
And if there are any questions, there's plenty of people they can reach out to or who can add more context. Perhaps not Duty, but fuck, man. Plenty of detractors out there who are willing to go on their show and answer any questions, even if DSP doesn't want to. And that'll piss off DSP even more. Imagine if a top tier, you know what I'm saying, a top tier detractor shows up on the Kino Casino. Like, that's it. DSP will never forgive them.
Going to turn around and do? Let's hear.
Oh boy.
You know what? It is what it is, dude.
It is what it is and such.
What I'm probably gonna end up doing is
Oh my
like
God! Just
selling this
listen to
place.
him. You can't even. He's not there. He's high as
It
hell.
is what it is.
Mentally, he's gone. He's so high. Jeez, and he's streaming. This is supposed to be content for
His
viewers
job.
to watch and contribute because they
job.
like, right?
Yeah.
Who will be the next best friends? I don't know, nobody. He's basically said it. He's like, if this blows up in my face, I'm not going to collab with anybody. But how many times has he said that before?
What I'm probably gonna end up doing is like selling this place. That
parents'
was always the plan anyway.
It's always the plan to sell his place.
Moving south and just streaming and chilling.
Not here to. DSP is the main clown in this clown show. Don't really have to give my advice to RTU, but man, you have 1 million sub channel. You can do anything with that. You can turn that into anything. It's like having top tier real estate in the middle of a bustling city. You can turn that real estate into any sort of storefront. You can make money off of it, but it's just a dump. It's a pile of garbage to RTU. He can't do anything with it.
So what's happening
that's
to the
it.
parents? Where are they going to live? And
Yeah.
he's moving south.
He's a
so
shit.
he's not going to see those kids.
He could, you know, if I had to give him advice, just follow the example of It's a Gundam. Okay, look at news, give your thoughts on the news, be articulate, formulate some thoughts, gather some materials together, and pay some editor in order to turn them into decent mid-level quality videos and upload like 3 or 4 of them a week. And you could turn your channel around. But I don't know, man.
Because
he's too lazy. It's just too lazy.
Because his ex-wife lives in New York.
I'm just not going to say anything about it because, again, I don't really know the truth of the situation. You guys speculate about it. That's fine. I don't go there. I'm not going to. This guy has attacked me and my family.
He attacked me and my family. And by attack, I mean made fun of me. Boo-hoo-goo. Boo-hoo-goo. I guess this is the key to success. If people make fun of you, cry like a big baby and gain the sympathy of people who don't know any better. I'll put it nicely.
Family before.
Though you think they would know better.
I'm not going to go there. I'm going to be the bigger man here, and I'm going
to be the bigger man. I'm not going to make fun of him, even though I'm literally doing that.
say whatever's going on there. I'm not well informed. I'm sad to hear it. I'm sad to hear that he's in a bad situation. He has to sell his house and all.
He's sad to hear that he's in a bad situation, but get fucked. You're fucked. You're done. Get out of here. You made fun of me. You're fucked.
This stuff is going on. I almost had to lose everything I had. So I've been through it. I know how awful that is. I wish him the best. I really do. I say this
No,
too.
you don't.
I wish my enemies the best.
No, you don't. He only says that because he thinks by saying that they'll leave him alone. But if they don't leave him alone, he wants them absolutely burned and destroyed. He just thinks it's a cheat code to getting them to, I don't know, feel that he's not worth being made fun of. But then he completely undoes it by showing you who he really is, which is someone who wants the people who made fun of him to, like, perish.
Because if my enemies were doing well, they wouldn't.
He reiterated this again today. He just keeps doing this over and over again. He's stuck in this loop, thinking it's like some sort of mental jujitsu. It only works on people who don't know the real you. And the real you reveals itself every single day.
He's shitting on me. They would have something better to do with their lives, right? If you're affluent and everything's going good.
Bro, my life is better than yours. I have a real family. Sure, I don't have kids, but I have people in my life who might as well be, so.
You don't have to worry about making fun of Dark Side Phil all day. I wish him the best, but again, it seems like this is just karma. This is what has happened over a decade of bad behavior turns into the next bad thing, and the next.
Karma doesn't exist, dude, and you've admitted that. You know karma doesn't exist. I've clipped it.
Next bad thing.
This is part of Phil's Catholic upbringing. Sit at my right hand, says the Lord, till I make your enemies your footstool. And indeed, for the king.
DSP's never heard that quote before. PPP is more of a Catholic than DSP. I mean, they're both laps as fuck. But at least PPP is able to quote scripture.
It just seems like that's how it goes.
Yeah.
He doesn't do anything. Those who are his enemies, they fall off.
Yeah, DSP doesn't do anything.
Of their own accord.
He doesn't attack them or insult them.
Dude, I've done nothing.
Or flag them, strike their videos. brigade people after them, tell people to stop watching them.
Nothing to this guy at all in 10 years, besides every once in a while comment back.
I haven't done anything to this guy besides, you know, everything that I've done to this guy. Aside from all the things that I've done, I haven't done anything. You get it?
On stuff, and look what's happened. And I'm sorry, but
He does that so much. I haven't done X, except for the times I did do X. It's like, well, fuck, then don't include that first part. Be honest about what you've done.
but this is a meme on the internet, is that Phil outlasts them all. But
The only reason it's a meme is that everyone hates you. So given the law of averages, if everyone hates you and some of them fall off, then you get to pretend like the rest of them don't exist. The people who are still around don't exist. You only focus on the people who have fallen off. And you spin that as, oh, look, I've outlasted another one. Well, what about all the people who've outlasted you?
the ultimate thing about this is,
What about the people who got off the internet because they made enough money to retire and they don't need to be here? Let's forget about them. Let's just call them outlasted.
I don't have to lift a finger. You understand?
You can see why this is taking me so fucking long to get through. My horseshit tolerance is at its limit. But I'll try. There's things I do for content.
Understand? When people are toxic, they're going to self-poison themselves to the point where
They're going to self-poison themselves. Okay.
they're eventually going.
Can't you just say they're going to poison themselves? Why do you have to say they're going to self-poison themselves? It's redundant. It's repetitive. And redundant.
To bottom out anyway. I don't have to waste my time and my effort and my life and my...
Every single day you cry and bitch and moan and make yourself out to be the victim of trolls. But he doesn't do anything. He doesn't ignore them. He doesn't care about them. He ignores them. He doesn't give two shits.
Positivity on these people, because eventually it's all going to come back to bite them anyway.
According to what? According to your fucking karma demon? No.
I'm hands off, and I'm the one who's seen.
I will say this: we do that, but we could get paid.
Oh, okay. We're hypocrites, but we make money off of it. I mean, like as a joke, it's funny, but if you're trying to take it seriously, it's not an excuse. Yeah, we make fun of people, but we profit off of it. So it's cool, you guys.
We do that, but we could get paid.
Does that make it better, or does that make it worse? If we're being honest.
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha.
All right, let's go back to the documentary.
Hey, let's go.
I have shout outs to do because some.
No, you don't. Oh my god.
Let's go.
He's so ready to get off the subject.
I have shout outs to do because some big contributions came in. First of all, we got Mr. Avi Schmidt shouted out already. Spicy Sauce did a $50 super chat saying, I think this all started as some kind of a joke, but this DSP Kino Casino collab has been such a fun experience, such an entertainment. I hope we get more. We need more. Stuff like Nightbot. He hates Nightbot because he keeps getting him out of here because he just has too much. And then we have a $20 super chat from Godzilla, a $199.99 super chat from Vox Zero, because exceptional collab boys keep at it. So that actually is the second highest. The highest time was $200. Wow. $25.89 tip from someone that says, all hail the Dark Side Casino. I guess because I have chips, I have a casino now. And then there was a $75 tip from King Terry. And he's something about someone he's saying, rest in peace, legends never die. I don't know who this is. I don't know if it's a reference. I kind of don't want to make it. No, it's some other person. Sometimes people try to get me to say stuff. This could be totally legit. If it is, you have to understand. I don't know what this is. I don't want to disrespect someone. $75 tip, I appreciate it.
It's just so... You're just in such a fake mode. It's Terry A. Davis. Who are you talking about? Terry or Lyra?
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
So, here we go. So, let's go. We still got, like I said, I can do go till about 10:30 p.m., so I can go about 45 minutes. But I definitely gotta get out of here. And then
All right, well, let's see how much of this we can get done.
Yeah, so it's just...
Okay.
We can get done.
Yeah, okay. Cut out that entire part, so nobody has to see it.
And
okay,
it's got inconsistent.
Let's cut out that eon.
Hey, let's
go back to the documentary. Let's go back to the documentary.
Here.
Go back to the documentary.
It's got inconsistent.
I think we can smash it.
Let me get that fucking dono off the screen. Doesn't need to be very long. This is my duty. This is my curse.
Right,
What
let's
is-
go back to the documentary.
Yes,
and-
yeah.
got inconsistent.
I think we can smash it. Because
Pretty close.
honestly, yeah, because the J Hooft firing. Okay, anyway,
Because my time was at a premium. I had.
Cut that part.
Yeah, because the J Hooft firing. Okay, anyway, firing.
Cut that there. Delete it. Sorry, I know editing makes for bad content.
Let's go back to the documentary.
That's why I try to do it in the background as much as
My
possible.
time was at a premium. I had my 2 sons here full time for a very long time.
Full-time sons.
I'm just excited about seeing our
And
chapter.
mostly what I stuck to was live streaming. And recently, this is what I'm leading up to. Because my time is still somewhat at a premium because things aren't fully settled yet. I've brought back news, kind of.
What Rich goes into is his exhaustion of covering surface-level news. He has grown tired of reading articles or glancing at similar media and filming an equally introspective piece, hardly expanding on the original flimsy work. Typically, a creator may make these changes because their views are suffering from lack of experimentation. Their content has grown stale, and in order to survive on the platform, something else must be created. This was not Rich's case. Even though he was uploading at a much slower rate than he had in the past couple of years, his views hardly suffered from his departure. This format is successful and easy to produce. But after over a decade of doing this, Rich has had enough and seeks to produce higher quality content.
I want to do more high production value stuff. I actually have stuff in the pike behind the scenes.
And pay an
I talk
editor.
about it somewhat in live streams, but I don't want to bring it up here because when it's ready, it's ready.
But he brought
I've
it
learned
up.
to not overpromise behind the scenes. I talk about it somewhat in live streams, but I don't want to bring it up here because when it's ready, it's ready.
But he brought
I've
it
learned
up.
to not overpromise.
I don't mean to bring it up, but I'm gonna bring.
I've learned not to overpromise and underdeliver, but that's exactly what you just did.
But this is
You
be
said
Netflix quality.
Oh yeah, it's Netflix quality. Phil, have you seen the Netflix quality?
No, I don't know yet. Here we go.
Okay, all right.
Yo, Phil, I dare you to hit play on it and see how long you. I think everyone makes it 2 minutes before they hit stop. It's bad.
And underdeliver.
And he doesn't.
Rich is rather unspecific
Just
about
ignores
his
it.
projects, but he does say he wants to create evergreen content, or videos that windows of interest are not dated. The fatal mistake was that he was killing his main channel by slowing down the legacy news content without testing any of this evergreen content to know if his format would even succeed. And then months.
If you want to make evergreen content, here's what you do. You scour, how do I put this? Police footage, basically like court hearings, released footage of police interrogations. That's evergreen content because you don't have to know anything about the people involved. That's one of the biggest growing and one of the most long-standing categories of YouTube videos is true crime because it isn't really dated as opposed to sort of news articles that sort of reflect on the sort of drama du jour, the sort of celebrity downfall of the day. You can go back and watch true crime footage from like 4, 5, 6 years ago, and it's just as enjoyable as it was in the moment. And you can make that content, like it's all out there. There's unlimited amounts of footage you can comb through, but that involves going through the footage. And like I looked at that for a little bit when I was trying to keep up on a specific court hearing. They broadcast a lot of this live. And you can just sit in there and most of it's going to be boring. 90% of it's going to be boring. But 10% you're going to have like some crazy person going wild in the courtroom. Just hit OBS, open up OBS, hit record, and have it as its own content. You can do that. If you want to make evergreen content, there are ways to do it.
And then months went by. There was nothing but his typical uploads at a slower rate. But he did have another announcement, a shout out to a different project.
Upload to shout out my other music channel where I upload hip-hop records that I've
This ain't gonna
never
be
done. I
it.
couldn't sound any more corny saying that, but no, I'm not kidding.
Rich's music channel, El Capo, is
If you
not
know how
popular.
bad it sounds, then
Rudimentary AI
that should
art
be
would
an
off-putting to
indication.
Popular.
So to be fair, I have other projects like this React channel. I have a throwback channel. They're not that popular. They're really not. But they're more like passion projects.
I watch my own content and goat laugh at it. And despite pretending like I'm a different person than I was back then and I'm so much better than I was back then, I'm going to act like the content that I made back then was so quality, basically revealing that I see nothing wrong with the way I acted and behaved. It's a passion project, dude. A passion project is something that you don't care if it makes money or not. You clearly care that it's failing, and you beg every single time you do it. But okay, a passion project. Another word he doesn't understand. He's such an alien. He just takes concepts and ideas and sayings that other people use, and he just misuses it constantly.
It's like DSP gaming is my main thing I put all my time into, and then once a week I do content
All
on
of his time
channels.
into it.
No,
Here
I'll
he's like,
say,
this is what he wants to do.
This is bad. Worski might as well be talking about DSP.
Right? And it's
bad.
Can we actually see 1.1k views, 9.5k views, 7k views? These are more views than what DSP gets on his quote-unquote sister channels, which is an insult to sisters.
You have to fill your plate first. You have to be able to provide first.
At least work on your main
Then
shit,
you
yeah.
can do your passion projects.
Goes right over Phil's head as he takes a sip from his emotional support water bottle. DSP, you have to get your content good before you can have your fucking passion projects, man.
But this is the thing: is most people will tell you, don't quit a job before you get a new one. Because how are you going to pay your bills? But that's the equivalent.
I'm gonna get unemployment.
Equivalent of what he did. He quit doing what was successful to do something he didn't know would succeed, and it hasn't paid dividends.
Right.
And then he wonders
Right.
why he's in the situation he's in.
Please do both, you know?
User. Rich is spreading himself thin and is aimless. If he wanted to succeed and remain on the platform, he would not be doing this. At the very least, he will be creating the high production content he speaks so much of. The fact of the matter is, channels on YouTube can die as fast as they rise, and for Rich to throw away a surefire way to remain relevant or entertaining on the platform is dangerous. Not just for the money, but because, for the most part, he was in control. There is a space for Rich to continue to exist online without the need to create new videos, and that would be in the same vein as creators like Boogie2988 or Wings of Redemption. These are creators that have long lost their original supportive audiences and have them replaced with viewers who mock and troll them without end. These are known as lolcows, and Rich was quickly on the path to exist only as one, especially when entering needless
What is he
views
looking
like
at?
he did with Does
This whole part was so weird. Like, he's just looking down at the ground. Or down at his phone. Probably looking down at his phone. He's just doing some Hogan pulls. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you're just not even looking at the screen anymore. Guess his undiagnosed ADD is taking over and he can no longer pay attention to what he's here for. He got $5,000 and he just can't even bring himself to pay attention. That's some powerful attention deficit.
to play at the end of 2023.
Oh, here we go.
This all started from this video.
At least if
You're being paid $5,000 to pay attention and you can't.
you're lucky,
That's wild.
you may just get an unfinished version of the game that might be playable but broken. A lot of times you get these games home.
Rich was making the argument that current day games are all
You shouldn't be able to
released as a broken
blink.
mess that require immediate patches in order to exist in a playable state.
True.
The same day of this
True.
video's release,
Not true.
Rich streamed and was challenged on this premise.
Like,
patches in order to exist in a playable state.
exist in a playable state. It is playable without patches. There might be bugs, there might be crashes, but it's still playable.
The same day.
But DSP says true. So he's on Rich's side in this argument where Rich lost.
The same day of this video's release, Rich streamed and was challenged on this premise.
Does it play? Right here, they're real. And let me show you one else.
Like with Star Ocean 2, I bought the physical copy, the physical disc. I put it in my PS4. I didn't reconfigure my PS4 to work with my current Wi-Fi, so it's not connected to the internet. It hasn't downloaded a patch, and I played the entire game from beginning to end. No crashes. Granted, it's a remake of a PS1 game, so the coding behind it isn't very complex. It might be, a bad example, but it's still a game. It's still a game. They're a full price game. It's not sold at a discount. There's plenty of examples. By the way, with Star Ocean 2, just as an aside, I talked about it with Alfred, and he's like, "Did you get the real ending?" And I'm like, "What?" "Yeah, there's a real ending." I'm like, "Hold on, what?" It's like, "Yeah, if you go to a town that's outside of the main area and you talk to this one NPC and do the certain thing, you unlock the real ending. The boss has a second phase." And I'm like, "Oh my god, what the fuck?" So I don't know when I'm gonna do that. What a game, though. What a complex game.
Does It Play is a website that tests whether games play in their unaltered state, meaning offline playability. Rich was now displeased with them because someone with 2 likes on Twitter
He's right,
challenged
though.
Rich on a statement about games being unplayable without patches. His major grievance was that Does It Play was one of those 2 likes.
Name a game, Does It Play, that you get from...
So the hubris of this is that Rich is going to challenge somebody on what their specialty is. All these people do is test whether a game works without a patch or not. That's what they do day in and day out for everything. But Rich is going to say that he knows better than them, and he's going to take it to an extreme where he gets humbled.
Okay.
From the store that there is not a multi-gigabyte...
Another contribution. Me paste the corner cover upper.
Or that there is not a multi-gigabyte update for. Go right now and get me one. That's from this current generation.
Rich, in his confidence, bet money that he was correct.
I'll pay them $2,000.
Whoa.
$2,000. Get a game from the store, Does It Play?
That is a lot of money.
Require an update.
Rich.
That is a bold statement to go with that amount of money.
Rich added the circumstance that it had to be a
stupid.
Yeah, that's really stupid. To challenge a Twitter account whose entire premise is letting you know which games can run without a patch and which don't, and you challenging them to a $2,000 bet that they can't find one that does run without a patch. You heard DSP. He would have taken that bet, but he's gonna turn out to be wrong.
Yes.
And of course, he just moves the goalpost. Who would have thought?
There's a game out
Just
there, you
so
know?
arrogant, and he flew too close to the sun on this one.
There are games that okay. He's right in his argument that every single game you would buy today needs an update.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't need an update, as in you can't play it without an update. The way he makes it out to be is that when you buy a game on the disc, the only thing on the disc is like a download code. Like, a 64 kilobyte access code to the downloadable executable, and then it just downloads the entire game. That is literally DSP's entire argument. He said it multiple times.
Yes.
However, he's incorrect in stating that every single game you buy today just won't play without the update. They'll play. They'll be pieces of shit.
Well, that's funny because when he said literally that, you looked at the screen and he said, "Yup." You literally said, "Yup," whenever he said that. But we have to walk it back now because we can see the writing on the wall and see that he was wrong about the prediction, or else why would it be in the documentary?
Crash, they'll have issues, but they will play. They'll boot.
Yeah, there are examples of that, King Needy Duke. There are examples for sure. But it's not, I don't think it's even most.
And you can play them, and they're just...
And by most, I mean like anywhere between 51% and 99%.
Just going to be so frustrating. That's why they need these ginormous day one patches. So his argument is very flawed.
But
and it
one
becomes
game?
this very like semantic, silly argument, by the way, and it just Rich like makes it into a way bigger ordeal than it needs to be. Way bigger.
By the way, Nintendo games go on the Switch. A lot of them are already done that you can update, but if you were offline,
that's right.
They're still playable from start to end.
You hit it on the head. It's case in point. Nintendo games usually are very playable.
Move the
Yes, their
goalposts
patches help.
even
They're
more.
He lost before he started
This is
with
where
the
he
argument.
This is where he gets in trouble. Is Nintendo games?
Is it really? So, oh my god.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
But even so, his loss was set. Just a day later, Does It Play responded with Super Mario RPG. Rich was prompted to retort, now arguing that the game industry is full of important day one patches. But that was not the argument. Quickly, other creators jumped in, correcting Rich. The responses were getting...
Big ups Muda. What did he even say? The vast majority of games are completely playable on a 1.0 build, which is without an update, which is correct. Mudahar knows he's some ordinary gamers. Games like Jedi Survivor and Cyberpunk 2077 are key exceptions and often get a ton of backlash in news media at the time of release. I still think like Cyberpunk was playable from beginning to end without a patch. It'd be really, really buggy. You would have like voices that echoed. You would have like people floating in the air. You would have, but none of them would render the game unplayable. I don't think CD Projekt Red would have released the game even at that state because they do a lot of playtesting. Whereas a lot of publishers like Activision and EA, they get to what is playable in the developer's inner circle, and then they do the playtesting as they're in the publishing stage. So as the discs are being printed, the boxes are being printed, the discs are being put into the box, they're being sent out to retailers. That's when they're doing the sort of external playtesting, where they have their sort of not really inner circle of developers, but people who they trust to play the game and test it out, who are being paid, to test the game. There's an industry of people who are paid to test games. It's not an industry you want to be in. If you think playing video games as a job is fun, it isn't. Because you're not just playing the game, you're stress testing the game, and that can be very unfun. But that's the phase that a lot of these big publishers go through, because they know that by the time the game actually is buyable by the modern consumer, the bugs that they find in the playtesting can be patched out with a day one patch. And that's why you get these. Recently played through FF16, I'm guessing, without any patches with the disc copy and had a very enjoyable experience. Same with RE4 Remake, Dead Space on PS5. Patches can add content or fix bugs, but in most cases the games are totally fine without updates. They're preserved for the most part. So Mudahar knows what he's talking about. He's not a dummy.
Getting far more likes than Rich's own posts. As Rich kept tweeting, the responses were growing in numbers.
Then Mudahar comes in and is like,
virtually only against him. It was only on his stream later that night, after an hour debate from a guest arguing on behalf of Does It Play, Rich admits defeat.
So, here. On the 4th of each month, today's the 3rd, you'll pay $2,000.
So he sent them the $2,000.
He had to.
That's
Wow.
a literal feltoning.
Can't really read much.
He's got to lose.
Chips.
Yeah, that's the
I fucking hate this stupid gimmick. Cut begins here.
He's got to lose.
Chips.
Yeah.
It's a felt name.
Literal feltoning.
Cut here.
Chips.
Yeah, that's gotta be the end of the green stack. That's the end of the green stack.
Oh no, my green
Holy
chips.
crap.
$1,000.
That's so bad. And now we have
There you
only
go.
one stack left.
We don't care.
Rich. The final stack here. We'll see how long that lasts. Oh man.
Yep.
Oh man.
This is where it should have
End cut here. It's just such a worthless fucking segment.
Feltoning.
This is where it should have ended. But already Rich was tweeting about it.
See, like, nothing is lost if you just cut that out.
That's a literal
Nothing is lost.
feltoning.
This is where it should have ended. But already Rich was tweeting about a big surprise video, ruining the surprise with another tweet stating, quote, "Meh, at Does It Play 1 was wrong about this. It's
What
all
a
good.
gimmick.
The money went to a good cause," unquote. This was in response to Jay's tweet, claimed that Super Mario RPG...
It's such a cringe way to just put the focus back on yourself, isn't it? It's just a way for him to be like, now look at me do my little goofy dance, see, ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, did you see that? You see when I went, ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, let's get back to the documentary now. Ooh, ooh, okay. Are we done with my little goofy dance?
A game-breaking bug.
God, it's so
Seeing
lame.
Rich's discontent in what should have been an
let
already
it
settled
go.
situation, Does It Play tweeted at Rich additional examples that fit his criteria.
Why is he...
Rich tweeting...
Like, if you had actual insight to provide this, you wouldn't need your stupid poker chip gimmick. Right?
Quote, yeah, God. But you used the Mario RPG as an example to make me...
Yeah, but you used the Mario RPG as an example to make me fork over the money, and it has a game-breaking bug that Nintendo is putting out an emergency patch for. Hopefully my funding can allow you to not make a crucial mistake like this again. Glad I got to support your cause. It's like, well... wow, look at that. He's all pilled out. Well, it's a good thing to have other examples then.
quote-unquote fork over the money. And it has
It was your offer. They didn't go, you're going to pay me $2,000 if I can do this. It's you offered that, and they go, okay, well, here's this, and this example. By the way, you still didn't actually have to send them the money, but you were just so pressed and humiliated that you did it anyway.
It's like he has absolutely no ability to admit fault and let...
So much hypocrisy. My hypocrisy limits.
Let it stick. Instead, he...
Doctor, uncap my hypocrisy limits.
He admits fault, but then he always has to find a way to take it back later to save face. I mean, just recently, him saying that I basically don't have a family is one of the things he said about me.
You don't, because you don't have kids.
Completely destroyed on his own stream when he looked up the definition of family, and it completely fit myself and my wife. And it, like, wait a minute, Rich, yeah, you have kids, but you're not married. I'm married. What makes it that one family is better than the other? And it, but
he was married.
That, oh, well, maybe this would fit the definition. But tomorrow, he'll still say on his stream, Phil doesn't have a family. He'll still say it. Because he will not admit the fault. He'll stick it double down, triple down. That's his personality.
You know what's crazy?
Nah, he'll just move the goalposts into something that he is right about, which is that you don't have kids.
You're like naming out like, and then he's like, now he's moving the goalpost. Now apparently he's got uncles. It's like
there was no goalpost. He created the goalpost when he said only children qualifies as a family unit. Yeah. I didn't say.
But he's right. If that's where the goalpost was, okay, all right.
Hey, that was the goalpost.
We get the point.
All right, you want to play? Oh, I'll play, buddy. I got all kinds of stuff.
I'll play, buddy. I've got an aunt. I mean, she's dead, actually, from gout. Fuck her, but we'll play this. I got a dad. That's a family, right?
A lot of my bad tricks. It's just that I don't usually pay attention to you because you're very fucking annoying, and I don't like wasting my time on people like you.
Well, you're the one who said that what he said got under your skin. So, yeah, I don't pay attention.
You know?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The game-breaking bug that Nintendo is putting out an emergency patch for. Hopefully, my funding can allow you to not make a crucial mistake like this again. Glad I got to support your cause.
Like, where I have the goalpost without having to move it, and I said this in my short when I responded to him talking about Richard Vutek saying he doesn't have a real family. What qualifies as a real family, the fact that you have to mediate a conflict between two different family members, that's what really is difficult. And that's when you realize that you're a part of a family. Before you do that, you don't really feel like you're a family. And you can only have that when there's like a child involved, because you have to mediate a disagreement. Like if you're a wife, you have to get in between like the father and the child. Or if you're a husband, like the child disagrees with the mother, and you have to find some way to reconcile these two viewpoints. That's really the essence of what a family is, and that's what makes it so difficult and so distinct from a couple. That's where I have the goalpost, and I don't need to move it. That's where DSP is lacking.
Tweet after
And that's why his family isn't a real family.
tweet, response after response, Rich only dug himself in deeper. What goodwill he regained by donating the promised money was quickly being lost, and then he posted the video addressing it.
Hello, everybody. I'm a proud Does It Play $2,000 financial supporter. And there are games that don't need updates, but the one they showed, they were wrong about, and that was Super Mario RPG.
Oh my God.
They said
Why
that,
is
look,
he doing
here's
this?
a AAA game that doesn't need an update day
He's
one.
trying to reconcile his ego.
No-
He's trying to repair his bruised ego, which is something that you do all the time.
Except for the fact that it has a game-breaking bug, Super Mario RPG.
No, but it
The
can't.
top
it can
comment
still
of this
be
video
completed.
disputes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can still be completed. As long as you avoid that one bug, you can still finish the game. It's not like it's a game-breaking bug that's encountered by everyone who plays the game.
Rich's statement about it
Yeah, look at this.
being
Look
a
at this
game-breaking bug,
game-breaking.
as it is still very much completable without an update.
Mario RPG bug isn't game-breaking, it's still completable without an update, and restarting the entire game is not required. Even Nintendo has this stated on its website. You can go to the castle and come back, and the enemy spawns. So apparently it was a necessary enemy that didn't spawn. Rich made a bet. How did they hustle him? These are other good comments. How did they hustle him when he's the one who set out the challenge? This is a big low for Rich. Those birds don't deserve you. You made an egregious claim and did nothing to prove it, and you chickened out when given evidence.
Update.
It's just a real
Even
sore
so, Does It
lose.
Play provided other examples that went unchallenged. For these reasons, all the top comments were against Rich.
Can we see more of them? Been watching your videos for years. This is easily the most embarrassing thing you put out, and I'm saying that to the guy who gets high and takes his shirt off on stream. Rich is way too into internet drama for a man his age.
Quote, Rich is way too into internet drama for a man his age.
Whoa.
As a longtime fan of your content,
Is there more? Don't bet money you're not willing to lose. Common casino logic. Does It Play did not classify Cyberpunk and Arkham on Switch as playable. That's why it says download required, yes, in red. Really? Huh, I guess Cyberpunk wasn't finishable without a patch. Oof, that's rough. No wonder it got dragged. Comments under the games clarify that it is technically possible to finish their campaigns if you're willing to put up with a ton of bugs, but they're still classified as requiring downloads.
Rich, this video could have honestly stayed in the draft.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't care at this point. Like, Cyberpunk has been patched so much and so well at this point that rehashing that is tired.
Been watching your videos for years. This is easily the most embarrassing thing you put out, and I'm saying that to a guy who gets high.
I don't think they're talking about I don't think there is Cyberpunk on the Switch. I think they're talking about Batman Arkham on the Switch. I think that was the second example.
And takes his shirt off on stream. Unquote. The last comment was not even commentary on only this situation. It was on Rich as a whole. Rich's streams only seem to be poisoned by his gimmicks, like the frequent use of a soundboard that's mainly used for this applause sound.
So anyway, there's a new Lolcow podcast. Starring me. Let me go piss real.
That's what DSP wanted to do. He wanted to get Boogie and Wings on his own show, and they would talk about topics together, and there would be drama, but it wouldn't be a drama show. How does that make sense? How do you have a show where you talk about drama and not be a drama show? But okay. But he wanted to start his own Lolcow podcast. He wanted to take the idea from Keemstar. And of course they didn't agree to it because even idiots like Wings and Boogie knew that DSP was incapable of running his own stream. Look at what happened here. He couldn't even handle this.
Real quick.
He needed to farm it off to Tardsky. Which, I'm not being too harsh to Worski. He calls himself Tardsky.
I promise.
He there is a benefit from being like the average dude. Sorry about that. Knocked my phone over.
Guess I won't spam the applause. I know I'm overdoing it.
He's the everyman.
Does It Play ended up
cringe,
refunding
man.
Rich's
Ultimate
money without his
cringe
consent
soundboard.
announced by this tweet. Quote, unfortunately, due to reasons unknown to us, We have found ourselves in the middle of a bit of a social media drama we clearly shouldn't have engaged with. Unquote. This is how Rich's 2023 was ended. Even so, 2024 was off to a much worse start. Rich's channel wasn't just dying, it was also being prepared for a feast, with the predators he thought he was toying with lying in wait.
And if anyone
and you're looking at him
responsible for Phil pressing the eject button, it's you fucking weirdos. And it's not the whole detractor community. A lot of them like me. But there is a portion that
the detractor community, they don't like you. Ever since you gave Phil money, they stopped liking you.
Despise me. Because you know what it is, Jay. Jay's watching.
What did he say before that?
And it's not the whole detractor community. A lot of them like me.
A lot of them. How many? What are you talking about, Duty? Because he's your mod? That's called inviting the Trojan horse into your kingdom.
But there is a portion that despise me. Because you know what it is, Jay.
Overwhelming
Jay's
majority,
my editor.
a portion.
They have channels that are dedicated to Phil. What's going to be the topic now?
Rich has a history of talking about lolcows.
Like, yes, I talk about Phil in 90% of my streams.
In this situation, Rich is proposing that a consequence of an upcoming documentary on the infamous creator Darkside Phil by documentarian Mike.
God, he should have said lolcow. He shouldn't have said infamous creator. He should have said infamous lolcow. That would have really got him.
The infamous creator Darkside Phil by documentarian Mike Klum would be that the detractors of Phil will need to slow the production of content down or they discourage Phil from dropping the project. Engaging in this conversation with detractors of Phil is a terrible idea for a multitude of reasons. First is that as Rich criticizes Phil, it becomes apparent that many of his criticisms are also applicable to himself. Second,
this is so funny. So by the inverse property, many of Rich's criticisms can also apply to you. And he doesn't get it. Yeah, everything they say about me can apply to you. Wait a second. That means that everything that can apply to you can apply to me. Forget about that.
Self. Second, he is engaging and antagonizing trolls. Third, his channel is on a steep decline, with his typical viewers appearing less and less, and more trolls gaining interest in Rich. Their voices grow louder, and so does their control of him.
I know there's some people who exist. They hate Phil to an unhealthy degree. They're just as bad,
Who
if
gets
not
to
worse,
decide?
than Phil's dents. And they're like so caught up in their hatred of him, they don't even fucking realize it.
That watermark,
It's fun.
Mania, is from a troll channel that is known as Snort Hogan that mainly covers Darkside Phil. Now Snort Hogan has his talons sunk in on Rich.
Pay attention.
Segments that haven't.
He just loses interest. After getting $5,000 in tips and super chats, he just detaches from his own stream. It's wild.
Darkside Phil. Now Snort Hogan has his talons sunk in on Rich. Re-uploading Rich's.
Oh boy. Are you going to pretend like you don't know who Snort Hogan is from now on? You watched the documentary where Snort Hogan was featured prominently, not just this section, but in others. I don't even know what Snort Hogan. Snort what? Snort Hogan? Whatever that is. Again, I don't even know who these people are.
Darkside Phil. Now Snort Hogan has his talons sunk in on Rich. Re-uploading Rich's stream segments that have been speaking on trolls. And though some of Rich's words ring true...
Snot Hogan? What?
Like, he's not doing the same thing. You know
I
what I
know,
mean?
by the inflammatory title of the video to both garner the attention of Rich and drive...
What is that inflammatory title? Let me lean in really, really close. What does it say? Rich Review Tech USA done with DSP says detractors need to get lives and leave the house. Okay.
Rich and drive opposition towards him. And it worked.
I told you. I goddamn told you. And all of you cried like bitches. You're more of dents than Phil's dents. Cry. Cry hard, Snort Hogan. Cry hard, Cult of Hate. Keep crying because I was right and you were wrong.
That
Kiss
really
my
aged
fucking
well.
ring and bow before
I know,
me,
right?
motherfuckers.
Rich in this video
Sad
was
fact
celebrating
is
that he
here,
was...
now let's be honest, I don't do that. Like, I don't even know. I know they exist, right? When am I ever gonna do? Oh, fuck you, Stuart Hogan. Fuck.
He did it recently. After this, I raw dogged you, Raw Phil. And then later he's told he wasn't actually fighting Raw Phil. He's like, he doesn't care. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care. It's been factually proven that he does fight me. So what I said, I shouldn't apologize for. Okay.
You, Stuart Hogan. Fuck you. This is the worst thing you could do, because all you're doing, you're giving them the attention they want, and now they're after you even worse. I just ignore them. And
I think Worski and PPP know that what they've done is just serve us our work that's cut out for us. And I think he knows that people like me are going to capitalize on the opportunity. So I'm going to keep working on this. I'm going to keep editing. I'm going to end the stream so I can focus on this and stop spurging out. I can spurg out in my head, which processes a lot quicker than my mouth does. And we'll see who to go raid. It does an amazing job of ignoring duty streams. I should just have a compilation. I should go into Pig Go and just type duty streams. Thank you, Dingus. Subscribe to Tier 1 for 26 months. Now that detractors are growing weary of the casino, now is the primary time for Rich to make a comeback. And when the track is over, I say he reacts to DSP June Doc with side-scrollers. That does seem like a cool idea. I don't know if he's squandered all goodwill he's had. Because, I mean, you saw how negatively he treated the side-scrollers during the whole, what's-his-face, gay person. That's all I know him as, token gay man. I don't think he'll be invited back on side-scrollers, unless he, like, kisses the ring and really begs for an apology. But thank you, Dingus. Thank you, Pilot Jericho. Thank you, Lonely Soli. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, King DD Duke. Big ups. I really appreciate your content, DD Duke. You're really picking up the slack. Now that the outsider isn't really making videos. I really love the classic content like the Mega Man and stuff. It's super cool. Just giving you some love. Suburban High, Bearded Knight, Mr. Extravagant, Samurai Sansa, everyone who stopped by and hung out. I'll be back again tomorrow for the usual. I'll keep editing. I'll keep watching streams. And I may take a nap. You know how it is. Let's go raid the Tebster. I was going to suggest John and Howard, but if Brian can't contact him, no way Rich can. Yeah, that would be crazy if John and Howard showed up in the side scrollers to react to the DSP doc. DSP is at $10 in tips. Oh boy, it looks like the Kino contributions have dried up.
have we unlocked every single one now?
It's all going to even out eventually. Any amount of money is going to eventually zero out to being one bad day away from craziness. Thank you, everybody. See you later.
Yes, we've unlocked every single one now. Cool. All right, well, we've done a lot of fun stuff. I think what we'll do, what other bye. Anything new? Just the new ones that I beat, right? Yeah, the standard one.